thief. Take pictures, run like the parallel stitches. Attach my feet to the path I beat. Teach myself to keep the answers brief. Gnash my teeth like the last to feast. Imagine me on that abandoned beach. Sand and sea as if the jazz was free. I'm ice cream mixed with gasoline. Direct attention to the craftsmanship. Neglect to mention that the past will stick like initials carved in the concrete. Like the tattoo that hides on your mommy. I still kick it with angels. The difference is instead of the bar, I'm at my kitchen table. The starlight shines through the glass, but you feel safe underneath that mask. Ferris wheel, give rides. The scars healed in time to get high. Lock the doors and hide the keys. Let's go describe how to climb a tree. Don't sign the lease, just cop a corner for you to curl up and try to sleep. Those cheap police won't find my wings. I keep my dreams inside my dreams. And if I had a time machine, I'd probably use it like a vacuum and try to clean. It kinda seems quite more than a handful of these regrets have been circumstantial. Now give me all the cash out the drawer. Touch that mustache down on the floor, and I'll be in court holding a pitchfork before I let the contest outlast the sport. Pocket watch, impatient. Find a mate, then make the migration. Break the rules, but first break the rulers. And keep it moving like a rumor. I don't need to defend my defensiveness. I keep to myself, my family, and friendships. I got enough people I could disappoint. If you disagree, I think you missed the point. Now go ahead and grab a chair. Let me tell you about the last few years. Pulled out a sack full of Samson's hair and put it on the dash like a dancing bear. I wrote you a horoscope. It won't fit on this post-it note, but if I had to sum it up into a shorter quote, it goes, fuck it, you might as well row that boat.
Check, check, check. 1, 2, 1, 2. What's up, everybody? Good morning. Top of the morning to you. Hope you're feeling good out there. It was tough to get out of bed today. It's so warm and so comfortable, and the world is so cold and so brutal. But don't worry, we can go back to sleep again tonight. Hope everyone's feeling good out there. I feel like $1,000,000. What's up with my shit turning square? Let me get my music going. How you feeling? What's good? I see 16 of us. Please hit the thumbs up. We're going to cover the Afroman trial, a quick departure from our normal fighting with widows and pregnant women with toothaches. I'm sorry, I can't do that every day. So we're going to do this. I don't expect as many people as whenever I'm M&F-ing everybody, but that's okay. That's okay. What I'm doing today is entertainment for you guys, and I'm really interested in the story. There's no death. There's no violence. There's no none of that. It's a trial of trivial shit, to be quite honest with you. But underneath of the funniness of this big stoner rapper guy trolling his local sheriff's department, underneath of all of that, I assure you there's something more important going on here. There's a conversation about the First Amendment. There's a conversation about the overstep of our authorities, all of that. So where I know it's easy to look at it, and I do too, in most part, I look at it like a kind of funny thing, but also the case stands to set precedent in the state of Ohio for how much importance is actually underneath of the chaos of a funny stoner. So we're going to start at the beginning. The trial started on Monday, so we're a couple days behind. I didn't realize it was going on. So we missed jury selection, which they didn't show much of that publicly at all. And then we also missed opening statements. So we're going to catch up, and then the live trial starts at 9 o'clock this morning. So this may be an all-day thing. Me and 20 of my friends just sitting here learning about Afroman. Let me look at chat. How the fuck are you guys? How you doing? Shout out to my moderators. I know, just a housekeeping note for the channel. There has become a big issue that needs to be addressed. I'm not going to do that here today with the trial stuff. I'm thinking about just doing a half hour this afternoon to just set the record straight on some stuff. If you know, you know. I don't want to get too into it right now because that's not what this live stream's about. I think somebody's misunderstanding me, I guess, is the best way to put it. Let me get some tunes going and check and see who's with us. Who's with us? Looks like I was the first one here. Go figure. Georgia Peach is in the house. What's up, my dear? Hope you're well. Doing something a little bit different today. Good morning, Marie. Don't be a douche. Let's see. Appalachian Patriot says, I want some lemon pound cake. That's funny. It's funny you say that, Appalachian. I don't know if I think you posted this comment last night, but it's funny you say the lemon pound cake. That comes into play. In fact, I think that's how this pops into my algorithm. I get everything lemon. Lemon fucking everything. You should see my algorithm. It's bananas. Queen Moomin's in the house. Good to see you. I think I said hello to Georgia Peach. Grain's in the house. What's happening? Fred Dorfma, 1080. Good to see you. Good morning. What's happening? If anybody's wanting me to reply or respond to anything that happened on YouTube yesterday, good luck, because I didn't watch much of anything. I watched Kill Tony. Let's see. Haley Ryan's in the house. So good to see you. Hypnotic Drifter. Look at that. Emmy Headstones has become a member. How cool is that? I would make you moderator, but I already learned my lesson, I think. Hypnotic Drifter, so good to see you. Says, good morning, Sinner and the fine folks of the Lemon Grove. And good morning to you as well. Tora, good morning. Tora 9860-7. Curious AF. Yes, happy to join you guys with a coffee time today. I know I've been going live at noon, but I like these early morning live streams. I kind of got discouraged from doing them because Stinson Has the Soup goes live in the morning as well, and it's like, fuck, man. It's like, not only are we competing for viewers because the same people watch us for the most part. I mean, I've got people that watch me that don't watch her, vice versa, but for the most part, we watch Soup. So if she's live at the same time as me, I feel like I get FOMO. I feel like and I selfishly, and I think everyone does this, I'll admit it, I selfishly, I like to watch people like Soup because they're paying attention. And I think she has a bigger network of just people because she's been here longer. So I can literally get the soup or the tea from watching her. So that's why I moved it to noon, and that's been really successful. But I miss these early mornings. And, you know, Headstones is listening while she gets ready. Joe's in the house. I'm babbling. I'm a terrible babbler when I wake up in the morning. Something every day on YouTube. Oh, yes. I'm looking forward to this beautiful sunny day here, so I'll be listening while doing gardening. Awesome. Yeah, and this is something you could no problem listening to. Aside from a bunch of dudes sitting around in a courtroom, there's really not much to look at. Curious is getting ready for work. I just clocked in. Speaking of clocking in, I didn't bother setting a super chat goal, but if you'd like to support the channel, please do. Consider becoming a member. Gifting membership is a superior way to support the channel, but no pressure on that. I'm gonna cover this anyways because I enjoy it myself. So let's just jump into it. I want to get as much of the backstory and the couple days that we missed. Obviously, we can't watch it all. We can't condense 7 hours into 2. But I got the highlights for you. I think we should first start by looking at what we're actually dealing with here. Location. So this is Adams County. It's just outside of shitty-ass Cincinnati, Ohio. Ohio, the one state in the union that whatever's going on there causes people to want to leave the planet. You got that right, folks. More astronauts from Ohio than any other state in the country. Something in the tap water of Ohio makes you want to leave Earth, if that gives you any indication what Ohio is like. It's a neighboring state to me, so I'm quite familiar with it. Pennsylvania's better. I'll just say that. All right, see. Let me do this. Give me 1 second here. Good morning, Heather B. Good to see you. Grain says, fuck a time slot. It's ordering pizza for a crowd. Can't please everyone. Yeah, exactly right. But you know what I mean. You know what I'm saying. I'm just trying to explain. Yeah, who gives a fuck? I was just trying to let you guys know why I haven't been going live early in the morning. I've been up early. I just, I really like the noon time slot. I truly do. But then I look at my analytics and I really got to set up something for my Brits because there's so many of you guys that watch. Hey man, I'm just learning all this stuff. Take it easy. All right, let me get this. I'm gonna get rid of this foliage. A little bit of wishful thinking with the green background. Hopefully one day it will turn summer again. All right, I'm gonna use this background just because it's more better for my shit. Let's see. Okay, so the first thing I want to share with y'all. Let's see. I just want to show you a quick map of what we're looking at here, where we are. This is Adams County, Ohio. Well, where'd it go? Oh, I have to present it. Derp, 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 derp. There we go. So this is what we're cooking with here. Let me zoom out just a little bit to give you some reference. You see, it's not even a suburb of Cincinnati. It's quite far from Cincinnati, actually. It looks close, but it's not. Oops. There we go. It gives you some idea. New York, Pittsburgh, my Steel City right here. And you can see why I love my city so much. Look at how advantageous it is. I mean, you've got New York here, Chicago right here, Niagara Falls, Detroit, and then you also have Toronto right here. It's fantastic. It's a great, and we have such a killer airport. I can get anywhere I want to go. Shit, if I show up by noon, I could be anywhere here. And then, of course, you got the Carolinas and Florida. Although all I want to do is be out here in California. This is where I belong, right about here. But we'll get there. Baby steps. Now we're looking at Afroman's supposed crimes. So just to give you a quick idea, and much of this information is going to be repeated a couple of times. Basically, 2002, Afroman's house in Ohio was raided. Raided. They knocked his whole front fucking door down. It was quite a scene. This was all predicated on an informant tip that said he was harboring narcotics and he kidnapped people, and he had a dungeon in his basement where he kept people in cages and made them poop in buckets. We'll quickly find out that none of that was true. The secret informant has been outed, and it turns out it was a local who's known to be a nutcase. So essentially the sheriff, as far as I can tell, the sheriff just used this bogus information or cooked it up themselves, because Afroman makes songs about getting high and talks crap on the cops. All First Amendment protected activity, by the way. What I tried to go down the rabbit hole of looking at how corrupt this area is. It's bad. I mean, it might as well be fucking Tennessee. Let's keep it real here. It's that bad. Everyone's corrupt, from the judge to the fucking court clerk. Every one of them. They can sue me if they want. It's just the fact of the matter. Let me get this in the right place here. And please bear with me. I don't typically cover trials. I don't think that's a secret to any of you. But this one, listen, not only does it have some importance, but it's also funny as shit, as you'll see from the opening statements here in a minute. But first, I'm going to give you the backstory of exactly what happened. This article from Vice is pretty fucking fantastic. I'm not going to lie. So I kind of just did a crash test on all of this last night. I mean, I didn't know any of it when I woke up, and when I went to bed, I knew a lot about it. So let me see. I'm going to start with this Vice magazine. Yeah. Oops. Let me go back. So there's tons of body cam, tons of footage. Let me go back here, though. There we go. Where'd it go? Oh, no. Here we go. There we go. Okay, can we see that properly? Let me just get this right here. Sorry. It's always a battle to try to get this shit right. There we go. Boom, bap. Free move. Just get it a little bit off my shit here. There we go. Perfect. What is oh. I'm not downloading anything. You got to be out your mind. What is this? Close that shit. All right. So this is from 2023. Police raided Afroman searching for a dungeon. I mean, okay, this is about as crazy as this gets. First of all, spoiler alert, no fucking dungeon. Not a one. So let me read this article really quickly, and then we'll get into the opening statements. Officers, you see how the fucking font is glitching out like that? That shit drives me bananas, man. What is going on here? Okay. Can you guys see that? And look at them having me fucking advertise for Amazon Prime. I don't want to advertise for Amazon Prime. What the fuck, dude? Anyways, officers from the app. What is this? The page is unresponsive. I'm going to wait. Officers from the Adams County. Well, this ain't going to work for me. What is going on? Officers from the Adams County Sheriff's Office in Ohio raided residents of rapper Afroman last summer, in part. Like I said, this would happen in 2000. What the fuck is this, dude? Obviously, it's. What do you mean? It's there. It doesn't need loaded. Anyways, Afroman last summer, in part because a confidential informant told them that Afroman has a dungeon where he keeps women locked up and forces them to defecate, blah blah blah, in a bucket in punishment. Why does it keep doing that? According to a search warrant and body cam footage shared with Motherboard, I guess is a magazine, an online magazine, when showed the relevant. I'm not sure if Motherboard is in connection with Vice at all or not. Why is it doing that? Hopefully when it's doing that, it's not interrupting my live stream. Hopefully you guys can still hear me. I can read through the bullshit here. Okay, let's see. Why, dude? In a bucket, according to the search warrant, I'm just going to read behind this shit. Fuck it. According to search warrant and body camera footage shared with Motherboard, when it showed a relevant section of a warrant, Afroman's record label said, LOL, that's completely fabricated and untrue. Afroman doesn't even have a basement. Afroman has a movie coming out within the next few weeks regarding this situation. There is a documentary. Of course, I can't play that here, but I'll link it for you guys. And we'll be filing a lawsuit against... Okay, let's see here. Let's see. According to the property website Redfin, Afroman's residence address has a crawl space style basement, which is typically much smaller. And they do show that in the body cam footage. You can't even fit. It's not a fucking dungeon. There's nothing in there, first of all. Secondly, you can't even fit a human person in there. I say human person because there are crocodile people, if you didn't know. Let's see. Dot Munez of Music Access Incorporated, Afroman's distributor, told Motherboard on Afroman's behalf that Afroman kindly asked me on behalf of all publications that inquire that these allegations are entirely false. If any indication would adhere true, he would have been arrested during the unlawful police raid. Well, that's kind of semantics because he couldn't have been arrested during the raid because he was in Chicago performing. Let's see here. The search warrant claims that Afroman has a basement in which Afroman keeps women. You get the idea. The search warrants claim that this basement is referred to as the dungeon. I mean, let's not cry wolf about people having dungeons, guys. Like, what the fuck? The information came from a confidential informant. This is where it all falls apart because obviously his local sheriff had beef with him. That's just a fact. The warrant says officers are to search for drugs, but also states that they are looking for evidence of kidnapping. I mean, this all escalates pretty quickly, ridiculously. Let's see here. A section of the search warrant addresses redacted by Motherboard. Okay, so I don't know where that image is. In any case, the hours-long search of the residence turned up only a few $1,000s in cash, which is normal for a performer to have He just performed some kind of event where he was paid $5,000 in cash. He just had it in his fucking suit jacket. In any case, a few $1,000s in cash, a colorless glass jar, mason jar full of nugs, as you can see, probably a green leafy vegetation, THC wax, and a few pipes. Afroman has not been charged with any crime. That's something else that that really is important to the situation. They broke his fucking front gate down, or they broke the mechanism that makes it automatically open. They broke down his front door, like all the way up the hinges. Didn't find anything they were looking for. Stole money from him. Went through all of his shit. Disarmed his security system and cameras. Touched everything in his whole fucking house, dude. I mean, they went in every pocket of everything in his closet. How are you going to find kidnap victims in somebody's suit jacket pocket? The whole thing is corrupt. But I think that's obvious already. The news from the latest episode is an ever-growing saga between Afroman, whose real name is Joseph Edgar Foreman, and the Adams County Sheriff. Boy, these guys look like fools, by the way. After the raid in August 2022, I mean, I'm trying not to be biased, but it's impossible not to be with this. I mean, this is so fucking ridiculous. And I've never seen a musician troll their local sheriff with so much fucking panache. What do you see? It's crazy. I'll be playing excerpts from the songs that he produced. Obviously, I can't play them all. Unfortunately, I'd love to, but you know how it goes. After the raid in August 22, Afroman made multiple songs and videos, and he's still going. Now, he's being charged. So originally, no charges. They just left this shit all broken. So he was pissed off and was just like, well, if they're not going to pay to fix my shit, I'm going to write songs and make videos about them using the surveillance, my home security surveillance system. Use the footage from that. These guys, they're like, oh, you can't use our image. This is defamation. You're mischaracterizing us. The sheriff think they have some type of right to privacy in this situation. Let me tell you, they do not. Not only were they in some other man's house where his security cameras picked it up, there's no assumed privacy if you're in someone else's house. We just have to get that out of the way. The Supreme Court has ruled on this. It's a precedent has been set. I don't know what the fuck is happening in Ohio. But secondly, there were no charges pressed against him. So it was a mess from the beginning. It was a stinking mess from the beginning. And boy, does he win the argument. One of the songs is called Lemon Pound Cake. Actually, he made a whole album called Lemon Pound Cake. It's about this chubby sheriff standing there as the raid happens, like eyeballing a lemon pound cake that's on the counter that Afroman's mom made. It's hilarious. I mean, it's all in good fun. Rocket Bits in the house. Good to see you. Wow, that's quite an allegation. I mean, the worst kind of allegation. All they had to do was get the blueprints from the man's house and see that he didn't have a basement. It's bananas. All right, so that's that. Let me switch that out with something else here. And of course, in this, wait, give me a second here. Let me close some of these tabs. My little Chromebook's fucking chugging over here. My Chromebook's trying to drink from the fountain. Give me 1 second. I don't want to fuck this up. All right, I get the opening statements. There is a separate, parallel thing going on here as well. The ACLU has filed something called an amicus curiae or something like that. I have that as well. If you guys are interested, I can show it after we look at some of the trial. It's complicated. It's legalese, and I'll be honest, I don't completely understand it. But it looks as though the ACLU intervened or became part of the situation, and they're able to create this thing called an amicus brief, where they're able to submit it as part of the trial, and the briefing gets considered by the judge. I've never heard of this before. I thought it was very strange. I tried to learn as much about it at midnight last night as I could, and I'll be honest, I failed. I don't understand it completely, so I'm not going to present it until I do. But pretty cool that there's an organization that saw how ridiculous this was and then tried to get involved. No, they didn't try. They actually did with success. Crazy allegations, though. Kidnapping and narcotics. And they found a little bit of weed, some weed concentrate, and a couple pot pipes. So that informant should, well, we'll get there. We'll get to that. And then there's tons of footage of the actual raid itself. We'll look at just a second of it. There's so much body cam footage that it'd be tough to what is going on here? This page just doesn't want to work for me properly. Oh well. Oh well. I read this. For much of the search, officers did not explicitly talk about what they were seemingly looking for. But after an hour or two, 2 hours they were in his house, but after more than 2 hours of searching, and his wife at the time was there. He's since divorced her, but you'll see her. She becomes a character in all of this. She's kind of badass, dude. I'm not going to lie. She just says it like it is. Let's see. Eventually discovers the back wall of a closet and presses against it excitedly, summons, "I think it's in here." She wasn't kidding. There it is. But the wall is just a wall. Empty, the cop says. There's nothing in there. There's nothing else in there. It's so fucking ridiculous. I don't know why this fucking video is not playing either. I'm pressing play. It's not fucking playing. So give me a second here. It's thoroughly annoying. Check. Okay, bear with me, guys. Rockabit says, "This is crazy. Haven't heard of it." Oh, it's because it's a black person and there's no sex or death involved. So if it's a black person, the media doesn't want to cover it. If there's no sex, even worse. No murder, definitely not going to cover that, dude. No blood on the ground. No rich old lady. You should see how many Native American women go missing every month and nobody gives a fuck about it because they're not white or rich or pretty. Some of them are pretty, but you get the idea. That's why you don't hear about stuff like this. And really, there's some comedic relief going on here. Let's keep it real. All right, so that's just going to fucking dork out on me. So give me 1 second. Let me see if I can open that back up. While we do that, I'm going to pull up the NPR article, which is also helpful to the situation. A nice, pleasant woman's voice explaining to us what's cooking here. There he is, Afroman. Because I get high. What a guy, dude. He's like a comedic rapper. I would be the first to agree that some of his shit is pretty crass. That's what it is. But I mean, it's like 90s rap music almost. It's playful. It can be a little vulgar, a little bit misogynistic, blunts and hoes. But I mean, it's also funny too. I mean, I don't know why none of this fucking shit is working, though. It's going to really drive me crazy. I mean, I just listened to it just before I started today. So it's like, why don't just kick me in the fucking nuts, dude? I'll just read the article. Afroman, after police in Ohio raided Afroman's house last August, the rapper known for years for early aughts hits. What the fuck is that? Including Because I Got High and Crazy Rap with Colt 45 and 2 Zigzags, decided to make something of it. Law enforcement had searched his home on suspicion of drug trafficking and kidnapping, but found no evidence and filed no charges against him. He says they kicked down his door, broke his video surveillance camera, stole money from him, and frightened his family. Of course, he was away performing in Chicago. But his wife at the time and the mother of his children, along with his children, were at the house, completely fucking traumatized from a whole SWAT team showing up, kicking or breaking the door. And thankfully, the children weren't in the house. They were playing in the neighbor's yard, but they witnessed the whole thing. So I do expect a countersuit coming from Afroman against the county. We'll see. Afroman, whose real name is Joseph, told NPR in a phone interview what he did was the smartest and most peaceful solution. And he's referencing him just making funny music videos about it. I asked myself, as a powerless black man in America, that a lot of people were pushing back for this, quote unquote pulling the black card. But I mean, it is what it is, man. He's a black guy in a predominantly white neighborhood that's corrupt as fuck. So whereas I know it's a lot of people get turned off. Oh, he's, what is he going to, I get it. But in this case, also keep in mind that this is all of this gets reviewed in the trial as well. So he's depicting himself as a victim, which he was. So let's see. I asked myself, as a powerless black man in America, what can I do to the cops that kicked in my door, tried to kill me in front of my kids, stole my money, and disconnected my cameras? He says, the only thing I could come up with is make funny rap song about them and make some money and use the money to pay for the damages they did and move on. Seems like a pretty legit thing. What do you think? What's up, Rod? Good morning, dude. Keep the emails coming, by the way, Rod. I'm learning a lot of stuff from the stuff you send me. Rod's been sending me a bunch of information about the Epstein stuff, and I am going to get back into it. It's just, I hate it. I hate talking about victims. That's why this trial right here is more fun for me, because nobody got hurt. I mean, of course, maybe the children were traumatized, but no one was physically hurt. There's no victim. There's no trail of blood. It's way more fun for me to get interested in something like this. Although I still watch true crime occasionally, I've really lost my taste for it almost completely. I'd rather just read the New York Times or LA Times to find out a synopsis of the case and just listen to the authorities, because there's way too many idiots on YouTube and all TikTok that they think they're some type of expert, dude, and they're just fucking polluting the earth with noise. Anyways. He released an album with songs about the raid and the music videos out of the surveillance footage, and it's so good. He created merchandise and a social media post calling out the officers who had been involved. Now some of them are suing him. His label and his Texas base, the cops are suing him. First, pay for his door. That's what I would say, and his gate. So they're suing him. 4 deputies, 2 sergeants, and 1 detective from Adams County office are accusing the rapper of profiting from the unauthorized use of their likeness. There's no, dude, I'm going to Ohio to protest if he's found guilty of this shit, dude. They kicked his door in on a faulty warrant and went through every pocket of his clothing, every drawer. I mean, what are you looking in the silverware drawer for fucking kidnap victims for, dude? What's happening here? Anyways, you'll see. It gets more ridiculous. In a complaint filed in the Ohio Police Court last week, they say it's been more difficult and dangerous to carry out their duties because of the comments made and attitudes expressed towards them. Boy, it sucks when the internet turns on you, huh? I have no idea what that's like. Because the comments made and the attitudes expressed toward them who have seen the videos, they say they've received death threats. I mean, I don't mean to laugh at that, but I mean, really? We'll see if that comes out in trial, if that's provable. And also suffered humiliation, ridicule, mental distress, embarrassment, and loss of reputation. I don't think I can hide my bias on this situation already. The plaintiffs are seeking all of Afroman's profits from the use of their personas, including proceeds of songs, videos, and live events. I mean, he did make a lot of money off of this. He had every right to, from my perspective. As well as Afroman branded merchandise such as beer, marijuana, and t-shirts, as well as the court injunction to take down the music videos. The videos are still up. Unless defendants are restrained, plaintiffs will suffer irreparable injury to their reputations, their mental health, and their legal protected rights as defendants continue to willfully and maliciously violate those rights. I mean, what a bunch of fucking crybabies, dude. Hold on. The heat is cranking. I was all bundled up, man. I got out of bed this morning. I was like, oh, I just want to roll back over. It's so comfortable. All right. Let's see. The plaintiff's lawyer and sheriffs have not yet responded to NPR's request. Yeah, of course not. Afroman says his immediate reaction to the lawsuit was a drop of anger, disbelief, a little anxiety, followed by tons of laughter. I was thinking these big bad cops are being beat up and bullied by those little corny rap songs I made about them. I'm like, oh my God, you are letting me know that my rap songs are working on you. He repeats a lot of this. Most of this is just going to be replicated, so I'm going to keep it moving in the spirit of time. So let's see here. We got the NPR out of the way. Boom, bap. One second. All right, I'm going to play a quick video, and then we'll get into the trial. I'm skipping the jury selection. We can always circle back to that if we feel interested. It's just a fucking big suck of time. Spoiler alert, all white people. No surprise there, right? So we're going to look at it. This shit here. Oops. Whoopsies. This one right here. Again, this was 2 years ago. But a legal battle. This really sets things up for you. ABC News. You can debate on how legit they are, but I like them. I like David Muir.
Over privacy for officers involved in a raid. At the center of it, rapper Afroman. After police searched his home, he used surveillance video of it in a music video and put images on merchandise. Now, some of the officers are suing. Our Alex Brochet traveled to Afroman's hometown of Winchester, Ohio, to learn more.
Okay, so Winchester, that's in Adams County, Ohio. It looks like it's about just under 100 miles east of Cincinnati, Ohio. That wretched little village that should have never existed. This whole thing's ridiculous.
More about the case that brought officers there and why Afroman decided to turn his experience into viral songs.
I was gonna clean my room until I got high.
It was the beginning of a new millennium when a rapper by the name of Afroman climbed to the
Calm down, ladies. I just had to take my hoodie off. What the fuck? I'm not just a piece of meat.
Charts with a song like None of Its Kind.
Because I got high. Because I got high. La da da da. Said Coke 45 and 2 zigzags.
I don't think I've ever watched the video for Because I Got High. I don't remember Jay and Silent Bob being in there. What a cool thing. Michelle says it's an hour away from me. Kentucky. Oh yes, of course. Yeah, so you probably have feelings about Cincinnati as well, Michelle 420. I'm willing to bet. I know I do. What's up, Zoe? Good morning. Yeah, it's so easy to wake up at like 6 in the morning when you go to bed at night instead of staying up like a YouTube crocodile snapping at people. Nah, I'll pass on that. So good morning, everyone. Welcome in. If you're just coming in, we're covering the Coolio trial this morning. We missed jury selection and opening statements, but I'm going to try to quickly get us caught up as much as we can before the trial starts live here at 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. East Side.
Baby, that's all we need.
Then came Crazy Rap, and a year later, a Grammy nomination.
Singing them dirty rap songs. Stop and hit the beat like Cheech and Chong. It still takes smoke, get a
I got this one done. I'm gonna wear this to my son's basketball game.
Fast forward 2 decades.
I mean, he's just a cool dude. If you got to look past the pothead persona, it's his character. From what I gather, he does smoke probably daily, but he's not like he's essentially a one-hit wonder with his song Because I Got High. So he's made a living off of this character that he's produced. So a lot of people will look at this guy, and I know this because I heard like comments about it. I've read the comments under some of these videos, and people were just explicitly racist. Look at this guy. He's got it. He has every right to dress however he wants, man. You know how much money he probably fucking pays in taxes to Ohio? Like they should be shining his shoes. Don't let a man's appearance. You'll see how well spoken he is. Of course, he's a well-known musician, so he entertains for a living. So it's no surprise that he's so well-spoken. But for some reason, it even was for me. I was like, damn, he's gonna eat these guys alive in court.
Later, this is life for Afroman now, living in Winchester, Ohio. playing the songs that made him
You know,
famous.
when your pimp cup matches your shirt, something's gone right.
Cause I got.
But he also has some new tunes.
Will you help me repair my gate? Will you help me repair my door? 7-pound gang.
These days, Afroman isn't just singing about
This guy became the most famous one. He became merchandise. This is the famous lemon pound cake. he doesn't actually eat it, but he's standing there with his Glock taking way too many ganders and glances at that lemon pound cake, dude. And you can tell by his round figure that he really wanted some of those nibbles, dude, for sure.
weed. He's also rapping about his experience with police.
Why you disconnecting my video camera? Did you find what you was looking for?
As you can see, they're playing clips of the songs that he wrote. Hunter Got High was one of the best. I'll have to check that out. You know what's funny about Hunter Biden is like definite crackhead, but still more better spoken than almost everyone that's in government today.
How long did it take you to write that song?
To be fair,
Totally off subject here, but Face of America, did you hear him describing like the euphoria of smoking crack? Like, but it's like he's an asshole. I give it to you, but he's so well spoken that by the end of it, I guarantee some people listening wanted to try it. Queen Moomin, thanks for gifting a membership, and look at that, Face of America received it. All right, let's keep it moving.
maybe a good 30 minutes. I think I just wanted to say whatever.
Let's take a second to appreciate the lipped-shaped sunglasses that he has on.
I was feeling. Most rappers, when they portray the police, they have to hire actors. Thanks to the Adams County Sheriff Department, they saved me a whole lot of money. They came over here with guns to kill me. The best thing I came up with was write songs about my experience and try to sell them and make some money.
These guys, man. And it's probably a good thing that he wasn't home. Look at this. Look at this. This could have very easily been the next nationwide protest had he been home. Ohio is known for their pretty liberal gun laws, and when I say that, people get confused. They're like, "Well, people who like guns are conservative, not liberal." What I'm saying is, it's easier to obtain and procure a weapon in Ohio than it is in most states. What's going on? Burden Proof, so good to see you. Top of the morning to you.
To pay for the destruction that they brought to my house.
Oh, also, he's running for president. I forgot to mention that.
On August 21st last year, deputies from the Adams County Sheriff's Department pulled up in front of Afroman's house in Winchester.
Was driving home, like, I don't know, like 65 miles away from home. I got a call. My kids was next door playing in the yard when they could see the police officers pulling up.
Armed with long guns and wearing tactical gear, the officers kicked down the door and entered the property. The whole thing playing out on Afroman's security cameras. Afroman says he watched his house get raided right from his phone.
No matter how hard you try to be a law-abiding citizen, this is how.
How about I don't talk while I'm muted, asshole? I mean, these lip sunglasses, let's just face it, man. Not everyone can get away with such a look. And this is insane. And not pot leaves, but pot leaves that are American flags as well. I mean, America. Let's see. Michelle 420 says, yes, Sinner, he doesn't mess with kids, neither. He loves cracking women. Well, oh, you mean Hunter? I mean, what a fucking character, man. I find it impossible, sorry to get distracted so easily, but I find it impossible to hate Hunter Biden when he's just a crackhead. A foolish man, you know? They're actual bad guys, you know? Some people, half of our government was friends and traveling to Epstein's Island. So a guy smoking crack in a hotel by himself, I don't find that threatening. 1 second, guys. Choo choo.
You know, America treats you, you know, like, you know, and I felt powerless.
The warrant obtained for this raid lists some serious allegations, evidence of drug possession and trafficking, as well as kidnapping. It also
this is terrifying. It's just some fucking local asshole lady could walk into the sheriff's department. I think there's more of a conspiracy here. I think they just were looking for an excuse, and I'm digging. It looks like the informant is closely associated with the sheriff's department. I'll just say that.
states that the police received a tip from a confidential informant who had seen large amounts of weed and money at the property and claimed Afroman kept women locked in his basement.
I didn't get charged. I didn't kidnap. I don't know where they got that.
I mean, it's just ridiculous. Ridiculous.
You know what I'm saying? And I think they just made it up. And I talked to the head officer. I asked him if I was under arrest. He said no. Then I asked him, were there any...
Good point. Good point for Voice of America. All of this started with somebody lying on this guy. Look at them. They're so defeated.
Charges.
Half of them, I'll just say it, man. Half of them probably fucking have shit in their pocket that they just stole from this man's house.
And no. Then I asked him if he would help me put my door back on the hinges and help me fix my gate. And that's when he cracked a little smile and said, we're not required to do that. And that's their way of just letting you know that that's how it is and you can't do nothing about it. So I got to start from right there and figure out what's my move.
The Adams County Sheriff kicked down my door.
Afroman went on.
So he just did what, like, I mean, I guess it would just be like me, like, reacting, like, if something like this happened, I'd, like, make paintings about it and have an opening at the gallery. You know what I mean? So he used what he had to fight against what happened to him. That's his voice and that's his music. He trolled them. He trolled them, made a bunch of money, enough money to repair the damages because they're not going to pay for it. He didn't pursue charges against them. He was like, fuck you. I'll write songs about you instead. Although I think he is going to countersue. That it hasn't happened yet, but it's become ridiculous. And now they're also harassing him and just constantly driving by his house.
And wrote 3 songs about the incident. Using the security camera video, he then released a music video that quickly went viral.
This has a lot of the Karen Reed police corruption sort of element to it. They all know each other. Like I said, not a very big town, working on a shoestring budget. And it's something really dangerous whenever you have a bunch of sheriff that can be classified as poor going through a millionaire's house and taking money from him. All predicated on a bullshit lie, by the way.
Lemon pound cake, he wanna put down his guap. Lemon pound cake, trending on TikTok.
After Lemon Pound Cake and Will You Help Me Repair My Door, Afroman made merchandise, saying it was his way of getting justice. But 3 months later, he received a notice the officers involved in that raid were suing him, claiming they had suffered humiliation.
This is just crazy. They're claiming they were humiliated. No, bro. That's a big no. That's why this is the important part. This could be any plaintiff, any defendant, but that's the crux of this whole situation. The First Amendment rights of Afroman to make those videos and talk his shit.
Ridicule, mental distress, embarrassment, and loss of reputation after the music videos were released. Their claim demanded they should receive the proceeds that Afroman made using their image.
What's your response to that?
These big, tough dudes that laugh.
It's crazy. Like, give us your money. No, you can't have my money, government. And so the government says, no, give us your money. And no, government, you can't have my money. This is actually just a simple situation of authorities overreaching.
When you ask them to help you put your door back on the hinge, it's turned into these little whiny crybabies complaining about my song. My only response to that was a rap song and a t-shirt.
We reached out to the Adams County Sheriff's Department via telephone and also in person. A spokesperson said they could not comment about the case because it's still under investigation. We also reached out to the attorney representing the deputies. They declined to comment.
You think, let's keep it real here.
Under investigation. We also reached out to
Is this guy looking for narcotics? Is he looking for a kidnap victim? Or is he checking out the fucking engine of a beautiful classic car? What's this guy looking for over here? Is he looking for a kidnap victim? This whole thing is a shakedown.
the attorney representing the deputies. They declined to comment on the specifics of this case, but they did say in an email,
look how this guy's holding his weapon, dude. These people were trained by let's just say they weren't trained.
Intend to argue my client's case in the Adams County Court, not in the court of public opinion or the press. Experts say this case raises some interesting legal points.
The officers do have a reasonable right to privacy. We all do.
No, not in public, not while in the line of duty as an authority figure that's funded by the citizens of this country. This has all been established by the Supreme Court.
But typically that something has to be exposed that is intensely personal, and it would offend.
Okay, I just saw that I lost connection, so I'm going to give it a second to make sure we're all still able to listen and view. Rod says it's his image, his cameras, his house. Exactly right. This is I think the sheriff bit off more than they could chew with this. We're talking now. We're getting to the. Yeah, I see where it glitched out now. My phone caught up. We're getting to the meat and potatoes of what this is actually about. I know it's funny. It's a stoner. It's a rapper. He's trolling the cops. It's all very funny. But there's actually a huge important issue here. We're talking about the most important issue, First Amendment, privacy. Let's keep it going. Sorry, I don't know why my internet just glitched out for a second. Hopefully I'm back and everything sounds good. Jiggity check.
Executing their job functions is typically not going to rise to the level of a violation of privacy.
That's it exactly. Not only, let's just subtract the fact that it was this man's house. If Afroman was sitting at a coffee shop and the police are having some type of operation that's viewable to the public, that is to say, he can see it from where he's sitting, from a public place. He can see something happening also in a public place. You can record them all day long. If they try to stop you from recording them and you're not interfering with their duties, that's called prior restraint. That's actually illegal for them to do. They can't restrict you from filming. If they're in the line of duty, if they're in the progress or if they're in the action of their duties, they're serving as a representative of our tax money. And we have every right to observe what they're doing, film what they're doing, criticize what they're doing. All of these things have been well established. This is old school constitutional law. I don't know what these sheriffs are thinking, but we'll figure that out as we get into the trial.
Afroman has lived in Adams County for 17 years, a county of 27,000 people where 96% of the residents are white, according to the Census Bureau.
Describe to me, how the hell have these last 17 plus years been living here in this community?
Yeah, when I ride down the street, I get the...
Afroman needs to move up to Yellow Springs, Ohio, where Dave Chappelle basically runs shit. That's what I would do if I was him.
You know, the whistles, the out the window. Yeah, they've been overall nice to me. I had to go to Walmart the other day.
That's exactly right. What a great way to put it, Face of America. Your eyes can't trespass past you. If you can see it from public, if you can see it from a public sidewalk in almost every state, there's some weird cliche laws, old school laws in some places. It's too few to mention. But if you're standing on a sidewalk, even if you're standing on a sidewalk and your neighbors are boning down across the way, it's not against the law to film them. I mean, it's fucking creepy and weird as shit, but I've seen cases like that. If it's public view, it's public view. It's the way it is, man. Oops.
And everybody was coming up to me, "Are you okay, man? I'm sorry about what you went through." And then they tell me stories that they're going through the same thing too, but they don't have the platform I have to expose it.
While the lawsuit is still unresolved, Afroman is preparing to take a new direction. He's officially running for president in 2024.
Thanks again, everyone, for being here. I know this is a departure from what I normally do. I'll be frank with you. I'm tired of fucking talking about these low life motherfuckers that are just so far below me. It's like, what am I doing with my life? So we're going to cover this trial for a while. There's going to be drama inevitably. I mean, crackhead Turner's back. Old Toothache's over there. She can't shut up. We're just going to do this for a couple of days. So don't you worry, you bloodthirsting animals out there that just want the most chaotic and hurtful things to be said over and over again. We'll get to you. There'll be entertainment for you. In the meantime, you might want to check out the 400-pound racist Cluminati over on Kick. She might be more your style. Puta.
Talk to me about your platform.
My platform is I want to make marijuana, cannabis, legal in all 50 states. There's no more raiding people for a plant. After that,
this is where it gets weird. He's running for president and the platform is legalize weed. Hey, man, I'm actually proponent for legalizing it recreationally all the way across the board. Simply because of the tax benefit that would cause so many communities that are struggling. Communities that don't even have a grocery store. They can set up a couple dispensaries and have a new fucking school and grocery store in just a year and a half. So
I'd like to see some serious police reform. If a cop doesn't wear a camera, he doesn't get a paycheck. Hey,
man, I love that.
I could win.
I love that. I love that.
I could lose, but I could win. Yeah, if nothing else, I'll give a voice to somebody who can run the baton further.
He's one of many.
I promise you, I'm not endorsing Afroman for president. That's just like a obscure part of the situation. We've seen all kinds of celebrities try to run for political offices. Hard pass on the drama. Yeah. I mean, I just got a message from someone. I was speaking directly to them. I think I don't want to call them out because they're weak and stupid, but that's what it is. How come you're doing this? My channel is predominantly drama. Whenever I depart from drama to do something else, people are like, "We want the drama," and then I'll go back to the drama, and people will be like, "All you do is drama." It's like, dude, I'll have VIP bags of dicks for these people.
Throwing his name into the ring. Our thanks to Alex Prochet for that.
Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos.
All right, George. Thanks, bud. George Stephanopoulos. That guy's got an awkward amount of energy. I'll tell you that. All right, let's see here. Where do we go next? I'm not going to bother you with the ACLU paperwork. That gets a bit. I still have to figure it out. I'll be straight with you. Where's my shit here? Give me 1 second. There we go. Into the courtroom. And he did make. I don't know if it's been disclosed how much cash he made, but he made a pretty good penny off of all this shit. I mean, enough for him to repair the damage that was done to his stuff. Hopefully that's not too much white going on the screen. I like it that way. It's clean. Maybe my brain has been fucking twisted by Apple product packaging, but I just want to keep it clean. No bells and whistles, just the information today. All right, so let me make sure I got this in the right spot. Thank you, George Stephanopoulos. Let me get rid of these tabs here. I got a bunch of shit open. I can't believe I really wanted to play. Man, it's weird that things work well in practice, and then whenever I try it live, it doesn't work. Oh well, we roll with the punches. And I'm not gonna bother you with the jury selection. As you saw, I have an image of the entire jury. I don't know how that's a thing, but I do have that. And they're all white. Every single one of them are grumpy old white people which, look a lot like my family. But if I was a black guy on trial for something, certainly wouldn't want to look over and see that was the jury. But a jury of his peers, I hardly believe that's true. A jury of local yokels, absolutely. I think there's a big difference. Someone could be local and nowhere near your peer, if you know what I'm saying. If you know what I'm saying. So this gets a running start. Here's the judge. See, I get the judge's name, Judge Jerry McBride. Have some fun and Google this asshole. There's a real nest going on here. Real parallels between Nashville shenanigans when it comes to courts and authorities. Let's go. I'll be taking a break occasionally. I don't know why this isn't getting big.
All of these posts, Mr. Foreman knew they were untrue. And that's the actual malice that you heard about. He doesn't have to hate people. He doesn't have to anything else. If he knows they weren't true, that's actual malice. For public officials, he can't do that, and he did. Now, these deputies asked the defendant years ago to stop these posts, to take them down. He didn't. He ramped them up. Freedom of speech. I can say what I want. Worse and worse.
Now, there are some allegations made by Afroman. I think out of anger. I'm not sure. We'll see. Ultimately, so everyone's clear about what we're looking at here. This is a man whose rights were infringed upon. They busted up his gate, his house. Many can argue that, hey, they had a warrant. Okay, fair enough. So then the guy made videos to try to recoup his losses instead of suing the sheriff, which would take years and all this other shit. He was like, fuck those guys. I'll just make a funny song about them using my surveillance. He did that with incredible success. Many people think he reignited his career. He's getting booked again at shows. Obviously, it worked for him. So he made his money back. They were so pissed off that they were in his video from the home surveillance cameras that they're now suing him for the big D, defamation. We know about defamation, don't we? We've learned a lot about defamation here on YouTube. We're at the point now that probably almost any one of these channels can sue another channel for defamation. We just defame the shit out of each other here. It's a crazy thing. I really caught the brunt of that, as many of you know.
You'll see what they are before the trial's over.
I got this at 1.5. Again, just in the sake of saving us some time.
Now, I'm going to ask you to come back with me to the summer of 2022. Adams County, here in West Union, here in this courthouse, the sheriff's office downstairs. There's a group of deputy sheriffs, several of them. A lot of them were raised here in Adams County, lived almost all their lives here. A lot of them have had their whole law enforcement careers here in Adams County. Some of them left Adams County for a while, but came back home here to be with the people that they know and know them. Some of them.
I won't be stopping too often, but I will be answering. If you got questions, drop them. There aren't too many here, so I'll be able to catch them. Is weed legal in Ohio? Yes. Recreational marijuana is legal in Ohio. Following approval of Issue 2 in November 2023, it became legal for adults 21 and older to possess, use, and grow marijuana in this state. So even the small amount of marijuana that they found at his house. Now, when they say wax, they're talking about concentrates. That gets a little different. Although it's in states and cities that have recreational marijuana legal, the waxes. Let me try to explain this the best way I can. I realize not all of you are potheads. Because of the high level of THC in a concentrate, basically they take an ounce of weed, concentrated down to a gram worth of substance. So it's like the difference between like a Coors Light and a fucking shot of whiskey, if that makes any sense. It's stronger. So you're allowed to have those concentrates in most states where it's legal, but it's a much smaller amount. Like if you have a shoebox full of concentrates, then you're still infringing upon the law, because then it looks like you're distributing. And they don't want you to do that. They want you to go to the dispensary, because that's where they collect their fucking 40 to 60% taxation on the marijuana. But What I'm trying to say is they actually found nothing illegal in Afroman's house when he went there, being that the pot's legal. They didn't find one pain pill, not one line of blow, not one pill of ecstasy, none of it. Just like you would expect Afroman's house to have maybe a couple stashes of pot and a pot pipe. Go figure. Yes, the wax is derivative of the plant. I'm just trying to explain it in such a way that we all understand what I'm saying. It's really not that complicated.
Gone to the city, to Cincinnati or Columbus or somewhere else and made more money, but they stayed here in Adams County to be law enforcement officers, deputy sheriffs. They have wives, spouses, husbands, children, go to Adams County schools. This is where their lives are.
Curious, from my perspective, they didn't have probable cause. They didn't like him. They didn't like him. Now, if I say it's racism, then I'm playing the race card for this guy. It's racism. He's in a racist fucking county with a racist judge with racist fucking sheriff. So they already had a hard on for this guy. This guy's making videos talking about getting high and F the police. So he was a target. This was probably planned well in advance, although there's no way for me to know that. You know what I'm saying.
Seven of those deputy sheriffs.
Private secret informants was the catalyst for the warrant, though, if that's what you're asking, curious. Of course, it being such a small town, Afroman also finds out who these informants are, and he includes them in songs as well. So, I mean, he just fucking trolled them all. He's like, fuck me? No, fuck you.
Sheriffs are here today. There's Randy Walters there on the left, Mike Estep beside him, Lisa Phillips beside him, Sean Grooms beside him, Justin Cooley beside him.
Those are all the sheriffs that are claiming defamation.
Detective Brian Newland beside him, and Sean Cooley, Justin.
I'm not afraid to say that these are the same guys that you'd find at your local Klan meeting. That's what's going on here.
Father beside him. What brought them together was some information that Brian Newland came across in the summer of 2022. Some information that caused him to have to do something. So he typed up a search warrant and he took it to a local judge. The local judge looked at it, approved it, signed the search warrant, and Detective Newland started gathering deputy sheriffs to help execute this search warrant. And it was a search of defendant Foreman's property out on Russellville Road here in Adams.
Excuse me, we keep calling him Afroman, but of course he has a government name as well.
County.
Mr. Foreman.
Detective Newland will tell you that any search like this is potentially dangerous, so you like to have as many people as you can. The deputies had guns, of course. A couple of them had rifles, which is normal protocol in a situation like this.
Yeah.
And there were about 10 of them altogether who were gathered to execute this search warrant in August of 2022. And these 7 were some of those deputies. The evidence is going to show that the evidence will show, first of all, none of these deputies had any idea when they woke up that morning that they were going to be executing a search warrant. None of them had any idea that by doing their duties that day, their lives would be turned upside down. That evening, they approached the premises, spread out.
I don't believe a fucking word coming from this man's mouth. There's no way that this little podunk neighborhood with the small SWAT team, the fire chief is also an officer type shit. Like, no. They knew the night before that they were going to do this. If they didn't, even a more glaring indication that they're not professional in any way.
The way they had it planned, they knocked on the door, no answer. Tried the doors were locked, doors were secured. They ended up gaining entry with a battering ram, had to knock the door down. Again, that's procedure that happens.
I mean, knock the door all the way down.
Executing warrants, when that's the way you need to get in. Nobody was home. Mr. Foreman wasn't home. He was away in Chicago doing a show. The deputies searched the house.
His wife was home. His wife was home and the children were home. They were just playing in a neighbor's yard.
They found a small amount of marijuana. They found a significant amount of cash. They seized the marijuana. They seized the cash. That's what they do.
That's just what they do. That's just what they do. Okay. There were no indication of the crimes being committed, of which they received a warrant from this asshole judge to go into this man's house. Nothing illegal. He didn't break the law, so they seized his cash and his pot. That's governmental overreach. Like as explicit as you'll ever fucking see, dude.
That's pretty much it. No evidence of a major crime was found. And so what happened was, after a while, the local sheriff ordered that, decided there's not going to be any charges filed here, and so he ordered the cash to be returned. It was over $4,000 total cash found in some of Mr. Foreman's clothing and another place in his house.
Yeah, they're looking for narcotics and kidnap victims, and they went through every fucking drawer, every cupboard, every pocket of the clothing hanging in his fucking armoire, dude.
Shortly after the cash was returned.
Well, they did return the cash. It was short. We'll get
Mr.
there.
Foreman, he began.
We'll get there. I really have to let this play, or else it's going to take forever. Like I said, the live trial starts at 9 a.m. this morning. It looks like I got a notification that they're running behind schedule, so that actually helps us. I'm not going to say your name, but thank you so much for that $10 cash app. It's very nice of you. I can call you TF. Thank you so much. It's so kind of you.
Claiming on the internet and every place he could that the sheriff's deputies had stolen $400 from his money, hadn't returned it. You're going to hear the evidence about that, and we're going to demonstrate to you that that's not true and that he knew it wasn't true. There was an independent investigation done by Claremont County, but that didn't keep him from continuing to declare that Brian Newland in particular and the rest of these deputies are thieves. Okay, that's just the beginning of it. Then,
wait till you guys see Afroman's fucking lawyer. I swear to Christ, this is what's going to happen to my beard as I age. Although I'm probably just the same age as this lawyer. If I let my beard grow out, which I don't often, you'll see. I love his lawyer, dude. He looks like a little stoner guy himself. We'll see.
He went beyond calling these deputies thieves. As I've indicated to you, he called Brian Newland a pedophile. Not called him. He posted it, published it all over the internet in various posts.
Okay, so I don't want to get too far ahead, but I've been reading ahead as far as the allegations. Afroman did, in fact, call one of these sheriffs a pedo. It's because Afroman has gained information that this man supplies liquor to underage girls. It's really bad. So there should be, and I'm willing to bet that there is, a federal investigation against this police department. They don't even realize it yet. But yes, one of these sheriffs was notorious in town for picking up younger girls, supplying liquor to high school kids, hanging out with them. Don't use your imagination, but you know where I'm going.
He found a photo of Detective Newland from a Shop with a Cop event that Mr. Newland attended with little kids, disadvantaged kids in the community, Shop with a Cop, and get them to know law enforcement. Mr. Foreman found a photo of Brian Newland holding one of these children that he worked with. And Mr. Foreman...
And just for the record, Mr. Foreman is Afroman.
Blocked out the face and put a smiley face on it and posted this picture of Brian Newland, and it says, Brian Newland is a pedophile. Watch your kids around this man. He likes to fondle little boys' testicles. Posted it all over the internet.
Trigger warning. Also, if this is true, then Afroman is a whistleblower. I support whistleblowers. Hopefully the authorities will get to the bottom of it.
Not once, not twice, many, many times, seen thousands of times by people. People in the community started making comments to Detective Newland. His daughter came home from school crying because some kids had called their dad a pedophile.
Okay, I mean, obviously, lawyers do what lawyers do. But if we're going to talk about kids, we should probably talk about Afroman's kids being traumatized by a dozen and a half men showing up with fucking assault rifles, kicking down their family home's front door for no reason. We're to worry about this officer's child. I gotcha.
He used to coach cross-country teams. Some of the kids on his cross-country team started calling him a thief and a pedophile. He'll testify. He'll tell.
So Afroman they weren't even original allegations from Afroman. It was something that he became aware of. Did this guy just say this cop used to be a softball coach and there were allegations made against him then? What the?
His cross-country team started calling him a thief and a pedophile. He'll testify. He'll tell you that his daughters used to have kids over all the time. They like to hang out.
Oh boy, that sounds real bad. Hopefully this motherfucker's being investigated.
At his house and do things. After all this started, that stopped happening. Like, kids didn't come over. Finally, Detective Newland felt like he couldn't continue to work in Adams County anymore. Adams County was his dream job. He started.
Oh, of course it was. And you know what they do with bad cops? They just shuffle them along. They do the same thing with fucking teachers, man. I just learned this. I had no idea that was a thing. Poorly producing officers, just like poorly producing educators, just get shuffled somewhere else. Hopefully they'll do better wherever they end up. Oftentimes they do not.
Years as a deputy, worked his way up to detective. This is where he wanted to spend his career, but things soured out. He couldn't stand working here anymore. He resigned his job from the Adams County Sheriff's Department and went to Cincinnati and now works for the Norwood Police Department. He commutes, drives every day.
He has to drive every day. Bummer, dude. Welcome to the country. Thank you so much, how do you say that? Marshall Dove, 8762. Thank you so much for becoming a member. And thanks for being here. Excuse my crass language. I cuss a lot. I'm rein it in for this because I know people aren't here for my usual trash talking drama stream. So I'll do my best, but don't judge me.
Because he felt like he can't work here anymore. Now, Mr. Foreman, as I indicated a moment ago, saved his most severe attacks for...
That's exactly right, Face of America. It's just like your local arsonist volunteering at the volunteer fire department. Same thing, dude. Access, that's what creeps do.
Lisa Phillips. Lisa Phillips worked as a resource officer in the Adams County schools for 18 years. She used to greet the children, including Mr. Foreman's children, when they were dropped off at school in the morning. Said hello to them, made them feel welcome. Mr. Foreman posted that Lisa Phillips likes to have sex with other women. He used other words. She ate my ex-wife just like pizza. Pussy, 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 eating, blah, 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 over and over, thousands of times on the internet.
Whoa,
people saw it, people laughed, people from out.
Definitely wasn't thousands of times. And trigger warning, you just never know what these squirrely little lawyers are going to say. But
out of state, but people here in Adams County would sometimes yell at her when they saw her. Hey, Lisa Lickumlow Phillips, that was his nickname for her. Over and over. This has been going on.
We no longer have a sense of humor in this country, for fuck's sake. Hey, Be Real. It says, hey, listener listening, I'm glad you're covering this. Yeah, it seems like no one else is, and we need a good comedic relief. Although this man's talking very serious and using very vulgar words, there is funniness here, I promise you. Just wait until you see Afroman's lawyer, and wait till you see what Afroman wore to court.
For like almost 3 years now, folks. And it's taken a heavy toll on her. Her child came home from school crying, saying, because the kids were saying, did your mom have a sex change? Because of what they saw that he had posted. We asked him to stop. He doubled down. Thank you, Judge. She's out on call doing her duty. Someone yells at her, hey, Lisa Lickumlow calls her a thief. She's had to miss days of work because of the emotional upset. Her doctor has her on medication. Because of this, because of lies. Just Friday, on the eve of trial, he published the most egregious thing you can imagine. I don't know if any of you have seen it. I think you will in this trial. It's basically pornography about Lisa Phillips. Mr. Foreman also targeted Deputy Randy Walters for special treatment. In several videos seen by thousands
Targeted. I mean,
of people, Mr. Foreman declares, I used to fuck his wife. I used to fuck his wife doggy style. His kids, his daughter came home.
Excuse their language. But that's also true. One of the sheriffs, because again, small town, one of the sheriff's wives did have a relationship with Mr. Foreman or Afroman well before she was married. So pretty crass, pretty crude thing to do to a person, say I effed your wife or whatever. It just happens to be true in this case. I don't know. I've never been married, but I would hate if Afroman was saying about me, hey man, I used to bend your wife or whatever. Like, so obviously you can see now things are getting personal. Now these sheriffs are really angry. I mean, I can't say I blame them, but also, whoops.
Upset because the kids at school were saying, hey, is Afroman your father? We asked him to stop. He didn't. He's still publishing. There's new videos today coming out. In your face. I'm going to do what I want. Justin Cooley was targeted by Mr. Foreman as a thief. Sean Cooley, Mike Eastep, and Sean Grooms all suffered by being called a thief. They're sheriffs. They go to people's houses to do things. Hey, you're going to steal my money too? Their reputations have been damaged. It's harder for them to do their jobs. You'll hear all the evidence. That's what this case is about in terms of the facts. At the end of the case, you'll have to decide if Mr. Foreman should be held responsible for what he's done. That's what the case is about. Should he be held responsible? I indicated during our jury selection process the kind of damages we're going to be asking for, the non-economic, the value damages. You'll hear all the evidence. You'll have to decide, how bad was this? I think you're going to decide it wasn't just a little minor, said something bad.
Rockabin, I think you're referencing that Matthew Farewell gentleman, who is the victim was Sandra Birchmore. Yeah, I'm familiar with that. I don't like to cover true crime, but I do follow that shit. Sandra Birchmore, yes indeed. See, you guys were a step ahead of me.
Gotcha. It was about as bad as you can imagine for these deputies. Reputation, pain and suffering, humiliation, personal embarrassment, loss of reputation, all that stuff. You're going to have to put a value on it.
Hey man, what's it do to your reputation if your local authorities are saying that you're distributing narcotics and keeping people in a dungeon? I mean, this just disgusts me that these fucking guys are like, oh, we're victims. No, you're the perpetrators, dude.
I will tell you this. As I said earlier, I'll try to help give some guidance. You can reject it or not, because it's your choice. But at the end of the day, I'm going to be asking you for a number for all these people that is in the 7 figures. That's how serious we take this.
They're trying to financially ruin Afroman.
And there's also a punitive damages element that may go to you depending on what the judge decides. And that's going to be another decision you'll have to make based on how bad you think this is and what this conduct deserves that's been done to these people. At the end of the day, it's about what's legal,
At the end of the day, it's night.
Moral, what needs to be done to make up in some way for what's been done to these deputies that have spent their careers defending this community and living in this community. That's all I have. Thank you.
I wish I had more time to do research to find out exactly how much, like, let's say this judge pays in taxes in contrast to how much Afroman pays in taxes. I bet, listen, man, just like Dave Chappelle in Yellow Springs, Ohio, the local community, they have to show some grace because this man is basically funding their entire town with his tax money. Then, that's not relevant to any kind of trial, but just that's what lingers in my head. The money that Afroman pays in taxes from his entertaining people, his fans, is what pays for the fucking sheriff's department to even operate. I mean, it's really that direct in a small town.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
There he is.
I'm going to reintroduce myself. My name is David Osborne Jr. I represent.
Fuck yeah, another David coming out here looking like a full fucking wizard. Let's go.
Joseph Foreman. He does go by the stage name Afroman. And I want to thank you
for the American flag tie. America. That looks like a straight up dollar store tie, by the way.
For your service today. This is not going to be an easy case. This is going to take a week of dedication of you to go through. Not an easy thing to ask, but something that we appreciate you are willing to do. This case is about the freedom of speech protections contained within the First Amendment of the United States and the Ohio Constitution. It is about an American citizen's right to make public comments about the actions of public officials, actions that took place in his own home, actions that took place within his home were part of his artistic, creative expressions. And Americans maintain a right to criticize, to mock public officials.
Damn right. Damn right we do. We have every right to do that. We can mock each other too.
And that includes law enforcement officers. On August 21st of 2022, Detective Brian Newland drafted a search warrant. That search warrant was based upon an interview conducted with a confidential informant. That confidential informant gave Mr. Newland information. He put it in a search warrant, and then he went and he saw Judge Roy Gabbard, and Roy signed it. From there, they went to execute that very same day.
Oh man, maybe after this we'll get into Roy. He's got quite a reputation.
Officers from the Adams County Sheriff's Office, 7 of the 10, descended upon Mr. Foreman's residence with a hastily prepared search warrant. For a man who's famous for a song that said, "I got high," the amount of force used was excessive, to say the least. After all, based on the song, a bag of Doritos would have been enough to take him out. But they deemed it necessary to not only go to his residence with assault rifles, body armor, and even a riot shield to execute their search warrant. And all that led to a destructive search of Mr. Foreman's residence. Deputies searched Mr. Foreman's home, every one of his outbuildings, behind the couch, under the hood of a car. And you know what they found?
I'm happy you pointed that out because that struck me as well. Those dudes were just checking out his hot rod, man. They weren't looking for victims or narcotics.
A couple little joints, which, let's face it, because I got high, that was expected. And then they found cash. His cash, not theirs. His. They seized all that. It was cataloged, returned to the office by Brian Newland. Newland then does what's required by law. After you search, you have to return a thing to the court that says every single thing you seized, a return on your search warrant to tell the court what you took. In that, he puts a number for the amount of cash that was there. Now, Mr. Foreman, well, let me back up, because there's something I forgot during the search. For a search for marijuana, or whatever was in the search warrant, we'll introduce.
I'm with you, Curious. I think no, there's no doubt in my mind that this could be a case that activists take to the streets for. And yet a black man murdered in his home by inadequate sheriff department. He wasn't home. I think of that as sort of like miraculous because he could have lost his life. We saw how those guys entered his home. Like there was no, it is what it is. He wasn't home. He was in Chicago performing. Thank goodness.
That later. They disconnected his security camera system. He has a security camera system in the house. He's had break-ins before. Most Americans, he has a security camera system. Yet in the middle of their search, they disconnect it. They say it's going to be because they want to take it for evidence. But you know where that evidence ended up? On the couch over there. Just disconnect it and leave it there.
If you're bored sometime during the day, just Google prior restraint. Like, I'm not sure of the specific laws in Ohio. I'm more familiar with California and Pennsylvania, places that I dwell. But I'm pretty sure disabling those cameras is considered prior. prior restraint. Doesn't say if you're filming a cop in his duties, say you see someone being pulled over and you go out on the sidewalk and you film it. You have every right to do that. If an officer comes over and takes your phone or makes you turn your recording device off, that's called prior restraint. It's a big fucking no-no. So I think if there's any countersuit from Afroman against the sheriff's department, that's going to be a big topic of conversation. But of course, we're not anywhere near there yet.
Now, what precipitated next is the primary focus of the lawsuit. Mr. Foreman did what he's done through his entire career. He took his life experience.
This did start yesterday. Jury selection was on Monday, and then opening statements were yesterday. And then today, just about a half hour from now, starts up again.
Experiences and turned them into music, social commentary, and artistic expression.
I am admittedly a day behind. I didn't know this was happening, so I just kind of threw this together. I wasn't sure. Never really covered a trial before, so this is sort of just going on a wish and a prayer here.
After all, one only need to look at the song, Because I Got High. The lyrics are there. I was going to clean my room because I got high. He was rapping about his life then, and his posts are talking about his life and his experiences. During the search of Mr. Foreman's home, deputies' actions during the search.
The Supreme Court says that you can film any officer or any public official, anybody that makes 1 fucking cent off of either your tax money or federal tax money, you're able to record them. Now, you can't interfere with what they're doing. Like there's many cases that have gone to the Supreme Court where these First Amendment auditors would intervene or yell stuff or give advice to the person that's pulled over as they're standing on the sidewalk. There's big gray areas, but in general, if you can see it with your own eyes, you can film it.
Search was captured in 2 places. One, the security system of Mr. Foreman. Joe's security system was active until they cut it. You also have body camera footage. Now, we don't have body camera footage for all 10. Not everybody was wearing body camera, but the officers that did, there is body cam footage. And he used this footage from both those locations to make his music videos. He posted them on social media like Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, and even TikTok. The plaintiffs decided they did not like what Joe had to say about him, or how they portrayed him, or how he used the footage of their behavior as their job as law enforcement officers, as public officials. Their response was to sue him in order to silence his freedom of speech, threaten his livelihood. After all, have you ever heard of a law enforcement officer suing a person for making a social commentary on them? Or have you ever heard of an officer suing anybody because someone said they didn't like what they had to say? Officers deal with it all the time. I dealt with it during my election. You don't sue people. You respect the freedom of this country and move on. Because, let's face it, if we don't have freedom of speech, what else is there? 250 years ago, the founders of this great country wanted to limit the government's involvement and what government officials had power over to say. And that's why we have the freedom of speech we have today. Before we get to the evidence, I want you to understand this case started with a number of claims. Of them, 2 were dismissed by the court.
Do not go there. Do not go there. You know and I know the jury doesn't need to know what's not there. I'm not hiding the ball. Claims filter out like they should. I gave you instructions. And you don't need to get distracted about what's not in front of you. Mr. Klingler talked about punitive damages. Maybe, but you don't need to know that because we're not there.
This fucking guy. Again, this is Judge Jerry McBride presiding. Boy, I could do a whole month worth of live streams over the cases that this dirtbag proceeded over. But hey, let's not defame him, huh?
I'll tell you that if you need to know it later. There's a lot of things this case is not about. So he doesn't get to talk about what it's not about. It's only what it is about. Go ahead.
Forget it. I have to adjust my evidence slightly. It should be noted that public officials, such as these gentlemen and Ms. Phillips over here, are held to a higher standard than an ordinary person. They're public officials. They are expected to be criticized and mocked. The evidence will indicate that Mr. Foreman created songs with titles like Will You Repair My Door? Lemon Pound Cake. These songs went viral, yes. People connected with the message and understood what Joe was trying to say. The videos and songs resonated with the public because they address something that people care deeply about as Americans, and that is how long.
Not only do people care deeply, but this shit's also funny. I'll play clips of it. Unfortunately, I can't play the whole tune, but I can play clips for you. I'm hoping above hopes that they do play some of the tunes in court. They haven't yet.
Enforcement officers conduct.
Also, just a quick catch everybody up. This is from yesterday. This is the opening statements. Monday was the jury selection. I just skipped past that in the spirit of keeping good time for you guys. And again, 9 o'clock this morning, about 25 minutes from now, the jury convenes and the trial continues live. We'll be covering that as well.
Themselves. Joe also made statements on social media about the search and the officers involved. Some of these statements were openly critical and expressed Joe's opinions about what happened. Statements about missing money. And he used some strong language, some exaggerated language. We call it hyperbolic language, to present his message and his opinion. But all these statements were a matter of public concern as well as statements about his personal opinions. The experience of law enforcement officers executing a destructive search warrant is well beyond question, as it is a matter of public concern. The plaintiffs are going to point to specific statements that Joe made. They're going to claim these statements are defamatory. They are going to attempt to remove them from their context. Statements aren't in a vacuum. There's context. If you get called a name, if my wife yells at me, there's probably context to it. That context is what we're going to show you. Because if you look at those statements in isolation and simply ignore the conduct that sparked them, you can't understand really what was going on. You'll be asked to forget much of that context of the statements. At least not, I should say the least of it is that the plaintiffs are public officials and the public has a right to criticize them. The evidence will show that Mr. Foreman's statements fall into three categories. The first, many of these statements are his opinions. Opinions are not assertions of fact. They are Joe's subjective views about his encounter with these public officials and the execution of their duties. The First Amendment protects the right.
If you guys have the capacity, please pay attention. This is the crux. This is the lawsuit. These officers these sheriff are claiming that they were defamed. We know a lot about defamation here on YouTube. The shit that we say about each other, it's out of control. So that's also something that interested me in this case because it's relevant to what we do here, in fact. And of course, lemon pound cake.
To express those opinions, even if they're harsh, even if they're mean, even if the person who is the subject of them hates them, they are protected. Second, many of the statements are exaggerated, rhetorical exaggeration, as you might expect from a musician. After all, if you didn't have Because You Got High, if I said I just didn't want to clean my room, no one would have bought that song. You have to exaggerate something. You'll see he used colorful language, sarcasm, and satire. No reasonable person would have understood these statements to be literal assertions of fact. For example,
exactly. If it can't be defamation, if it's true, it's just a description. Hugely different from defamation.
Mr. Foreman created nicknames and made comparisons to cartoon characters. No reasonable person would understand those as a literal assertion of fact. That is a rhetorical satire flourish. That has always been part of our social and political commentary in this country. After all, pick up the newspaper, you're going to see a political cartoon making fun of somebody. Watch Saturday Night Live. They make fun of people all the time. They even made fun of Joe. It just happens. It's part of our freedom of speech and also Mr. Foreman's artistic expression. The third is the extent that any of the statements assert facts. They relate to matters of public concern. Matters of public concern are exempted. These statements are...
Well, thank you so much for letting me know about the volume. Let me see what I can do about that. Let me see. My volume's all the way up here. What can I do? What can I do to make them louder? Let me see. Let me work on that. Shit, I'm not sure what I can. Let's see. Let me see if I can do it this way. Here we go. Let's see. Please tell me if this helps. And also, please let me know if I've turned it up too loud now.
Address how the search was conducted, what actions were taken, and how Mr. Foreman experienced this as a homeowner with these people executing their hasty search warrant. Indeed, the public's concern for such issues is reflected in the viral response that his content got. The plaintiffs bear the burden of proof in this matter, not Joe. They must carry the day. They must prove every element of their claim.
Okay, I have the volume cranked up in the courtroom. Could you give me some indication as to? No one else has mentioned that. And welcome in, Jade Mako 527 says hello. I'll be interested in the free speech arguments versus harassment. For media's volume, medium is low volume. You sound fine. Vid is quarter of your volume. What your volume is, getting better, slightly more. Okay. I don't have it all the way cranked up, but I'll crank it up for you. I just don't want to blow the eardrums out of other people's ears. So let me know. It's not all the way up, but it's damn near.
Looking at the invasion of privacy due to false light, it's one of the claims that they're claiming. The plaintiffs must prove that Mr. Foreman portrayed them in a false light that would be highly offensive to a reasonable person. The evidence will show that he did not. He used real actual footage of them performing their duties, stuff in the public domain. Joe's statements were based entirely on his personal experience and within his county of residence, which that is something I do want to clear up. Mr. Foreman lives in Adams County, not Hamilton County. Mr. Klingler was wrong about that, so he is a resident of this county. Regarding the defamation claim, plaintiffs must prove that Mr. Foreman made false statements of fact, not his opinions. That's very important, because we all have opinions as Americans. It's one of the great things about this country is we can share our opinions whether we like them or not. Whether they like them or not, they can hear my opinions. But they must prove those statements were not opinions, because public officials, they must prove that Joe acted with actual malice rather than just simply exercising his First Amendment right. The evidence will show they cannot meet this burden. Plaintiffs claim that Joe portrayed them in a false light, but evidence will show Joe used direct footage from security cameras. We can see what they did. They executed the search warrant. It's all on camera. There's nothing false about showing them that way. There's nothing false about Mr. Foreman having opinions about how they did and then. However, when they executed that search warrant, that became a matter of public scrutiny. People could watch it. People could see what was done and form their own opinions. And they can share those opinions. And he has a right to create artistic expression based on those opinions, based on that content. The plaintiffs, it goes without saying that they don't like what Mr. Foreman said about him. But they don't have to. That's part of our right in this country. They don't like his commentary. They don't like his art. But the First Amendment does not protect speech that we like. It protects all speech within it. It protects commentary, criticism, especially on occasions such as this. It protects speech.
Yes, our freedom of speech protects some pretty precarious things. I learned because this filing that the ACLU did, the American Civil Liberties Union, what they did is they interjected themselves to this case. Maybe I'll show you guys that. It really has nothing to do with the case itself, just like an advocacy group petitioning for Afroman. But this same organization, we've all heard of the ACLU. They also defend Klan members and religious extremists, protecting the rights of everybody, not just the people that you agree with. I hate it. I don't think there should be advocates for free speech, for hate speech, Klan members, but there is, because that is afforded under our great Constitution.
That I would not like. Speech I've suffered. It protects it. You may not like the speech you hear, but it's protected. Throughout this trial, you'll hear testimony and see evidence that demonstrates several key points. You will see the actual videos and social media posts Mr. Foreman created. You'll be able to judge for yourselves whether they are false, whether they're his opinions, whether they're artistic expression. That is all protected. It's about the right to comment on and criticize public officials without fear of retribution, without fear of getting sued. It is about the right to create artistic expressions that are matters of public concern. The plaintiffs are law enforcement officers. They perform a cardinal public function. But with that public role comes public accountability. There also comes a certain standard that you have to understand. And as public officials, they can be criticized. They may not like it, but it's allowed. Plaintiffs have the burden of proving their claims. The evidence will show they cannot meet that burden.
I do have a lot to add to this conversation, but in the spirit of time, I'm just going to keep it moving. Like I said, we've got about 15 minutes before the trial starts for today, and so we'll finish through this, and then we'll jump right on that.
Evidence will show that Joe's videos, posts, and commentary were artistic expression in matters of legitimate public concern, his opinions on the law enforcement officers, and how they were performing their duties. If the plaintiffs prevail in this case, what message will that send to this country if they prevail? It sends the message that if you criticize law enforcement, if you comment on how they conduct themselves, if you mock them, if you create art with them in it, they can sue you. That's not the America we live in. That's not why we have a Constitution in the First Amendment. That's not why the First Amendment is in the Constitution of the state of Ohio. Ladies and gentlemen, upon the examination of the evidence at the end of this trial, I'm confident you'll conclude that Joe did nothing wrong. While the plaintiffs are unhappy, upset with what was said, he exercised a right he had, a right that every American has. He commented on matters of public concern. He created art. He did what any stand-up citizen would do. He made his voice heard to the people. At the end of this trial, I'm going to ask you to return a verdict in favor of Mr. Foreman on every one of their claims. I'll ask that you vindicate his First Amendment rights. And I'll ask that you send a message to the American people that you can criticize public officials.
I'm with you on that, Face of America. I do like this guy a lot. And he looks like a wizard, so bonus points for that.
And that we are not living in a dictatorship where if you don't like what is said, you just sue someone to shut him up. Thank you.
I think I was going to start calling witnesses, but I'm going to tell you what this case is not. Okay, this case is not going to be an analysis of why the magistrate issued a search warrant.
Can you smell the corruption? Hey, jury, this is not about what my guys did wrong at all. And he's not wrong. He's not wrong. These officers are not on trial. In fact, Afroman never pressed charges against them, never pursued litigation. He just made songs about them instead. He didn't want to waste the money. The problem was he wanted to recoup his money from the damages done to his structure of his domicile. So this judge, from my perspective, pretty corrupt. There's reasons to lead me to believe that. Also, look at him lead the jury. Hey, don't pay attention to what these guys did wrong. Remember, this is about them being the victims. He literally says, I'm going to tell you what this trial is not. Okay, bud.
The facts were leading to the search warrant, or the backstory of the warrant. That's the subject for criminal cases. So the fact that there's a search warrant is what this case is about, not the backstory of it. So you're talking about the criticism of the why and the whole deal. That's not relevant testimony. We're living with, there was a search warrant.
The audio is kind of fucking like you would expect from a courthouse in Ohio. So I'm doing my best to make it, audible for you.
The backstory. In this case, it's not about excessive force in entering. The court's already determined as a matter of law that it was not excessive. You'll see testimony of damage, but that's a legal standard about whether it's more than customary or expected in the realm of a search warrant. Search warrants are lawful forced entry. So you won't get, was that too much force? That's outside the realm of testimony. And I call these, thirdly, this is not about vindication of the defendant or messaging to the public. That's things that happen from the political branches of government, the legislature, or the executive offices. Messaging is not what you're concerned with. It's the message that you're sending. You're not messaging. It's all about how these facts affect these people. So when these little distractions and diversions come at you, I'm going to try to continue to narrow and keep you focused, not on the distractions, but on the issues and the law. Otherwise, you're going to ask later on, why did the judge give us instructions on messaging?
Shit, I was muted. I simply said that, I'm not sure if it's legal what this judge is doing, narrowing the scope to the jury, basically shepherding the jury. Yeah, sorry about the mute. I don't know. It seems precarious to me.
Because that's not how this comes out. So I'll do this periodically along the way when things start going astray. Ready to go, Mr. Klingler?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Plaintiff calls Detective Brian Newland.
Hey man, why are your eyes so close together?
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? As this, you shall answer unto God.
I do.
Thank you. You can be seated.
Except for a public official, we won't expect to have a private residence address. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
My name is Brian Newland.
And Mr. Newland, where do you live? No street address, just generally.
I live in Adams County, Ohio.
And how long have you lived in Adams County?
From 1995 to 2010, and then from 2015 to current.
What were you doing between 2010 and 2015?
I was in the United States Army.
Honorable discharge?
Yes.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a police officer.
And when did you start in law enforcement?
I originally started in law enforcement in 2014
And what position was that?
as a deputy sheriff,
Where?
the Adams County Sheriff's Office.
And then how long were you a deputy in the Adams County Sheriff's Department?
The Adams County Sheriff's Office was my first full-time job in law enforcement, and that was from 2014 until 2023.
All right. And why did you become a deputy sheriff?
After I got out of the military, I just wanted a job that I thought would be exciting, something different, so I chose law enforcement.
Do you have family here in Adams County?
Yes.
Can you tell us who?
All my family's here, my kids, my grandparents, my mom, my brothers, cousins, aunts, uncles.
Did your children go to school in Adams County, or do they?
Yes.
You were involved in the execution of a search warrant back in August of 2022.
Yes, I was.
And I want to take you back to the night of August 21st, 2022. Were you part of a team that searched Mr. Foreman's home?
Yes.
What was your role in obtaining that warrant?
I prepared the search warrant based off information I was provided, and then I met with the judge and the prosecutor at the time prior to serving the search warrant.
And was a warrant approved?
Yes.
Can you tell us where what the subject of the search was?
There's just a tidbit of information I learned in researching this stuff. There have been 2 or 3 occasions in the last couple of years leading up to this event that Afroman's house was burgled and lots of stuff was stolen from him, money, instruments, valuables, gold, jewelry, that kind of stuff. And the local sheriff did nothing. They did nothing to help him either time that it happened. So there was already resentment building here.
Well, the property of the search.
It was the residence of Mr. Foreman. I believe the address is 1699 Russellville Road.
Okay, that's here at Adams County, correct?
Yes.
As far as the outcome comes, I truly have no idea. I mean, with the corruption level here, it could go either way. I will say that it seems like it's going to be a not guilty charge. But, I mean, we'll get into it. You'll see. I mean, Afroman did say some pretty scathing things that can be considered defamation. We'll get there. I would like to see charges dropped against him. I mean, I think he had every right to make the videos. If they didn't like how they were depicted, they should have acted differently.
Now, were the other plaintiffs here in the courtroom, were they also deputy sheriffs or part-time deputy sheriffs that participated in that search?
Yes, they were.
And was Mr. Foreman at home during the search?
No.
Were Mr. Foreman's children present during the warrant execution?
No.
Was anyone present other than you and your fellow officers?
At the time of arrival, no.
The children were within eyes view in the neighbor's yard, so they were there. They did watch their house busted into by a bunch of men with assault rifles.
Was anything seized or taken from Mr. Foreman's home?
Yes, there was some money and a small amount of marijuana and some miscellaneous drug paraphernalia.
Why was the cash taken?
It's common with any type of drug seizure. We seize the money in cases proceeds from drug-related sales or drug trafficking activity.
Was the money potential evidence?
Correct.
What was your role in seizing this cash, Detective?
I'm sorry. No.
Well, maybe I got ahead of myself. Was cash located in the property?
Yes.
Do you remember how much approximately?
Approximately $4,000.
And did you play a role in taking that cash?
Yes.
What was your role?
I was provided the cash, or provided the money that was located by another deputy. I counted out the money, put it in an evidence bag, and then at the end of the search, I transported it back to the sheriff's office.
All right. Did you take any of the money?
No.
Did you ever take any money from the evidence bag?
No.
Did you ever take any of Mr. Foreman's money?
No.
Was your counting of the cash recorded on your body cam?
Yes.
And have you had a chance to review that?
I have.
Has Mr. Foreman accused you of taking his money?
Yes.
Are you aware that
I have to say too, and this is just my own editorial, my own opinion on this. These guys don't make a lot of money. I mean, even if like they're county sheriff, even if they're I'm not muted, even if they're they've been serving their department for years, they still don't make a lot of money. So these guys don't come across suit jackets with can you hear me, Queen Moomin? These guys don't come upon suit jackets with $5,000 just sitting in there. They're all hungry, man. They're underpaid and undertrained, and them having access to a stranger's chunk of cash is, listen, man, first of all, it's tempting, That's a problem.
the cash was ultimately returned to Mr. Foreman?
Yes.
And can you tell us why that was?
The prosecutor at the time decided we're not going to pursue any criminal charges, and the property was released back to him.
Okay. Were you present when Mr. Foreman picked up the cash that had been?
I'm hoping that they're going to show some of them during the trial, Scranton Strangler. If they don't, for some reason, I will definitely show you to them. I will show you them to you.
Seized?
No.
Do you know whether any press was invited to attend the return of this cash?
I learned that there was later.
Okay, but you weren't there.
Correct.
Can you tell us what happened when the money was returned to Mr. Foreman?
Your Honor, I would object to that. He's already testified he wasn't there.
Okay, let me rephrase it. That's fair. Was an allegation made that there was less cash than there should have been?
Yes.
And who made that allegation?
I believe Mr. Foreman.
How did you learn about this discrepancy?
The evidence technician that releases property had called me and told me that the account was short.
Tell us what you mean by that. Account was short.
Just that there was more money listed than what there was inside, and that was less money was returned than what was indicated.
And where was this amount indicated?
On the bag.
On evidence bag?
Correct.
So I'm understanding you correctly. The amount of money that was indicated on the evidence bag was more than what was actually returned to Mr. Foreman.
Correct.
All right. And were you able to account for that discrepancy?
I wasn't, no.
What happened?
Once the allegation was made, the sheriff contacted Claremont County Sheriff's Office to conduct an independent investigation.
Do you know whether an independent investigation was conducted by the Claremont County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
And do you know the results of that investigation?
They were to determine that I miscounted the money during my original count.
All right. Did they conclude that any money had been taken?
They said there was not any money taken.
Did that stop Mr. Foreman from continuing to claim you had stolen $400?
No.
In the small window there on the screen, you see the original raid taking place, and this is from the body cam standpoint of one of the sheriff. And you'll see, I'll play some of that for you as well. I'm really crunched for time now because it's about to start for today. If they do break, I'll play a lot more of the body cam footage and the interaction between Afroman's ex-wife, at the time his wife, and the mother of his children, who was home. I don't know why this man just said that no one was home. They were.
Did he accuse anyone other than you of stealing money?
Multiple times he accuses all of being thieves.
Do you know where he made these allegations?
Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, social media.
How did you learn about these accusations on the internet that you were a thief?
Friends and family were sending them to me.
Were the accusations true?
No.
I think you said you've reviewed your body-worn camera from that night?
Yes.
And were you able to tell what happened?
From what it appears, if I began counting money, I stopped to reshuffle money that was in my hand and then began counting again after putting money down. And that was at some point there was a discrepancy in the amount that there was and the amount that I counted.
Was it a miscount?
Yes.
Now, were any charges ever brought against Mr. Foreman as a result of this warrant execution? I may have asked you that, I'm sorry.
No.
Sometime after the execution of this warrant, Detective Newland, did you become aware that Mr. Foreman had posted certain things other than being a thief about you on social media?
Yes.
And how did you learn about these posts?
Friends and family were also sending them to me.
Mr. Bradford, could we see Exhibit 16?
Yes. Let me just switch it to the other patient line. I'm right. So what does she want? A card on?
She needs to switch to the left wall, I believe.
It's loud.
All right. Here.
You want to get a card?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to scoot ahead while whatever they're doing here. What are we looking at? Okay, so this looks like a, a post from Mr. Joseph Foreman, aka Afroman. I can't read the text. I'm willing to bet that they're going to read it to us. Okay, so this is probably the most scathing of the accusations or shit talking that Afroman did, depicting this officer who's on the stand right now with a child, calling him, saying he's been inappropriate with children. Well, let's see how this goes.
Okay, can we blow that up some?
I'm guessing they're going to read it. If not, I'll read it to you. And in the small window, you see what you're looking at is the body cam footage of the initial raid and search of Afroman's home in Ohio.
All right.
Trigger warning, by the way. This is rough verbiage.
Detective Newland, we're showing Exhibit 16. Can you tell us what this is?
It's one of the posts from Mr. Foreman that I was sent about being a pedophile.
And am I reading the date right? September 2nd, 2023?
Yes.
And I'm not going to ask you to read it, but I will read part of it just to make sure it's in the record and that people are clear on what it said. This is the uneducated, can't count pedophile police officer that stole my money. His name's baby-making Brian child molesting, newborn baby mama, newborn Newland, Detective Brian Newland. I have a song coming out about him. The chorus goes like this. I pledge allegiance to the flag. Brian Newland is a flag. He used to play with little toys. Now he plays with little boys. Watch your little boys around Brian Newland. He's very bold. He will fondle little boys' testicles and butt cheeks.
I mean, I can't do anything about the words these people are using, so trigger warning. Like I said, pretty vulgar stuff.
Right in front of you in broad daylight. This is a public service announcement. Stay safe. Did I read that correct?
Yes.
Can we see Exhibit 17, please? Can you just scroll down so we can see the whole thing for a second? All right. So I'm not going to read this whole thing, but
yeah, sorry, I don't want to read all those nasty words on here. You get the idea. He's pretty serious allegations. Is it satire? Is it shit talking? That's what this trial is all about.
It says, in part, if you pay me back the money you stole from me, I won't tell the world about your pedophile pilgrim family, you know, like your brother. that's named Will You Stop Sending Dick Pic Williams, aka William Newland. If you get arrested in Adams County, all you got to do is lie on me and Brian will let you go.
Well, I hate to keep interrupting, but I also want to say that some of the things that Afroman said in interviews after he said them, these songs that he produced, these allegations, he seems to believe that it's based on true facts. Again, not a big town. Afroman's a big, big personality, big character. So he garners information from his community that like your average person wouldn't have. Because he's a celebrity and things like that. So if somebody is out there if there's a sheriff out there buying booze for kids and hanging out with them at high school parties, chances are Afroman might catch wind of it. Now, I'm not in any way supporting any kind of fucking allegations without support. But there's a reason he's saying this stuff. It's more than just spite, from my opinion.
So, and is that a picture of your brother beside your picture?
Yes.
And was your brother convicted of a misdemeanor?
Yes.
What was that?
I don't recall what the charge was.
It was a misdemeanor charge?
It was a misdemeanor, correct.
Did you have anything to do with that crime?
No, I did not.
Have you ever been accused or convicted of pedophilia?
No.
Let's look at, let's see, number 18, is that a video?
Yes.
All right. Shall we play the whole thing? Or what, do we have a clip?
Yes.
Oh, yes. Baby making Brian newborn Newland. Yeah, the serial statutory rapist.
Not the merch, though.
With the pedophile brother fired from the People's Police Station. Will you stop sending Dick Pic Williams?
All right, and let's take a look at number 10. Is this a, yeah, okay. Let's see. He used to do hard drugs. It says there in the third or fourth line. Did you ever do hard drugs, Detective Newland?
No.
He snitched on all his friends. Do you have any idea what that's all about?
No.
Now he steals money from traffic stops, bogus raids, and from Adams KK County Sheriff Evidence Room under the camouflage of law enforcement. Did you ever steal money from a traffic stop?
No.
Did you ever steal money from anybody?
No.
And down below it says, baby making Brian Newland t-shirts on sale. You see that?
Yes.
Let's look at Exhibit 15, please. And can you tell, Detective, is this a picture of you at the entering?
I will give a shout out to the court. They do seem fairly organized. Despite the corruption, they do seem to have at least a pretty good handle on this trial. It seems to be organized, not too much craziness.
Or somewhere on the property of Mr. Foreman during the search?
Yes.
And let's take a look at 14.
I agree, Face of America. I think, like I said, there is importance to this. Even though it's funny, it's a stoner, it's a bunch of undertrained officers, there is something that's fundamentally important going on here. It's a discussion about First Amendment rights and what you have the right to say. Unfortunately, it may be a few years before we see a trial, whereas, Afroman pursues charges against the officers for infringing upon his rights. It seems inevitable. But it also seems like something Afroman's been trying to avoid because, I mean, the amount of time and money that gets sunken into something like this it could break him. It can make him a poor man.
And do you know where this was taken? I guess you weren't there.
It appears to be the inside of the interview room at the Adams County Sheriff's Office.
Would that have been where his money was returned to him?
Yes.
And part of what it says is, when I went to get my money and we realized baby-making Brian Newborn Newland had stolen $400 out of the evidence money. Again, did you ever steal any of his money?
No.
Let's take a look at.
I'm going to let this roll for just a minute. This is actually in the way of my thing. Give me 1 second here. Let me see if we can put down here. There we go. You see Afroman in the interrogation room. I'm going to step away just to grab some coffee. So if you're chatting to me, please keep that in mind. I'll be back in 2 minutes. I'm going to let this ride.
At Exhibit 15, please. Or did we do 15? Yes. Sorry. Number 2.
Telling the truth and the truth.
Objection. Yes, Your Honor, I would have an objection to this video. Your Honor, this objection is video because this video, if I'm not mistaken, was published within the last 2 weeks. The law on this has changed. Ohio has actually passed what's called an anti-SLAPP law, which therefore extends immunity to things, actually, in a way, increasing a person's freedom of speech rights in Ohio. Thus, this evidence to be tried here will be tried under a completely different standard than when this case was started.
That law doesn't apply to this.
Oh no, anti-SLAPP. We've heard this before. Oh no.
This case, Judge, or this evidence?
Your Honor, it would apply clearly. He has no analysis other than say that I submitted a written brief to the court on this matter.
I think that was submitted Sunday.
So, like, I'll note the objection, overrule it, and allow it to be played. Got your objection down.
Thank you, Judge. Can you expand it a little bit or not?
I cannot.
So we can see the sign? Okay. Detective Newland, can you see what that sign says?
Yes.
What is it? Would you read it for us?
They stole my money.
Okay. Go ahead and play it.
Videos selling my fruit and my proof. How can you take me to court when you stole my money and it's $400 short? You vandalized my property, and you filed a lawsuit properly. I'm a rapper, so I'm rapping. What? I can't talk about what happened. What videos I exposed my cause.
So what does that say? Sorry. What did you read? Could you read what that said?
Yeah, Brian Newland stole my money.
Brian Newland stole my money. And that was just published in the last few days, as far as you know?
Yes.
Can we look at number 3, please?
In suit, we're telling the truth and the truth, posting videos, selling my fruit and my proof.
Okay, basis. Same basis on it, yes.
Noted.
Thank you.
Go ahead. And you take me to court when you stole my money and it's $400 short. You vandalized my property,
I think that's enough.
properly. So I'm rapping. What? I can't talk about what happened. What videos I exposed my causes.
And that was the same video, obviously. Does it tell where that was posted?
It looks like this one is on YouTube.
And the other one was Instagram?
Yes.
So 2 different platforms, same video?
Yes.
Can we look at Exhibit 9, please? I'm looking specifically about halfway, a little more than halfway down. Do you see, Detective, where it's posted, not only did he steal my money from my house, he stole money out of the evidence room at the Adams County Sheriff's Department away from my house, making the Adams County Sheriff's Department a new crime scene. I'll just stop there. Again, did you ever steal any money from his house or from the Sheriff's Department evidence room?
No.
What's the platform?
Can you see?
Following this opening statements or the beginning of the trial here, I'm going to show you quickly Afroman's taking the stand yesterday. And that's going to put us about 1 hour behind real time where the trial is. It just started a couple minutes ago for the day. So we'll be just a couple minutes behind. But just like always, we're building the foundation of what's happening here. I don't want to skip ahead. I'd rather be an hour late than omit a bunch of information that's pertinent.
What that one was, Detective?
I can't see on here.
Is that Facebook? No. It's Facebook? I'll represent that it's Facebook, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
So, and we can take that down or whatever. We don't need to keep it up. I don't care. But I'm done with the exhibits right now. Detective, I just want to ask you, the first one we saw with you holding, it looks like a child with a smiley face.
Yeah.
What was that originally a photo of?
That was someone in the shop with the cop events at the sheriff's office.
Well, what's a shop with a cop event?
It's where the community donates money, and then local law enforcement will take lower income children to Walmart and let them shop for Christmas.
And did you participate in that event regularly?
Yes.
And do you know what year that picture was taken from?
I don't recall.
All right. And the little boy you were holding there, can you tell us anything about who that was? Not his name, of course, but who it was?
I was just a cool little boy that got picked to shop the cop and chose me to be his officer.
Chose you to be what?
Oh, I get it. No name for you. There is severe comedy involved in this. This is not that serious. There are no blood puddles. There are no dead people. No one's been kidnapped. So if there was, I wouldn't be covering it. You have to go to some dirtbag for that. This is steeped in satire and comedy for sure.
His officer.
And what did you do? Did you do something with him, shop with him, or what?
We put him in the cruisers, turn the lights and sirens on, parade through town, and we go to Walmart and help him shop. And we come back to the fire department or wherever and help them get their toys ready or play or, and feed them pizza, stuff like that.
And you did that more than 1 year?
Yes.
And that was a photo that Mr. Foreman...
New rule. No more pizza.
Or somebody on his behalf took and used in that pedophile posting?
Yes.
So, Detective, what effect did it have on you when you saw these posts that you're a pedophile?
I was angry, sad, depressed, upset.
Why were you sad or upset? Isn't it just somebody exaggerating or making jokes or making a comment?
I didn't find it funny at all. I work in law enforcement, have kids, have friends, family. I was involved in the schools, and then I'm being blasted all over social media for the entire United States to see that I'm a pedophile.
Did you ever have any evidence that other people were seeing these things, other than the fact that it's on social media? But did anybody ever say anything or do anything to indicate they'd seen it?
I've had comments made to me since day one.
Like what?
If you want the most recent example, yesterday there was a cheer competition at North Adams. I walked my 3-year-old son in to watch his sister cheer, and somebody asked me if I was another little boy I'm touching.
Yesterday?
Yesterday.
Where? What competition?
At the North Adams cheerleading competition.
What other examples?
I'm not with that at all, man. If this guy didn't do anything like that, that's crazy to say about somebody, and clearly, obviously, grounds for a lawsuit. So that's what we're looking at. Also, why is this guy hanging out at a cheerleader competition? Hey.
Every time you go to an event, another comment's made or somebody says something. Another one I can recall is meet the team night for my daughters. We was in line to get slushies, and people were making comments behind me.
What comments?
Just called me a thief and a pedophile, and why was I there? And then started playing music, playing some of his songs on their phones.
Some of Mr. Foreman's Afroman songs?
Yes.
This case isn't about your kids. They're not plaintiffs. But did this have any effect on your kids that affected you in turn?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this. We had a motion. I filed.
I remember. He knows better than to ask a question because I don't care about the kids because he didn't bring the kids in. So it's a stain.
What other indications have you had, Detective, that people are seeing and responding to this accusation that you're a pedophile?
Just what's been said to me. It's been shared, been sent to me. I've had people make comments at games while in the store. It's just, there's so much stuff's happened, I don't even remember half of it.
So you were a Hamilton County deputy sheriff. Sorry, I said that earlier. You were an Adams County deputy sheriff, and you're not anymore?
Correct.
Why?
I ended up leaving the sheriff's office just because of this, because of being called a pedophile and a thief.
Hennepin County, isn't that Minnesota? Isn't that George Floyd's county? Is that right? Well, that was a weird slip. Why do you say Hennepin County? That's not even in Ohio.
Explain to us just a little more about why that was so upsetting that you actually left your job?
Because the sheriff's office, so I'm from Adams County, is where all my family and friends are from. The sheriff's office was my dream job, my position. I was friends with everybody, and it was where I planned to stay. It's been my career. I dedicated a lot of time, over 10 years, to Adams County. You know, whether it was like calling at 1 o'clock in the morning or working 14 hours, I dedicated a lot of my time to Adams County, and I loved working at the sheriff's office. But it just got to be so much. If you go,
he was also paid overtime.
If you go to a call or take a phone call or you make a traffic stop, something said. You go to Walmart, something said. I stopped one of my kids' games for a little bit because every time I would show up, everybody would be looking.
Yeah, Tina, I hope your day gets better.
Looking at me or something would be said to me. It just spared their embarrassment.
So when did you leave the sheriff's office?
I ended up leaving in October 2023.
You have, do your kids' friends come to your house and hang out?
They don't anymore.
Did they used to?
They used to have huge slumber parties, especially on their birthdays. They'd have 10 or 11 kids over. And
if you just happen to be coming in now, this is one of the officers making allegations of defamation against Afroman for the music videos. This is the prosecutor. So this is friendly fire here. Or not friendly fire, just friendly banter. This man is trying to make this man look good.
Essentially, once this started, it stopped. I don't recall the last time my daughters have had a friend over, if they've had one ever since then.
Detective, did you ask Mr. Foreman to take down these posts?
I didn't personally.
Did you through your attorney?
Yes.
And have they been taken down?
No.
Are they still there?
Yes.
Tracy G is in the house. What's up, Tracy?
Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Is this a good time for a 10-minute break?
Please.
Yes. Then we'll do that. Go off the record, take a 10-minute break. Thank you.
All right, so we're going to keep it moving. I'm going to show you now the the Afroman himself. Okay, so yeah, this will put us right in line here. So I'm going to show you. Oh man, this is. First of all, shout out Afroman for just being eloquent, well spoken, and man, he has this skill that I so wish I had. That other YouTubers around here have that I don't have. He's able to resolve his thoughts before he speaks. I mean, it sounds like such a trivial thing. I'm so bad at it. So when I see another man that's so good at it, I kind of study them. I'm like, okay, what are they doing? It's that good. All right, let me share it with you. Let me get rid of this. Hold on a second. I've got too much stuff going on here. Let me get rid of that. All right. And then I'm going to switch this one out. And then directly following this, we're going to jump right into the live trial that's just started a little bit ago. We're building the foundation so you guys understand what's cooking here. Let me make sure I get this sped up. We're gonna do a little speed warp in here to try to catch up. I think 1.5 is too fast. But there's the man, and look at that attire.
You saw me swear the testimony you're about to give. Show me the truth.
Just look at this motherfucker, dude. Are you kidding me? America. This dude had enough, and he's uncovering corruption. That's the way I perceive it. Of course, I'm obviously biased. I don't know how anybody could watch a trial and not be biased. Bless them.
The whole truth, nothing but the truth. As issue, shall answer on the gun.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Go ahead, Mr. Franklin.
Thank you, Your Honor. For the record, would you give us your name, please?
My name is Joseph Edgar Foreman.
You are known under the stage name as Afroman, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you create music videos and do performances?
Even his I mean, who wears glasses? First of all, it's crazy to wear glasses to your own trial. Secondly, if it has the American flag on it, dude, I'm saluting over here. I am fucking like, let's go.
Right. How many states of the United States have you performed in, do you think?
All of them.
All 50?
Yes, sir.
And how many countries have you performed in?
I don't remember, but not all of them, but I've been to a few.
How many live performances did you do last year, roughly?
I don't know. Possibly 250. I don't know, but I don't know. There's a lot of days, but I don't know exactly.
250. That's a. No wonder he had $4,000 in his fucking pocket.
And you have a residence here in Adams County, correct?
Yes, sir.
You've been performing for 20 or 30 years, is that right?
All my life.
All right. And is it fair to say that one of the first big hits you had was But Then I Got High?
Because I Got High.
Because I Got High? And do you think it's accurate to say that that song has...
I love how he corrects them. Because I got high. Not but then I got high. Because, dude. Get it right. It's only one of the most popular pop songs in America in the last 10 years. But then I got high. Because I got high.
Had over 300 million views on YouTube.
Sounds right.
You have a large presence on social media, obviously, correct?
Depends on your definition of large. There's bigger people than me, but I'm all right.
And on Instagram,
This is not live. Unfortunately, I decided to cover it a day late, so this is yesterday's, and this is only about 31 minutes long. I just want to introduce you to how Afroman was introduced to the court, and the trial has begun for today and is currently taking place, and that began about 15 minutes ago. As soon as we finish this, we're going to jump right into that. It would be awkward for me to just throw on the trial. This is what's happening now without building some type of foundation. I try to do it as quickly as I could. It's taken me an hour and a half. I'm learning as I go. We'll get there. Hopefully there'll be some spots where we can catch up in time in the way of breaks and things like that.
is it fair to say that you have 247,000 followers?
Yeah, I just got some of them the other day.
You got new ones coming all the time?
Yes. Not all the time. Just here lately.
Because the trial's coming up?
Yeah, all the publicity from the officer's lawsuit and me is running up my numbers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And on YouTube, you have almost 1 million followers.
I love how, a matter of fact, he is. He's like, yeah, it's running up my numbers.
183,000, is that right?
I haven't looked. It was 977 last time I looked.
And on TikTok, you have about 392,000 followers?
I haven't looked.
I don't think I've ever watched a trial in which there was an entertainer who was real time making songs against the litigants in the trial that he's taking part in. I'm not sure I've ever seen this before. These are all contributing factors as to why I decided not to talk drama shit today and cover this trial for the rest of the week. It's so interesting to me. And it's more important than it seems. We're talking about the freedom of speech here.
But that sounds kind of right.
You know when you post something that a lot of people are going to see it, don't you?
Yes.
When this search happened back in August of 2022, Mr. Foreman, you weren't at home?
No.
You were driving home from Chicago?
Yes.
And you got an alert from a family member that the sheriffs were there searching your home, is that right?
Yes.
And you were able to turn on your phone and watch through your home security system what the deputies were doing for a period of time, weren't you?
Yes.
Also, Ohio is not a blue state. Ohio is a swing state for the persons whose comment I deleted. I deleted the comment because not only was it misinformation stating that Ohio was a blue state or whatever, a Republican-run state. It's not. It's a swing state. It's actually pivotal in almost every single major election in our country. It's a swing state. A swing state, that means it could go either way. It's not staunchly anything. Now, you want to talk about Texas. Now that's a staunch state. Also, this trial and this live stream has nothing to do with trans people. So I'm going to say nice try harder. Any bashing of trans people, people for the color of their skin, people for their sex will immediately be deleted. And if it persists, you will simply be blocked from my channel because people like that aren't welcome here. So be nice. Keep it real.
And is it fair to say you were angry and upset about this search?
I wasn't happy.
And is that why you posted the things we've seen this week? Because you
I will agree that Ohio is a fucking bizarre place. It's just like Florida.
No, I posted it because the sheriff's never supposed to raid my house in the first place. The whole raid was a mistake. All of this is their fault. If they hadn't wrongly raided my house, there would be no lawsuit. I would not know their names. They wouldn't be on my body. They wouldn't be on my home surveillance system. And there would be no songs, nothing. My money would still be intact, nothing. So all of this is their fault.
And because they executed a search warrant on your home, that gave you the right to post the things that we've seen this week on the internet?
Because
is that right? Is that right, Mr. Foreman?
Yes, but tearing down my door, not paying for it, not being apologetic, me being a sport, doing something peaceful to raise the money to pay for their damages, me having the right of the freedom of speech as an American to talk to my family, friends, and fans about what the sheriffs did to my home. Yes, I had the right to my freedom of speech. After they left, I had the right to kick the can and to do what I had to do to repair the damage they brought to my house. Yes, I did.
That includes the...
I mean, you tell them. You tell them, Mr. Foreman. Fuck that.
Right to post the videos that you've just been posting up until Friday and beyond, right?
Yes, I have freedom of speech. I'm a rapper. I entertain. I write fiction, comedy. I entertain for a living like you practice law for a living. So I have to go to work.
The deputies left a warrant return at your house, didn't they?
I think they left something with my ex-wife. I'm not sure.
Well, you saw, as soon as the search was over, as soon as you got home, you saw a document that showed exactly how much cash had been taken from the house, correct?
I know I got paid $5,000 for the show that suit was in. I forgot that money was in that suit. But, I heard, I don't know what piece of paper I heard. I knew they took some money. I just knew they took some money. I knew it was $4,000-ish. I knew they took some money and they seized some money and some weed and some, I don't know what else, just minor stuff.
You knew how much money was in that pocket when you came home and saw the warrant return, didn't you?
It was $5,000 from back when I did that show. I remember it was $5,000. But anyway.
So is it your testimony that they actually took $5,000 instead of $4,390?
No, I just know. I know when I did that show, it was with Snoop Dogg and Wiz Khalifa at Red Rocks in Denver.
Oh, big name drops. He was like, it was Snoop Dogg's cash that I got paid that you people stole. Bing bong.
Balance of that show for me, they sent in a deposit, but the balance was $5,000. I put the $5,000 in my coat pocket. I got drunk, I got high, and I forgot to get that money, and I hung that suit back up, and that's where they got that money from.
He said, I got drunk, I got high, I forgot the cash was in there. It happens. I mean, he is the guy.
$5,000 they got.
Yes, it was $5,000 that was in my suit when I got paid in Red Rocks. Now, after all of this stuff, whatever, it's I don't really know the complete number. It's 46, it's 430, the number bounces up and down. But all I know is I got paid $5,000 at the Red Rocks with Snoop Dogg and Wiz Khalifa when I played the Red Rocks in Denver.
And you got $4,000 returned, right?
I don't know the exact amount.
Well, you were there with the news when you got it.
Right, and the lady at the sheriff's station admitted that the sheriff was short.
I'm surprised the judge lets this fly because it's essentially hearsay, and this is what he's saying is true. I don't have time to show you because we need to keep it moving. But a representative from the sheriff's department said that they counted that the money was short that was returned to him, and then they blame it on some type of miscounting of the money. But it was run on his local news that her saying herself that they fucked it up. I don't know if that's admissible. Wouldn't she have to be there? The judge is just sitting on his hands. I don't know. This part confused me.
You can go watch the 19 News.
You knew when you saw the warrant return, didn't you, that the amount that they were saying was taken was actually more money than was in that suit pocket?
I didn't warrant.
That's why you brought the news to the sheriff's office when you got the money back, because you knew that they had miscounted the money.
See, now he's trying to, this lawyer is trying to, again, this is not his lawyer. This is the prosecution trying to prosecute him. And he's just planting, oh, so you did this because you were thinking this and you did this. You can't fucking say what someone else was thinking or feeling. We see that just here on YouTube too often.
Money, and the number on the evidence bag was actually more
I didn't know
money.
nothing. The lady at the sheriff department just volunteered the information. I was sitting there, if she had been, I might not even known I got ripped off. She admitted it live on Channel 19 News that the money wasn't right.
You remember in your deposition when I asked you, why did you bring the news when you picked up the money?
Yeah, I didn't want to get beat up or Epstein at the sheriff's station after I seen him running around my house with AR-15s. So that's why I brought the news.
I mean, legit. I mean, that is base. Listen, he didn't want to get Epstein when he saw a bunch of fucking dudes in camouflage with weapons running all around his house. So what he did when he was called to go get his money back from the sheriff's department, they released it back to him, short, of course. He brought the news with him because he's like, I'm not fucking going to be in a building alone with these people.
He was my attorney, so to make sure I got out of that place with my money.
You brought the news to protect you physically.
Yeah.
Yeah. You didn't bring the news because you already knew there was a miscount and you were going to make.
I didn't know nothing about the miscount. I didn't know. I figured they stole my money. They turned my cameras off. So if you turn my cameras off, you must have something bad in mind. So yeah, I'm accusing them of it. They turned my cameras off. I can't see what they're doing.
So your testimony under oath here today to these 10 jurors.
I'm certainly biased, and of course, everything he's saying is true. And listen, man, the one purpose of the one job that we have in life is to stay alive. So we have to utilize all of our resources to do just that. We have to feed ourselves. We need water. We need shelter. We need to avoid weapons being drawn upon us and fired at us. I mean, you got to do everything you can to avoid not being alive while you're alive. It's kind of funny. And I would have taken the local media to the sheriff's office as well. You bet your ass. It is smart. I think it's so smart.
Is that you brought the news when you picked up your money to protect you physically from being beat up or shot by the sheriffs, right?
Yes.
All right.
And they volunteered the information that the money wasn't right. That's just an extra something we found out. But I came with my attorney and the news to make sure the people running around my house with guns didn't take me into jail and do something.
You had a safe in your home, correct?
2 of them.
2 safes. Did the sheriffs look into those safes, to your knowledge?
Yes, they did.
The deputies?
Yes.
And how did they get the combination?
I gave it to my ex-wife so the sheriffs wouldn't pull my safe out.
This is so funny. Well, it was his wife at the time. But listen to how he talks about, man, I didn't want to give that woman the fucking codes to my safe. It's so funny. A little bitter ex-husband action here.
The floor, take it to the station and put something in it and try to say that whatever they put in my safe was mine. So I went ahead and gave my ex-wife, who I didn't want to give my combination to, it was just safer. I went ahead and gave her my combination.
He just added that in, who I didn't want to give that shit to.
So they could open up the safe and realize that they just vandalized somebody that don't even have nothing in the safe.
And do you know what was in those safes?
It was absolutely nothing in the safes.
Don't you keep jewelry in those safes?
No.
Can you tell me that in your deposition, that you keep jewelry in those safes?
I do.
Was anything missing from the safes when you got home after the search?
I didn't put nothing in the safes.
Was anything missing from the safes when you got home?
Nothing was in them, so nothing was missing from the safe.
I mean, this man is fucking ready for lawyer ease, dude. He's ready. He's focused. He's locked in. He's like, man, I just told you there was nothing. How could there be something missing from a place that when there was nothing to begin with, dude?
You talked to Randy Walters on the phone before you got home that evening during the search, or right afterwards, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
He told you that they were taking some money and some vape pens and a small amount of marijuana. He told you that?
Yes, sir.
You knew, didn't you, Mr.?
Every single thing that they confiscated from his house was his legal property, including the vape pens, including the small amount of marijuana, including the cash. They had, I don't know how they even had the right to take anything, let alone turn the man's cameras off and all the other shenanigans. We'll see that body cam. I'll show you.
Foreman, that there had been an investigation by the Claremont County Sheriff's Office into the discrepancy about the cash that was missing from your home, correct? You knew there was an investigation.
Yeah, I knew the sheriffs was investigating themselves.
Oh, that's how you saw it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you ever ask for a report?
It's not how he saw it. That's in fact how it happened. To investigate the missing money or discrepancy in amounts of money that was confiscated from the man and then returned to him, there was less was returned than was taken, essentially. So the way the sheriff's department is dealing with it, oh, we investigated ourselves. Everything's fine. We see this every fucking day. Right now, there's a court in session where this is happening. We investigated ourselves and we found no wrongdoing. Right. You
can see how bad this investigation of themselves really was.
Yes, I was trying to get involved any way I can. The investigation was going on without any of my participation.
Did you ask for a copy of the report?
I did. I asked for everything. I was trying to be involved.
So you've seen the report?
No, I have not.
Okay.
I just saw it a few minutes ago.
Well, you had an attorney when you got the cash returned, correct?
At the station?
Yes.
I had attorney. Yeah, my attorney was present.
Did your attorney ask for a copy of this report?
It wasn't when I got my cash back from the station. It wasn't an investigation until we realized money was missing.
Well, did you contact your attorney and say, "Hey, get me a copy of that report"?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. Well, Mr. Klingler wants to talk about his client's attorney-client privilege and maybe waive it. Mr. Foreman does have attorney-client privilege with his attorney at that time, and we are going to assert that privilege because it's a privilege he has of right.
And so far he hasn't asked for anything privileged, so I appreciate the sensitivity.
He did just ask for something privileged. He asked him directly, hey, did you ask your attorney for a copy of that? That's client lawyer confidentiality. This judge, man, already.
And so far he hasn't asked anything privileged, so I appreciate the sensitivity, overrule the objection, and we'll pay attention. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Your testimony is you never saw a copy of Detective Robinson's report until today.
Yes, sir.
And that's because you didn't want to see a copy of the investigation.
I did want to see. You don't know what I want. I did want to see it.
You did.
I wanted everything that had something to do with my money.
I did want to see it. You don't know what I wanted. I love that shit, dude. Yes, and yes.
And that was 3.5 years ago, correct? And you haven't seen a copy of that report that you wanted to see until this afternoon. Is that right?
That's right. I never had my money taken by cops. I didn't know how this goes. I don't know about reports. All I know is live on Fox 19 News, the lady admits that her department is short $400 of my money. That's all I know. I don't know how to investigate police officers taking money.
That's all you know, and that's all you know today, isn't it? That's the whole basis of your claim that your money was stolen, is that the amount of money that was in the bags is different from the amount of money that was written on the bag.
Yeah, my whole thing is they never should have raided me in the first place.
That's your whole thing.
That's my whole thing.
That's the point,
that's my whole
isn't
thing.
it?
If they never would have showed up, there would be no songs about them. I wouldn't know who they are. Their faces would not be on my video.
Just a mountain of facts here.
Cameras. None of this, we wouldn't be in this room right now if they hadn't raided my house and didn't press no charges, didn't even know what they was doing. This whole thing is their fault, and they're suing me for their mistake.
And so you don't really care if they stole your money or not. You're just mad about what they did.
I do care about if they stole them. Police officers shouldn't be stealing the civilians' money. So I do care. All of it is an outrage. But this whole thing is an outrage.
You have no evidence that they took your money except for the amount on the bag isn't the same as the amount.
How about the lady admitting that she took?
Did you answer my question?
She admitted that she took my money on live Fox 19 News. Go argue with the film clip. Go argue with her admitting that she took my money.
Nobody admitted that they took your money.
Well, whatever. Go look at her admitting that the bag is short because it stayed open all weekend long or 2 weeks after Brian and.
He just said the bag was short, dude.
Officer Cooley just left it and just mishandled it and did it right.
Just so we're honest with the jury here, Mr. Foreman, nobody admitted that they took your money, did they?
They admitted it was short.
Yes. Nobody admitted that they took your money.
If anybody's ever wondering what a fucking patriot looks like, there you go.
Correct.
It was short. She admitted. She said that it was short. And usually it's 10, 5, $2 missing. How does $400 even come up missing? Odd.
You posted videos about Brian Newland doing hard
It is accidentally poetic. He says, how does it come up $400 even? Odd.
drugs and snitching on his friend, and you posted those based on rumors, didn't you? We can look at your deposition, but before you argue with me, but isn't that a fact that you made those allegations based on rumors you said you heard?
It's a fact. William Newland is a convicted pedophile, and Brian...
Oh, shit, son. Okay, I think this is the defamation people were talking about. Hey, Samantha J., good morning. Welcome in. Afroman is on trial for defaming his local sheriff.
Brian Newland is his brother. After I zeroed in on Brian, I asked about him. Come to find out, he's a large statutory rapist that has sex with all kind of underage girls. He buys them beers and gets them drunk.
Oh, this better be true, Afroman. Good Lord in the morning.
And all that. That's probably the reason he had to leave the Adams County Sheriff Department, because he beats up his wife and he messed with underage girls and he had to get out of town and go get a job in Northwood.
All right. You don't want to answer my question?
I do. Please ask another one.
Well, let me ask this.
He sounds like a live YouTube streamer at this moment. Jeez, oh Pete's.
This one again so I can get an answer. Do you remember in your deposition when I asked you, you have no reason to think these rumors...
He is arguing his own case. Afroman is arguing the case of the warrant and then busting into his house. That's not what this trial is. I cannot believe the judge is just sitting on his hands, dude. This judge is... Whew, he needs another cup of coffee. Was he convicted? I don't know. I have to see. I did not expect this. I didn't watch this. I'm watching it with you guys. What's up, Shayna B? Good to see you. Quick rundown. Local sheriffs, wards, I almost said wards. What is it? Adams County, Ohio, just 100 miles east of Cincinnati. The sheriff in 2002 busted in Afroman's house with allegations of kidnapping, holding somebody against their will, and narcotics. They raided his house. They found nothing. They took a bunch of cash. They took his pot, both things that were legally obtained and possessed by him. He went on and made music videos talking big shit like he's saying right now. Then they sued him. 6 or 7 of them sued him for defamation. That's what this trial is. This is not a trial for whether it was legal for them to bust into his house. This is a trial about whether it was legal for Afroman to make wild accusations. I don't know what they're based on. Who knows if he knows something? He obviously knows something we don't know. But he clowned the cops in songs. That's not far from Pittsburgh. No, it's not too far from me at all. So that's where we are. I'll try to give a quick recap as I can go here, because I can see that people are coming and going. I'm a little bummed that only 50 people are interested in this. I think this is great, but thanks for being here. Please hit the thumbs up. Share this out with your mom and your aunt. They seem to be the type of people that like me. Let's go. This is only about 15 minutes longer, a time and a half, and then we'll get into the live trial coverage that's already underway for today.
About Brian Newland are true, do you? And you said, well, it's more entertaining if it's true, and I can make some money. Remember that?
No, I don't. That's a however long that deposition was. You can read the deposition and it tells you what I said.
Do we have another copy of that?
He's like, nah, bitch, read it yourself. Thank you, Mandy, so much for the Cash App. I appreciate it. Dropping 20 on it. Mandy says, please, more like this. The drama sucks. I agree. Well, I am a drama channel, so don't get spoiled. But this one in particular, I don't cover trials. If there was a child injured or kidnapped, or if there's blood on the ground, I don't want to cover it, dude. There's enough of that in the world. This is a First Amendment issue, and I think this decision in this case will actually affect the world. I mean, it is as cheesy as that sounds. Precedent may be set here.
I'll show it to you. I can show you my copy. Refresh your recollection.
And nobody got hurt. There are no victims here. I mean, there are victims, but nobody got physically hurt. So that's what makes me comfortable covering it.
You gotta refresh his recollection.
It's Thank you, Judge. If I can get it working here.
Your Honor, I object to using the screen to refresh his recollection, not publishing it to the jury. If he wants to refresh his recollection, you can show him it and then ask him a question, much how we would do in criminal law with a police report. So if an officer didn't remember, we wouldn't show the report, we would show it to the officer. He would refresh his memory by reading it, and then we'd re-ask the question.
Do it that way. Just make sure you think he reads it right. I'm just trying to get through the verbiage.
I'm not a fan of this guy. I did some research on him too. He has made some wild decisions as a judge there in Adams County. Big fan of Afroman's lawyer. Fuck, I can't remember his name, but he's a he's a firecracker.
Sure, you think he reads it right. Otherwise, I have to wrestle with you about whether he read it right.
Sure.
So just read it. And then if we want to move it as an exhibit, you can do that.
Remember your deposition being taken, Mr. Foreman, in your attorney's office on September 3rd, 2024.
I remember the deposition.
And that deposition was taken in DJ Osborne's office?
Yes, sir.
That's the same office that you used to film that video that we saw last night with the actor playing Lieutenant Lisa.
Oh yes, he's still cranking out videos as recent as last night. he's not stopping. He's doubling down.
Phillips, and that actor was sitting in the same chair that Lisa Phillips sat in during her deposition.
Oh yes, they're very corrupt sheriff's department as well as their whole court system there in Adams County is kind of buggered.
Wasn't she?
Yeah, the actor played Lisa because I wouldn't have known her if she hadn't came to my house and cut off my camera.
Yeah, right. That's the office we're talking about, and that's the office where I took your deposition, right?
Yes, sir.
And in that deposition, I'm referring to page 84 of the deposition. I had asked you about...
Object, he's testifying. We use the deposition to refresh his memory. He's doing it right, so sit down, please. Go ahead.
Did I ask you this question, and did you give me these answers, Mr. Foreman? Question: would it be fair to say these are rumors? Answer: you know, Stephanie said it, and you know, some other people that don't remember, you know, I'd be in a hurry in Walmart or something, they shake my hand, yeah, Brian used to do this, used to do that. Then something, I didn't know him, but this is what I've heard. Question:
Off topic here. This is just channel business here. Tina Girl, you said this month is so hard. If there's any way we can help you out, I'm actually looking for a couple of candidates to have for my monthly giveaway. So if there's any way a couple bucks can help you, email me and let me know. Let me know.
You don't have any particular reason.
Happy birthday to your daughter as well. I'll probably see you tomorrow anyways.
To think that it's true or not true, right? Answer: well, it's more entertaining if it is true, and I could probably make some money and capitalize on it if it's true.
What are the line numbers?
Starting with line 7 and ending with line 21. Did I ask you those questions and you give me those answers?
I don't remember. That was a long time ago. But
that's my question.
I've always put Brian Newland next to his brother. So that's my basis, and I've always...
We noticed that.
Yeah,
and your attorney's going to be able to ask you whatever questions he wants. Right now, I'd like you to focus on my questions, Mr. Foreman. You have no evidence that Brian Newland ever molested little boys, do you?
If you look at the picture, he's holding the little boy butt. It's too much for me. So if you just use your eyeballs, and then his brother's a convicted pedophile.
That's your evidence for posting that.
Well, okay, so I'm assuming. Well, he's stating his fact that his brother is a convicted. You know what? Okay, Tina Girl says I don't need anything. It's emotion. Well, this isn't the funniest thing in the world, but I got a couple new videos coming out in the next couple of days that will make you laugh. So that's my contribution to your well-being.
Pedophile stuff
about little boys. I'm trying to figure out what kind of guy is kicking on my door. What kind of guy is walking around my house reading my bank statements? It's a dude that's possibly a pedophile, got a convicted pedophile brother, deputized by the sheriff, walking around possibly stealing my money. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on as I zoom in with my cameras. That's not the type of guy I don't think should be on the police force.
I'm going to refer you again to your deposition. If you don't trust my reading of it, I'm happy to give it to you, Mr. Foreman. But on page 98 of your deposition on that same day, beginning at 9/11, did I ask you this question and did you give me this answer? And again, the only evidence, you don't have any evidence that Brian Newland is a pedophile or plays with little boys. Answer: no, sir. Did I ask you that question? Did you give me that answer?
I don't remember.
What are the line numbers?
Beginning with line 11 ending with line 14.
Sorry to keep interrupting. I just wanted to say, Tina Girl says, please help someone who needs it more than I do. Of course, that's the plan. Little confession here. I was trying to pick someone from this crowd, someone that's here supporting my channel when we're actually covering things that are more important to the world than what we typically do. I was trying to sneakily get the giveaway to somebody who is actually here supporting my channel and not just here for the loud noise and shit show that YouTube can be. But I certainly will make sure it gets to somebody who needs it. Just got to find them.
On page 98. You have no evidence that Lisa Phillips stole your money, do you?
I know if she hadn't raided my house, we wouldn't be having this conversation. Nor a lawsuit or nothing. They never should have been at my house.
Since you're not going to answer my question, I'm going to go back to your deposition again, Mr. Foreman, page 102.
Your Honor, if I may, can I just enter a continuing objection so I don't have to object every time he does the deposition?
No, it's too important, so please be specific. Thank you.
So I would enter a notation of objection at this point. He is now testifying for the witness. He is no longer refreshing his recollection.
I'll be sensitive to that, so you can rephrase, I'll sustain that. You made the conclusion you didn't have memory, so you got to go back and fix that.
All right, Judge, I will. Thank you. Do you remember telling me in your deposition, Mr. Foreman, that you don't have any evidence that Lisa Phillips stole your money?
Yeah, she cut off the cameras, but I didn't know who took them. I didn't know who took them. So, all the officers was a suspect at first, because I didn't know where. After the deposition, I realized that Brian Newland was in charge of the money, and I knew where to focus everything. But at first, all the cops was a suspect, especially after they cut off my cameras, and I couldn't see what they were doing.
All right. Well, so you don't remember? Is that what you're telling me?
I remember telling you that Lisa, probably didn't take my money, okay. But I just didn't know. I just knew it was missing, and they cut off my cameras. So all of them were suspects until I figured it out.
So until you figured it out?
Until everybody figured it out, until it was solved of where the missing money was.
All right. So just to clear this up and move on, you admit that you don't have any evidence that Lisa Phillips stole your money?
No.
Welcome in, Marty, crazed of 5.
I know if she wasn't there in the first place, we wouldn't be having this conversation or be here.
And keeps restating the obvious. If they didn't bust into my house, I wouldn't have videos of them from my surveillance cameras. I wouldn't be talking shit and making videos using that footage if they didn't break into my house. I don't know why the judge is allowing him to get away with this, because that's not what this trial is about. This trial is about afterwards. See, he never pursued charges against them for possibly illegally breaking into his house and confiscating his stuff. So I don't know if he's trying to try his other case here. It's weird. It's weird. And I love it. I'm glad that he's doing it because the jury's sitting there watching.
And is it true that
the judge is dropping the ball here?
That one of your big motivation really in making all of these posts is to make money?
To pay for the damage that they brought to my house under the circumstance that they shouldn't have even been there in the first place.
Okay. So the answer to my question is yes, your motivation was to make money?
To pay for the damages that they brought to my house under the circumstances that they shouldn't have been there in the first place.
Have you made enough yet to make up for it?
Not really. You know.
How much have you made on it?
I don't know exactly, but it wasn't hardly $24,000.
$24,000.
It wasn't that. It wasn't that.
You're still making money on today.
100% Afroman is the type of guy that can talk his way out of a speeding ticket. No question at all. Especially if he's dressed like this.
Hey, right, with the new posts and advertisements and things.
That's publicity.
You're still selling merchandise, aren't you?
No, publicity. Just me. Just everybody. Thanks to them bringing publicity to this. It's just an opportunity to run numbers up and be an entertainer.
And the more lies, outrageous lies you tell about them, the more money you can make, right?
Fact. They never should have came to my house in the first place. Fact. If they hadn't came to my house, they wouldn't have put themselves on the video camera and in my music career. All of this is their fact. All of this is their fault. And they have the audacity to sue me. These people,
audacity.
And you are the predators and the victim at the same time.
So what they did, searching your house, gave you the...
I didn't get that. I did not get the ceviche recipe. Damn it. I'm afraid to make it myself. You're dealing with fish that's not cooked. cooked or shrimp that's not cooked. So, I mean, you have to be careful. I haven't had good ceviche since Los Angeles about 18 months ago. I'm fiending for it.
Right to do everything you
Under the circumstance that I got freedom of speech, after they run around my house with guns and kick down my door, I got the right to kick a can in my backyard, use my freedom of speech, turn my bad times into a good time. Yes, I do. And I think I'm a sport for doing so, because I don't go to their...
And he said, I think I'm a sport for doing so. He's like, turn your frown upside down and smile, motherfucker. I'm with him. Life gave him lemons. He fucking made lemonade. And those glasses, though, sheesh.
Kick down their doors, flip them off on their surveillance cameras, then try to play the victim and sue them.
You were at Lisa Phillips's deposition, correct?
Yes, sir.
In your lawyer's office?
Yes, sir.
Same office where you filmed part of that video last Friday?
Yes, sir.
And you saw how upset she was when she was answering your lawyer's questions about how this had affected her, right?
Yes, yes.
And you saw your attorney say, do we need to take a break?
Yes.
And you saw her say, no, let's go on and get this over with.
Yes, sir.
You saw all that.
Yes.
You knew she was upset.
Just like she knew I was upset when she was standing in front of my kids with an AR-15 with her hand around the trigger ready to shoot me. Just like she knew I was upset when she cut my cameras. But I'm not a person, she is. So I'm sorry for being a victim. Let's talk about the predators.
Okay. So you saw all that. You saw how upset she was. You heard the testimony about her children. You heard the testimony.
I'm trying to get my background to match his shit. He said, let's talk about the predators. I know I'm wasting time here, but I'm just going to go back because look how fucking slick this guy is.
Yes.
You knew she was upset.
Just like she knew I was upset when she was standing in front of my kids with an AR-15 with her hand around the trigger ready to shoot me. Just like she knew I was upset when she cut my cameras. But I'm not a person, she is. So I'm sorry for being a victim. Let's talk about the predators.
Okay. So
he said, I'm sorry for being a victim. Let's talk about the predators. This guy could be a lawyer. This guy has the intellect of an actual, like, just a rattlesnake of a lawyer. He missed his calling. He really did. Welcome in, Hella GN9 or G9N. Member for 1 month. Thank you so much. I feel like it's been longer than that. Possibly you renewed. Afroman. I'm not the biggest fan of his music. Most of you guys have a pretty good idea of what I like and stuff like that. But I do love that sweet, sweet Constitution, baby. And that's what it's all about.
You saw all that. You saw how upset she was. You heard the testimony about her children. You heard the testimony at the depositions about Randy Newland's daughter who came home upset. You heard all that. But you're still posting stuff about it.
Because I understand it was Randy's fault and all of their fault for coming to my house in the first place. So if they hadn't came to my house, their children wouldn't be saying nothing. None of this would be going home if they did their research and did things right. So all of this is their fault. And now they want to sue me for their mistake.
Is there anything that could change your mind about what you're doing to these deputies?
Is there anything that can change my mind about the fact that they shouldn't have been at my house in the first place? Is there anything that can change my mind about how my money shouldn't have been touched in the first place? No.
I don't like this lawyer, but it is fun watching him continuously run face first into a brick wall. The brick wall is Afroman.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
You're welcome.
He's like, I don't want to ask him anymore. I quit. He's like, that's all. He said, that's all the questions I have. Of course, dude. Look at these people. Look, these are the sheriff back here. You see them? Oh my God. Look at them. Look at these motherfuckers, dude. Are you kidding? There they are. Look at them. His eyes are too close together. This guy, dude, in a town like this, to be a lawyer that goes against this many fucking sheriff, dude, this is like a chunk of their sheriff.
I'm sorry.
Listen, there's some real intrigue here, even though there's a lot of comedy as well.
Do you want to continue the direct examination of your client now?
Your Honor, I was going to actually ask for a sidebar so we can talk about that.
Okay, so let's just talk about it.
Okay, so I was actually going to not do cross with Mr. Foreman this time. I was going to hold off until
no cross.
Our case in chief.
Yeah, I just offered you a chance to do that. So do you want to do your direct examination on your case in chief right now?
Not right now.
Like the pogo stick of witnesses up and down is what I was talking about. If he testifies on his own direct case, it could be now or it could be later. I just gave the lawyer a chance to do it now or later. So you'll likely see Mr. Foreman again this was an examination on the plaintiff's case. You get a chance to hear his testimony on his case. There's your explanation. Thanks.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not exactly clear what the fuck this guy's saying. Maybe you guys can help me out. I never claimed to be the smartest guy in the room. In fact, if I find myself in a room where I'm the smartest guy in the room, I go to another room. So I'm not a legal beagle. So we're learning together, I suppose. I'm sure some of you watch enough trials to understand what's happening here. It looks like his lawyer declined a cross-examination for the opening, and they're talking about a possibility of him going back to that later. I've never seen that before, although I don't watch a lot of trials.
Foreman, you can stand up.
Plaintiffs rest subject to the admission of all our exhibits, Judge.
Play some of Mr. Foreman's music from time to time?
They do.
You've worked with kids for how long?
30 years.
You've got into the mind of kids pretty well.
Yes.
When they would play Mr. Foreman's song Lemon Pound Cake, did they take that as a literal fact from your observations? You've worked with kids for how long?
30 years.
You've got into the mind of kids pretty well.
Yes.
When they would play Mr. Foreman's song...
Was I just muted that whole time? What an asshole I am. What I said was, this is the beginning of the live trial coverage. We're about 45, 50 minutes behind. Looks like they started on time, 9 p.m. Eastern time. Or 9 a.m. Eastern time. So this is how they started, just cold open with this lady on the stand, not telling me who she is or anything. So we're going to learn together. The question so far that he's asked is, you've worked with children for how long? And so I'm not sure if she's an educator or what.
Lemon Pound Cake, did they take that as a literal fact from your observations?
No.
Were they laughing and joking about it?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
Are you familiar with the song W.A.P.?
I think I've heard it.
Sorry, no, strike that. I'm going to give you the complete song and then summarize it because I only want to say it once.
Oh, I hope he sings it.
Are you familiar with the song Wet Ass Pussy?
Yes.
Oh, there goes the monetization. Just kidding. I actually didn't monetize this to avoid it being stacked with commercials.
Is that a rap song?
It is.
Has your students played it in class?
Once, and I asked them to please turn it off.
When they were listening to it, did they think that was fact?
No.
So they didn't think that that was depicting anything in real life?
No.
So you didn't have to teach them that wasn't real?
Right. No, I did not.
You've heard the song correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Do you believe it's a literal interpretation?
No.
Okay, first of all, what? How's it not a realistic depiction? I don't understand what's happening right now. Does he know what song he's talking about? That song actually talks about a real thing. What the fuck?
Would you agree it's derogatory towards women?
No.
Even though it says nasty things about them?
Yeah. No. I mean, it's the artist's opinion, I guess. That's the way I feel.
Maybe not an opinion you like, but
Yeah.
Not a big fan of rustling noises.
Your Honor, if I may have one.
Go ahead.
She got her hair did, feathered and everything. She has a sort of like fuck this shit.
So, Ms. Grooms, has Mr. Foreman's posts about Sean or any of the general posts about the
I'm actually going to speed it up just a hair. We could probably catch up that way. I'm only going to go to 1.25. Typically, when I review someone, I don't like to fuck with the speed, but for something like this, I mean, no harm done. If it gets heated, I'll put it to normal speed. That way we can get the full grasp of what's going on.
County Sheriff's Department as a whole affected your life any at all?
No.
Would you believe it would have affected your life while you were married to Sean?
If it had any effect, I guess that would be the time it would have an effect.
But as his spouse, you would have expected it?
Yes.
Okay. And I don't want you to go into too many details, but is it fair to say that Mr. Foreman, the posts about the police department, everything had
I'm
not...
trying to find out from Google and news outlets who she is, because they just started their live coverage of just, as you can see, just her sitting on the stand.
a damn thing to do with your relationship between you and Sean and why it came to an end?
No, it did not.
So the posts never affected your life, never affected your marriage?
No.
Okay. So any statement to the contrary would be false?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. No further questions at this time, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Okay, here comes the prosecution. I know what feathered is. I have 3 sisters and a bunch of aunts.
Morning, Ms. Grooms.
Good morning.
I'm sorry you have to be here.
I am too.
Thanks for coming. Where to start? You never sought a protective order against your ex-husband, did you?
Yes, I did when we divorced. The divorce, yes. I
Did
had a
you-
restraining order.
You got a restraining
Yes,
order?
I did.
Were you aware of the posts that were coming out after 2022 about the sheriff's deputies and calling them thieves and that sort of thing? Did you ever see any or hear any of the songs?
Some of my students referred to it, and they would say, I saw your husband in the video. And I would say, yeah, that was him, and turn around and walk away. I didn't elaborate on any of that, no. And
Why-
they didn't either,
Why didn't you elaborate on it?
because I didn't think it was the student's business.
Okay, so they had seen your husband in videos?
Yes.
And did you tell your husband about that?
About,
That your kids had mentioned it?
no, it was just a mention, and that was it.
Okay. Did you ever, you saw the posts yourselves or videos yourself, or did you just hear about it from kids?
I saw part of it, and then I heard about it.
Okay. And did anyone else in the community ever say anything to you about these videos or posts?
No.
Just your kids?
It's my students in the school.
Students? Okay. The song that Mr. Osborne asked you about, does that song refer to a specific identifiable person?
I don't think so.
Oh man, I listen. I absolutely feel foolish for not knowing exactly who this woman is or who she's the ex-wife of. She is not Afroman's ex-wife. And she's some type of educator or caretaker of children in some way. Because this lawyer, or actually the other lawyer, asked her when they're playing this lemon pound cake song, and the students are playing it. I don't know who her ex-husband is. I can't figure out what her name is. Google's letting me down. Help me. In other words, help me. We're in this together. Clip that.
Those are all my questions. Thank you, ma'am.
Rhonda, Mr. Klingler asked you about your students. Your students saw the post?
Yes.
And they articulated to you?
Yeah. Just say, hey, I saw your husband in this video.
Students can... Would it be a fair statement?
Did he just call her Rhonda? That helps me. I'm still searching, guys. I promise.
Say children can be mean?
Absolutely.
You've seen instances of them being cruel?
Absolutely.
Are they cruel to both other students and teachers?
Yes.
I don't like bringing up sensitive subjects, but has any of your students ever been cruel to you in the past?
Oh, yes, definitely.
Would it be fair to say they've said some pretty mean things?
Yes.
You see, I'm trying not to ask you what they are, but are they shocking names?
Coming from my students, I mean, in all honesty, it's, when they're mad at me because they didn't receive an A, yeah, they get mad.
And they laugh at?
Yes.
But they're not calling names a fact or anything to
No,
you?
no.
And they've seen these posts?
Yes.
Did your students treat you any differently?
No.
So, could you point to any instance where a student treated you differently due to the posts?
No.
Okay.
I'm gonna.
Sorry, guys. Just have a pause it for a second. I do have what I'm looking for. Okay, so now I do believe I'm right. I could be wrong. I think I got it though. Rhonda L. Walters, sometimes referred to in court documents and media as Rhonda Walters. She is the wife of Randall L. Walters Jr. So when she says your ex-husband, he is one of the 7 Adams County Sheriff's deputies suing Afroman. In addition to deputies themselves, their spouses were included in the original litigation or called as witnesses to testify regarding emotional distress, loss of a consortium, impact on their marital status caused by the viral videos and public backlash. So she's the spouse of one of the litigants, and in fact, one of the original litigants in the situation. Sorry it took so long. They gave us no introduction. It was just like, here's Rhonda.
Ask this question. You said you're sorry to be here. Why are you sorry to be here?
Because from my recollection, my ex-husband had said that this was part of the reason we got divorced.
No further questions, John.
Klinger? No further questions. Mr. Osborne, am I right to understand this witness was a lay witness?
Pardon me?
This was a lay witness, not an expert, right?
She's a lay witness to testify to what she would have experienced in this.
Right. And the only reason I did that is to explain to the jury that people...
Okay, I see. So the prosecution is trying to be tricky here. I've determined what's happening here. So Rhonda is a school teacher who teaches pre-K, teacher and educator for early childhood. So that's why she was talking about her students were playing his songs. So they're trying to add in another angle of damage done to them and embarrassment done to them. I see what's happening. Well, Hella, try Gemini. It's a whole different beast. It says, during her testimony, she clarified her professional background while discussing how a viral nature of Afroman's post impacted her life and career. Okay, so now we know who she is. She's a local school teacher, ex-wife of one of the sheriff who are suing Afroman. I can't determine whether or not she's still attached to the litigation. It doesn't look like it.
Sometimes have training experience and can make opinions as experts. If a doctor comes in a medical malpractice case, they're an expert. This is a lay person, the same as any other. Some of the questions spoke generally about society and public perceptions, which would seem like more of an expert opinion, when in fact, as a lay witness, she can only testify on what she experienced herself. So you have to understand the scope. She's just what happened to her lay average person, not educated expert. Thanks for being here. You can be excused. Go ahead, Mr. Osborne.
Your Honor, I'd ask for a short 10-minute break so I can...
This guy has to go take a poop. I'm with you, Queen Bella. I hope it's not preschool students listening. Exactly right. Guess what? If there are fucking little children listening to something that they shouldn't be listening to, who is in charge of what they're listening to? Well, the adult that's nearby. listen, I know teachers have a difficult job and everything, but what are these little kids listening to fucking Afroman in classes for anyways? That tells me that class is in chaos and the teacher and the school has no control over what's happening. Lord, there must be cell phones, right? Or laptops, Chromebooks. It's crazy. I mean, I was raised, I went to a public high school. We couldn't even chew fucking bubble gum in class. I can't imagine busting on my cell phone and listening to fucking rap.
Mr. Foreman, based upon the ruling in the Rule 50, I want to juggle some of my witnesses, make some corrections to that, as I had anticipated a different verdict due to the evidence, or different ruling due to the evidence, so I'm going to need to shift for that. I'd like 10 minutes to consult with my client to strategize on that.
Comments, Mr. Flanagan?
No, I have no objection to that, Judge.
You're doing well managing your time. I think that's a good idea. I would like to know how I am with getting the jury on schedule.
Your Honor, that's why I want to strategize, see how we can hopefully...
Yeah, well, I appreciate what you're saying. Take a break, go back to the jury room, stay there if you would please. Short break will be helpful.
Oh, cool. It's going to help us catch up. Yeah, she never worked with high school students. She only worked with the littlest kids. Let's see. It says, during your testimony this morning, Rhonda Walters primarily focused on her career as a pre-K teacher and her work with children. You know, I know what they're trying to do. They're trying to say, oh, even my wife at work, she was being harassed with this. She argued that being associated with a controversial raid and Afroman's subsequent social media trolling, in quotations, was particularly damaging to her professional standing and her reputation within the community where she teaches. So it's a twofer. It's a twofer. You got I'm the wife, so like my husband's been disgraced, so that's hurting me, and also my job's being disgraced as the fucking kindergarten kids are listening to Afroman in class, and it's embarrassing her and damaging her reputation. Fucking wah. That's what I have to say about that. You're not going to get a fair and objective viewpoint here. I'm quite biased in this. Cry me a fucking river, lady. That's what I have to say about that. All right, so let's see here. This big old break, and then we're back. Do you guys need a break yourselves? Should I put on a song and let you refill your coffees? Fill up your dog food bowl? Do what you got to do? You can just listen as we go. I think we'll be able to get caught up at time and a half with that big break right there. Let's see. My kids don't listen to those kinds of songs. Not my youngest. No, I would definitely sneak and listen. I was listening to the NWA and Pantera as a kid, but we would do it with cassette tapes, like in secret. Never in class, dude. Maybe in gym class if we were outside. But we didn't have earbuds. If you had to put fucking headphones on, it looked like you were in an operating room. Like there were wires everywhere. Keep going. Okay.
We're moving forward to the point where you get the case handed to you. Here it comes. Rebuttal, please.
No rebuttal, Judge. No further witnesses.
And just so you guys know, this is the last time I'll say this. This is a far departure from what I typically do. This case just very much inspired me to share it with you guys. I'm trying to interject as much as I can without slowing down the works of the trial here. I know I talk too much. It's in part because I get so fucking bummed out watching people that cover trials that just press play and like go water their flowers or whatever, smoke crack, whatever these people do, these YouTubers. So I'm here and I'm attentive. This is what's going on is I'm doing a live stream. So if you have any questions, please shout me out in the chat and I'll answer them as I can. But I'm going to let it play as much as possible.
Okay, thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're moving forward to the point where you get the case handed to you. What comes next is closing arguments and instructions of law. So closing arguments are meant to be the opportunity for the lawyers to tell you what they think the evidence means. If you want to take notes, do so, but like draw a line on your paper and say argument, not fact. I don't know how you keep notes, but I have to keep them organized. So I can realize who's talking. You've seen me do it a couple times. Lawyers aren't evidence.
Holy shit, it looks like there's another fucking... We're going to get caught up. no problem. This is like a half-hour break. And look, I don't know if you can see the mini screen there. The judge is up and walking around and being emotive. I don't know what's happening. Let's see.
The witnesses are. It's the same thing here. I don't think you would get confused or misunderstood. The plaintiff goes first because the burden of proof is on the plaintiff. The plaintiff also, because of that burden of proof, gets the privilege. So they get not only the first word, but they get the last word. So Mr. Klingler would start, Mr. Osborne would go second, and then Mr. Klingler would get the last word. Not because of favoritism or anything else, but because of the burden of proof. Then at that particular point in time, we'll give you jury instructions. And I'm going to take a break after their arguments because I need to make a few copies for the lawyers to read while I read. We give the instructions to you in writing, but I always like it when they can read over my shoulder because sometimes I put two words in different order and it changes the meaning. So then we have like 3 people reading to make sure it comes out to you right. So we'll hear their closing arguments, take a short break, you'll get the instructions, and then we'll turn you loose. Go ahead, Mr. Klingler.
Your Honor, if I may, procedurally, I'd like to renew my motion for the record.
Thank you. Very appropriate. With regard to the false light claims, the court overrules the motion. Outside the presence of the jury, I can give you a little bit more of the why, but when I give deference to the evidence and construe it in favor, especially with regard to highly offensive and reasonable juror, reasonable public perception, like those clearly become fact issues to weigh, which I shouldn't do. So as a matter of law, I couldn't dismiss the claims. There's at least enough evidence when I construe the plaintiff's evidence in their favor to get past the Rule 50 motion. But you are spot on to remind me to do that.
Your Honor, there's also another matter.
I mean, go team. You're spot on. I would have forgotten that. I don't like this judge at all. When they go into this break, I'm going to show you some wider angle shots of the courtroom so you can see the jury and you can see it's difficult to judge the space here. It's actually an interesting room. There's a lot more people in this room than it looks like with these tight shots the cameraman's getting. I'll show you.
I think we probably should get the sidebar before we go into oral arguments.
Okay. I like cleaning things up.
America. I don't know what the fuck that noise was at all. Oh, they cut the mics for a sidebar. Here, maybe I can pull this up at the same time. I just want you to see what the courtroom looks like. The trial's still playing. I'm going to mute this big size. So all these people, I know it's small, but all these people, oh, actually, no, I get on the big side. All these people here, they're all candidates for the jury. So we are looking at the jury. We just don't know which ones got picked. So it's not the official jury, but this is the pool that they pulled from. Oh, boy. I mean, if you were Afroman looking at this, what would you think? And it's their microphones that's muted in the courtroom for this sidebar, as you can probably see. I mean, look at this motherfucker. Are you kidding me? All right, well, now we're at the seal. So this sidebar is taking up some time. We'll just let this. I'll let this play. Interesting. I've never been to a court where they pledged allegiance. Is that an Ohio thing? Actually, what the fuck was that, dude? What was that? That's weird. Okay, they're back.
Well, I have voted 3-0, the lawyers all being unanimous. They want to see like this last draft of instructions because often they use the instructions in their argument. So like the chicken scratching stuff that we've been doing in the past is distracting. So we're going to let me do my work. It's 30 minutes that we need. So go take a coffee break. Just stay back there. Instead of me doing it the other way, we'll just take the break now for the jury instructions.
You can't smoke, can you smoke?
The bailiff doesn't like irritable jurors, so you should go smoke. Do you like your jury?
Dude, a sense of humor is really not something I'm looking for in a judge, man. Although I appreciate humor in all its forms. Listen, strictly fucking business if you're the judge. I don't want to be your pal. I want you to know the law better than anyone else in that motherfucking room, dude. No giggles. There's no room for giggles. Come on, man. We can giggle at the sheriff whose eyes are too close together. We don't need comedic relief from the man in charge of the room. It's so annoying to me.
Or not that. Okay. Yeah, go take a break. Pretty high maintenance for the village.
All right. Well, that lasted.
Yeah, like you're supposed to.
Everything you need to know is right here.
All right, so let me just mute this and we'll scan ahead till we get back. There is more. I think we're going to get caught up today. Let's see what the fucking Judge Sleepy, he's walking around the room here at the beginning. Let's see what is happening. Hope everyone's feeling good out there. Please hit the thumbs up. I know this isn't drama. There's no blood all over the place, but this is pretty entertaining. And underneath of all of this is a First Amendment argument. I don't know what's happening here. Let's see. They just took well over a 30-minute break.
For instance, I'm not submitting to the jury whether the 5 plaintiffs are private figures or public figures because Judge McBride decided that. So in the instructions, I've taken prior decisions of law where necessary and put them in. And you didn't deal with that, but sometimes I have to tell the jury how we got to where we are. And that becomes instruction of law, and the law of the case goes into the instructions. So I don't explain it to them. I'm just saying to the record, I took prior.
Some kind of debate as to whether or not these sheriff are public figures or private figures. They're public figures. They certainly are. But they're not only public figures, but representatives of our tax money and our laws in public safety. Of course they're public figures. What do you mean?
Traditional law of the case findings and slotted it in where necessary, but that's what we always do. Sound right, Mr. Osborne?
Your Honor, I have no objection. No objection to it.
Okay.
Yes.
Off the record.
Speaking of kids in their classroom with their phones, look at Afroman. He's probably fucking tweeting right now. My man.
Okay.
Yes.
Off the record.
Your Honor.
Yes, sir. We're off the record.
Well, we have the 2 housekeeping things. I have to renew my.
So we're off the record. Hey man, the camera's still rolling. What's up, Pookie? Good to see you. Good morning. I feel like it should be afternoon. I've been up since 6 a.m. But good morning to you. Top of the morning to you.
My verdict, and then we have to also discuss the music company.
Okay.
We're back on the record.
Okay, so 2 points came up. You wanted to renew your motion for Rule 50.
Yes, sir.
I mean, listen, Face of America, you seem familiar with what I mean, the facts of the matter here. They're like having like weird, awkward like debates and sidebars as to whether or not these sheriff are public figures, man. The Supreme Court fucking decided this shit over a decade ago. There's not even a conversation here. There's precedent set. This is just a waste of time. This is some peacocking by the judge. He's trying to flex his knowledge.
Which the court overruled. Mr. Klingler responded to your inquiry about the Access Incorporated.
Yes, Your Honor. Just for the sake of the record, we had a telephone conference on this. We had discussed this issue. They had not pled. They were technically in default of the answer during that telephone conference, which was not on the record. We discussed what would happen with that. Mr. Klingler said he would evaluate it. We are now about ready to do closing statements. No evidence has been presented against him. Mr. Klingler has not asked for a default judgment. He seems to be wanting to put everything on my client, which is very strange. Why, when he has a default, he wants to make a motion for such. But we would ask that the record be cleaned up in that issue.
Yeah, I'm going to clean up the record, and we are going to dismiss that party from the case.
Media Access Incorporated.
Yes.
We've registered an objection to him not doing a directed verdict, doing a default verdict on that, and therefore increasing damages upon my client if they should be found.
No, if he gets to open his own complaint, so I just have to follow his lead. But I get what you're saying.
I can argue for mitigation of attorney fees and stuff that he has done.
No, if it gets to that, if it gets to that, that's not a part of the jury's authority.
I'm trying to think a step ahead.
I like that. Off the record, please. Go get him. You with us, Bailiff?
Yeah, it seems like fake. It seems like it's just like there's some weird, strange acting going on here. Like, I don't know. Like, you can't argue law that precedent's already been set on. Like it.
So I didn't gauge my time very well, but thank you for your patience. We are moving ahead, as you know, so most people don't growl about that, but I try to at least respect your time and tell you what we're doing. We made it through, like, the corrections to the jury instructions. Like, I've been trying to educate you all the way through. The jury instructions are the textbook at the end. So the lawyers have a chance to drill those down. As I said before, closing arguments are the attorney's argument about what they think the evidence means and how you should do whatever it is they think you should do. So they go first, Mr. Klingler, then Mr. Osborne, then Mr. Klingler. There's like a total of 35 minutes. So I'm going to think 20, 35, 15. But Mr. Klingler can kind of manipulate his time depending on how he wants to do it. So in an hour, you'll be talking to me for about 30 minutes of instructions before you start your deliberations. That's what's ahead of you.
Geez, man, this moved quickly. I heard deliberations wouldn't be taking place till Friday. So something happened that they're just moving it along. Outside of the courtroom, and I'm pulling up some images for you. Outside of the courtroom is a small group of supporters of Afroman with lemon themed things, lemon pound cake signs. Not much going on in town. So, I mean, we'll have a look at that.
If you take notes, just write down argument, not evidence. Go ahead, Mr. Klingler.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, folks. When this trial started, I told you it was about intentional lies that are designed to hurt people. It's not about freedom of speech. It's about defamation. It's about false light defamation, intentional lies designed to hurt people. You've heard all the evidence. You've seen the witnesses. I'm not going to go over it. But I will say a few things to underscore what I think is most important for you to keep in mind as this case is turned over to you. From me, from the plaintiffs, to you.
Sorry for the shitty audio. There's only so much I can do. Like, I got it cranked. I get it cranked to the point of distortion. Sun's out here as well. Hope you guys are getting some sunshine on your faces.
Mr. Foreman perpetuated lies intentionally, repeatedly, over 3.5 years on the internet about these 7 brave deputy sheriffs who've lived in this county for years, risked their lives for this county for years.
I mean, they didn't risk their lives in kicking in Afroman's door. So here comes the glory of battle stories.
Years, done their job, been in the community for many, many years. Mr. Foreman did it.
I respect law enforcement that follows the law. They're not above the law. These guys are fucking Keystone cops.
Intentionally. Mr. Foreman knew that what he posted on the internet were lies. He knew there was no theft. He knew there was no sex with Randy Walter's wife. And he certainly knew all of the stuff he's repeatedly posted about Lisa Phillips up until Friday and probably...
I do have, well, I don't have an exact breakdown, but this is what it's telling me about the jury. The gender balance, 12 members plus all alternates. I don't know. It doesn't say how many alternates, but gender balance. The jury is reportedly fairly balanced between men and women. The demographics, as we saw the jury pool, if you didn't see the jury pool, I can show you again. They're just a bunch of middle-aged or older white people, which reflects the area of the country that they're in. Let's see. As the trial is taking place in Adams County, Ohio, the jury pool reflects the local population, which is predominantly white. So, selection focus during, I've never heard this. How do you say this word? VOIR, vor dire, which is, I guess, the Greek name for jury selection. Both legal teams focused heavily on potential jurors' opinions on law enforcement and the defund the police movement, their consumption of social media, whether they had already seen the lemon pound cake video. Like, I wish I could play it. I'll play a snippet of it. I don't want to get struck. Of all the things to get struck for playing a clip of his song, I don't want to do that.
Later were lies too. What are we going to do about that?
So the jury looks like, just, middle-aged white people.
Mr. Foreman told you from the witness stand there's nothing
I could have been on that jury.
we can do to stop him because he has freedom of speech to lie about people intentionally. During jury selection, we talked about that. And you all agreed that it's not okay to tell an intentional lie about someone that hurts them. We all agreed. And the judge is going to tell you that in the law that he gives you. So Mr. Foreman is legally wrong when he says he has free speech to tell harmful lies about people and get away with it. That's just legally wrong. You also told me in jury selection that even if somebody does something to you that hurts you, that you think is wrong, like a search warrant execution that you think was unfair, even if somebody does that to you, you told me, we all agreed, that that doesn't justify telling intentional lies designed to hurt people. That's what you think. That's what the community thinks. That's what decent people think. But Mr. Foreman thinks it's okay to do what he's done over 3.5 years because they executed a search warrant that broke down his door and disconnected his cameras. You heard from the witness stand, from Mr. Foreman, the callous indifference that he showed to what he's done, the harm he's done. It's imprinted in your mind.
I'm so excited to see the wizard lawyer, Afroman's lawyer.
I'm sure, like it is in mine, the tears, the agony from some of these witnesses, don't forget that when you're back in the jury room. That's what this case is about. You are here because you...
I don't think I told you guys this, but just to give you a quick information here, this is Robert A. Klinger, like the character from MASH, the plaintiff's attorney. He is a high-profile Cincinnati-based attorney representing the 7 Adams County sheriff's deputies and their spouses. So far, his strategy has been to focus on the human cost, the impact of these supposed... Yes, this is live. Well, we're 20 minutes behind. Ish. Yeah, we're about 20 minutes behind to live. Upcoming is Afroman's lawyer. That's what I'm here for. Like, seriously. It's too early in the day to eat popcorn, but I would be.
Agreed to be here. You showed up on the first day. Not everybody does. A lot of people don't respond to their summons. You did. I asked you, do you want to be on this jury? And you all said, yes, I agree to be on this jury.
No, well, wait a minute, bud.
You're all here now.
Hey, Slickster, there's a difference between wanting to be on the jury and agreeing to be on the jury. You can agree to do something you don't want to do. Hold on. I can't get nitpicky. We'll be here for a month. But what the fuck? This guy does blink a lot. What's up, Blinky?
Yes, I agreed to be on this jury. You're all here now. Do you want to be on this jury? And you all said, yes, I agree to be on this jury.
You agreed to be or want to be are huge.
You're all here now in this place.
Agreeing to be and wanting to be are hugely different things. I can agree to fucking take you to the airport. I don't want to wake up that early.
In this courtroom for a reason. And I believe There's a power higher than us that brought you here today to do this job. And
Okay, bring in, Your Honor, I'd like to introduce our next witness, Jesus Christ. There's a higher calling that gathered us here today. It's divine intervention. Yes, we are 20 minutes behind of the live trial now. We're catching up.
that you are the chosen people to do it. Nobody else is
The
going to
chosen people.
There's not going to be another trial. There's not going to be a second chance. This is the day to decide
This guy's gonna hand out halos afterwards.
whether Mr. Foreman gets away with what he's done and whether these plaintiffs deserve something to make up for what they've been through, and whether the community is told that what he did is unacceptable. It's not okay. We talked about different kinds of damages. There's not going to be economic damages in this case. There's no doctor bills. There's no damaged property. There's damage to reputation. There's pain and suffering. There's public humiliation. There's everything you saw and heard from these detectives.
I don't think I'll ever be able to be on any major jury because they'd be like, oh, because they do run cursory background checks. They'd be like, oh, this guy has a YouTube channel. They watch 10 minutes of my YouTube channel and they'd be like, nah, scratch him from the list. He's a crazy person that speaks well. He could be a real problem. I would run that fucking jury.
Witness stand. And the only thing you can do as a jury to decide this case is to render a verdict of money that somehow stands in, somehow represents the harm that these deputy sheriffs have been put.
So for those keeping tabs, they busted in his house, broke down his doors, broke his gate, stole money from him, actual damage. And but that's not being tried here. So basically, they damaged his shit, and then he went and made songs to damage their shit to make the money back to fix his shit, and they got their feelings hurt. That's how I understand it.
Through over 3.5 years. That's all you can do. You can't issue an order that says stop. You can't issue an order that says, say you're sorry. All you can do is issue a verdict for an amount that fairly stands in, represents what they've been through, what they've lost. No one else is going to do it. The judge isn't going to do it. Court of Appeals isn't going to do it. It's your job. And you're the people meant to do it.
You are the chosen people.
Now, I told you in jury selection, if we got to this point, I'd try to give you some ideas about how to evaluate what kind of verdict might make sense in this case. I told you then, and I'll tell you now, there's no formula. There's no easy answer, but there is an answer. And it's the answer that you folks decide among yourselves fairly represents the injuries that these deputies have suffered. And I'll start by posing this question. Do you think that if there had been an advertisement in some newspaper that said, we will give you $2 million if you are willing to go through what Lisa Phillips has been through for the last 3.5 years?
Holy shit. Can you believe this guy's at time and a half and it's still this slow? Holy shit.
Would you take that deal? Do you think she would have taken that deal? Yeah, $2 million, that's a, maybe I'll go through that. Of course not. Do you think Randy Walters? Do you think Brian Newland?
This guy's even fucking slow at time and a half, dude. What is happening? Thanks again, everyone, for being here. Please consider hitting the thumbs up. I don't typically do this kind of thing. I keep repeating myself, but my goal is always 100 thumbs up. We're like 15 away from that. That gives me an indication that there are people interested in seeing this kind of stuff here on this dusty little channel.
Do you think any of these deputies would have accepted some amount of money in order to go through, in exchange for going through what they've been through? I don't think so. And I think you know nothing is worth going through what they've been through. And, of course, he says he's not going to stop. He says nothing can stop it. Maybe something can stop him if you tell him through your verdict that he needs to stop.
And when this man says he needs to stop, what he's saying is we need to end an artist who uses his voice and lyrics. We need to stop him from being who he is. We need to snatch away his First Amendment rights. No, sir. No, sir. This is America. This is not a fascist state.
I'm going to tell you what I believe is a fair verdict for these plaintiffs. And it's up to you, of course, again, to make the decision. But I would ask you, I'm going to ask you, and there's a verdict form which, excuse me 1 minute.
Okay, so I do have a bit of back information on this. I don't know if he's going to throw out the numbers, but he's about to tell the jury what he thinks is proper compensation for their defamation. Specific damages, each of the plaintiffs, 7 of them, and I don't know, I have to look at this too, because I know some of their wives are included. Each of the plaintiffs is seeking $25,000 each of the 4 counts of lawsuit. With 7 deputies and several spouses involved, the base amount alone could reach into the hundreds of thousands of dollars. These counts include invasion of privacy, false light, I'm not sure, again, I'm not a legal beagle, defamation, and intentional infliction of emotional distress. So that's what Afroman is on trial here for. And like I said, it's a big chunk of fucking money. A big chunk of money.
Folks, I'm going to show you these forms that you're going to be filling out, just so you're familiar with them.
What they're attempting to do is try to determine how much money he made off the videos of his home surveillance, recording police in his home. He made videos of that. And he made a bucket of money, and his social media exploded because people were like, "What the fuck?" So they're trying to take every cent that he made by that. That's crazy. Excuse my bias.
This is just an example. You're going to have a different form for each of these plaintiffs. Okay, this one happens to be a verdict form for Lisa Phillips.
Also, in addition to the $25,000 per count and the profits, they are also seeking punitive damages, extra money intended to punish the defendant for what they claim was willful and malicious behavior. And of course, they're also attempting to recoup their attorney fees.
And I believe the evidence is overwhelming that you'll find in favor of Lisa Phillips. This happens to be her false light claim. There's a separate claim for...
I know what false light means. I'm an idiot. I just read that and I was like, false light. I separated them for a reason. So it's just like depicting somebody out of their actual character. Defamation.
Defamation, a separate form for defamation, and you'll see the jury instructions. Judge Hine has already talked some about that with you. So this is just an example of the verdict form that I'm going to ask you all to sign in favor of Lisa Phillips and all of the plaintiffs on their false light and their defamation claims. Now, there's another form called an interrogatory, and I'm just showing you Lisa Phillips's form. And it says, we, the jury, find damages for plaintiff as follows. And then it gives a little description of the kind of damages. And there's a line for your decision, and there's signature lines for each of you to sign. For Lisa Phillips, I'm not going to show you every form. For Lisa Phillips, folks.
That's a good question. I suppose, Michelle, 420, that I suppose that if there is a determination by the judge that he has to pay the amount of money that he made profiting from their, I think it's a crock of shit, but profiting from depicting them in a false light. How do they determine that amount of money? I mean, he's got his social media platforms make various amounts of money. How can they say it's a direct result of that would be a fucking shit show. And of course they would have to subpoena court records to show some type of influx of money. What a disaster. I really don't think we're going to get that. If we do, I'm going to Ohio to protest with the Pound Cake Brigade.
I'm asking you to put $1.5 million in that verdict form. $1.5 million for Lisa Phillips from what she's been through for 3.5 years.
I mean,
maybe going through for who knows how long. For Brian Newland, I'm asking you to issue a verdict for $1 million.
What the fuck? This is not the information I got. I got 7 of them, $25,000. He's talking about individual settlements for people. They are trying to hit the lottery. Whoever said that in my chat is absolutely correct. This is fucking bananas. This is a bunch of poor people just trying to pillage the one rich guy in the room, dude. This is crazy. This is crazy. America.
For what he's been through with his family, the loss of his dream job here in Adams County. For Randy Walters, I'm asking you for a verdict of $1 million for what he's been through with the allegations and vile videos about his wife.
What's up, Samantha J?
For the other 4 plaintiffs, Sean Grooms, Sean Cooley, Justin Cooley, and Mike Estep, I'm asking you for a total for all 4 of them of $400,000 divided among them however you see.
It's a bargain. See, look, man, we're giving you the other 4 sheriffs fucking lifestyle on your hard work on at a discount, dude. Look, how an offer you can't refuse. Fuck off, dude. What the fuck?
Fit based on their testimony.
Excuse my language.
You, of course, can award less. You can issue a verdict for more. That's what I'm asking you to say in your verdict form based on this testimony. Now, let me close my
Dude, what is his cut of that?
remarks by looking into the future here and looking at the future if there's a verdict for the plaintiffs and you award the plaintiffs a fair amount of money. What happens? The plaintiffs are vindicated. The court of public opinion out there, the press, which I know you haven't been looking at, they don't know the facts. You know the facts. And a verdict for the plaintiff will say they were wronged, he was wrong.
Dude, he just discounted any coverage of this trial. They don't know the fact. Well, yeah, we do. I mean, I don't mean to say we. I'm not a fucking journalist, but like, obviously, I found out about this because people knew. This guy's a jerk off.
Verdict for the plaintiffs will make up in some way for what they've been through. A verdict for the plaintiffs will say that we don't condone, we don't approve, you can't get away with what Mr. Foreman's done. Not in this community, not in this country. That's not freedom of speech where we live. That's what a verdict.
Where we live, freedom of speech isn't different anywhere in any nook or cranny or crevice of this country. Freedom of speech is the same everywhere you go in the United States. That includes Puerto Rico and Hawaii and Alaska, the Virgin Islands. Freedom of speech is something that we have everywhere we go. He's trying to convince the world that they have a different kind of freedom there.
Mr. Foreman's done. Not in this community, not in this country. That's not freedom of speech where we live.
Where we live.
That's what a verdict for the plaintiffs will say. Let's look at another possible future if there were to be a verdict for the defendant.
Don't worry, guys. The wizard's coming up next, dude. And just looking ahead, just by scanning like this, he is animated. So stand by.
Or if there were to be a verdict with a small amount of money attached to it. In that case, in that world, in that future, the world is told what he did is okay. What they went through is no big deal. We don't really care. We think it's fine. That's what a verdict for the defendant or a small verdict would say. They would go home subject to even more ridicule. Yeah, you took him on and you lost. See what he did was fine. I don't have to tell you, you know, that's not the message that we want to send. It's not the message you want to send. Folks, I'm done. I've done all I can. These folks called me 3 years ago now and asked, what can we do to stop this? And here we are today. I've done what
This guy probably bought his second fucking house off of this case last week, dude. Are you kidding me?
I can. They've done what they can. They've suffered through the publicity. They could have stopped this case at any time if they would have kowtowed to the pressure, public humiliation that Mr. Foreman continued to put them through, but they didn't. They bravely stood behind their case.
Had they spent an hour of their time to help Afroman's wife at the time put the door back on the fucking hinges so they can lock the door, none of this would have happened.
And their right not to be drugged through the mud with lies in the media. They've done all they can. And now I am giving their case and this decision to you. It's out of my hands. You have to decide what to say to Mr. Foreman and what to say to the community about what he's done and the effects that it's had on these folks. I have full confidence, I fully trust you to make the right decision, to make a fair decision, and to come back with a verdict that's fair for each one of these plaintiffs and that tells the community what you really think about this case.
If you really want to know what the jury looks like, they all look like this guy.
Very much.
Now, what do you guys think? Tell me about it. Like it seems like he's saying words that come across as confident, but he didn't seem confident at all. He sort of just, especially when he started talking about money, he got nervous. Like a big fucking grift, dude. Here comes the wizard. Please consider becoming a member if you like this kind of stuff. I'll do more of it. If people don't like it, I won't do so much of it. That's sort of how it goes. This case in particular, like I said, drew my attention. There's a celebrity, there's songs involved, there's a wizard. It's a whole thing. Some of these people's eyes are too close together. Rhonda's a whole vibe. So let's go. Let's go, wizard.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here. This has been a long 3 days. It took a second for me to even count the number. It's been so long. A lot's happened. You've done your duty as jurors. You've paid attention to the evidence. I'm proud of that.
This wizard has a name, ladies and gentlemen. His name is hold on a second. Bruce Rivers. This man's name is Bruce Rivers. All right. Name of the fucking day. Bruce Rivers. I mean, come on, dude. Tell me his parents weren't a diehard fan. All right. So let's see. He's represented a well-known criminal defense lawyer and YouTube legal commentator. Oh, what? Famous for his Criminal Lawyer React series. Oh my God, dude. I think we're going to have to check that out someday. So he's a YouTuber. This man is a wizard, a lawyer, and a YouTuber. Dude, this case has way more to offer than I expected. Fruit everywhere. Just pick it.
What makes our country great is you have the right to have a jury trial. You have the right to people in the community to see this, weigh the evidence, and make a decision. And I'm proud that you guys are here and doing that. We started this time, I talked about this case was about freedom of speech. But
right, I'm going to let him roll after. I just want to comment on, hey, Miss Honeybee, thanks for being here. It says, as someone who works in the legal field with attorneys, I would not feel confident with the prosecution's closing. He lacked confidence and affirmation. I agree. And you said it far more eloquent than I'm capable of. But I know human beings, man. One of the first things I ever saw whenever I was born was a human being. So I've been studying these fucking creatures since day one. That guy, when he started talking about the money, it got real awkward, man. And if I'm sitting here feeling awkward in the steel city of Pittsburgh, 1,000 miles away from these, or I get a couple hundred miles away from these people, I'm sure the jury is feeling it too. Let's go. Let's go, Bruce Rivers, YouTuber, lawyer, and wizard. He's been aggressive in his cross-examinations. He's an aggressive man.
let's talk about what it's also about. It's also about music. Not all music is tasteful. Not everybody likes all music. There's some songs I hate. I think we can find plenty of people that find songs they do not like. But Mr. Foreman, Joe, is a rapper and comedian. It's what he's done his whole life is rap, make songs. We got to think of what rap is, because music does not exist in a vacuum. Music evolves over time. Take a look at jazz. It's evolved. At one time, it was distinct in a certain subculture, and it has now expanded. Rap is the same. Rap started out as a means for people to express social commentary, opinions through
Listen, my mind's kind of blown right now that this lawyer's a fucking YouTuber. Like, listen, I had no idea about that. That's making my day. And it's making my day. Listen, I'm having fun. I don't give a fuck if there's at least 40 of us here. This is interesting shit. The judge better not interrupt him. I'd call foul. Okay. As I interrupt him. Get it, Mr. Rivers.
Entertainment. Look at the song by NWA. What are they called? Fuck the Police? I think I said that right. It's a social commentary on what was going on in their lives. Their personal effect, the personal things happening to them, combined with entertainment, which unfortunately is exaggeration. Opinion, nothing of fact in that song. It's a commentary on society. And so when you look at rap, you see that over and over again. I had my secretary print me a couple songs, rap songs, while I was pouring a cup of coffee.
Oh, I hope he raps with that coffee energy, dude. I'm so here for it.
And the first one is Carly B, WAP. I find it bad to say what WAP means, but it's a popular song. I think it's somewhat derogatory, but then again, I'm not the audience for that song, and I know that. I know nothing in that song. Nothing talking about is true. I know it's entertainment. I know it's social commentary. Miss Grooms testified even her students knew that at a young age. The same thing I knew when I was watching Johnny Carson, The Late Night Show, and SNL, Saturday Night Live, with my grandfather when I was a kid. That's all entertainment. They make fun of everybody for entertainment. And some of it is a social commentary.
I just figured out why they slipped up and said Hennepin County earlier, because that's where Bruce typically operates out of, Minneapolis, Minnesota, which is Hennepin County. I remember that because of George Floyd. He's most famous for his massive YouTube channel, CLR Bruce Rivers, Criminal Lawyer Reacts, which has over 1.4 million subscribers. This guy's a fucking YouTuber, dude. He's a YouTuber. If he has 1.4 million subscribers, he makes way more money on YouTube than he does in a courtroom. This is crazy. He's creating his own content. This is fucking genius, dude. I'm a big fan of this guy. I just subscribed. Holy shit.
But it is not fact. And everybody knows that. Nobody looks at Lil Wayne's song Pussy Monster and says there's a monster in that song. Everybody knows it's exaggeration for entertainment. Is he commenting on something? Sure. But it's not fact. And I can keep going. Megan Thee Stallion with sex talk. I mean, it just goes on. They use derogatory language. It's designed to entertain. Drew Hastings, former mayor of Hillsborough, was a comedian. I got to go to one of his stand-ups. Some of it was funny.
This guy is a fucking character, dude. He raised to fame with his reaction fame. He gained fame by reacting to rap music videos and social media posts. So he became famous as a YouTuber, completely separate from law, and then he turned the law thing into his YouTube thing. Listen, dude, gotta love a hustler.
Some of it wasn't. Some of his jokes, like those of Eddie Murphy and Richard Pryor, some of them are not tasteful, but they're still jokes. They're not facts.
Is this the wrong guy? Is this not the same YouTuber? Twisty says wrong guy. Oh, am I wrong? It could be, dude. That shows how much I know. Let's see here. Attorney representing Bruce Rivers, who is arguably one of the most recognizable figures. No, this is not the wrong guy. Who is Bruce Rivers? Board-certified criminal defense specialist based in Minneapolis. That's why they mentioned Hennepin County earlier. He was, but he has a national reputation. He is most famous for massive YouTube channel CLR Bruce Rivers. 1.4 million subscribers. And you know what? I could be getting mixed up. He called her Megan Thee Stallion. He seemed very uncomfortable saying some of those words. One could argue that since the cops are public servants, they are public personalities. That's what I would argue. I think the Supreme Court's ruled on that in several different ways. And they are open to being publicly criticized in the media as long as it's not defamation or malice. Fuck around and find out. Yeah, and in order to prove maliciousness, not only do you have to prove that what the people are, if they're saying untrue things about you that are damaging to you, but you also have to prove that they knew what they were saying was untrue. So that's where it's so difficult to prove defamation unless you have a fucking ton of money. And these sheriffs do not have a ton of money.
And we know that. That's what a reasonable person listening to that would understand. And that's the point. This is not a vacuum. We don't live in a vacuum. Let's face it, if we lived in a vacuum, we'd all be dead because we couldn't breathe. So we live in a world full of everything, where we see things. We watch SNL. We know it's entertainment. We know it's going to pick on people. We understand that they're picking on public officials. They picked on Joe. They pick on Donald Trump all the time, Sleepy Joe. I mean, go down the list, even Teflon Ron.
It's not him. It's not the guy. This is not the YouTuber. Bruce Rivers on YouTube looks like a gangster. Yeah, he looks like a mafioso. Hey, man, this is what Google told me. What the fuck? Why is that? They're not even connected. It clearly says the attorney representing Afroman is Bruce Rivers, who's arguably one of the most recognized legal figures in the country right now, both in the courtroom and on the internet. Oh. Okay. So the Bruce Rivers guy, the YouTube guy is also representing Afroman. Let me get this straight here. While Afroman has also been supported by David Osborne, I'm so confused. Is this David Osborne or is this fucking... I should know this, but I hope you understand the confusion here. Let me figure it out.
Was made fun of. So as you go back, nobody thinks that's fact. Nobody's going to take it that way. When they post their clips on YouTube, when they post their clips on Facebook, people don't look at it and go, that's the truth. No, they understand it's comedy. They understand they're going to talk about it going forward.
Yeah, see, this is why you really have to be careful with this fucking knowledge generator AI. This man's name is David Osborne. He's been serving as lead counsel. While Bruce Rivers is the most famous face on the defense due to YouTube presence. Okay, so there's the problem. Bruce Rivers, the YouTube guy that looks like a gangster, a mafioso gangster, to be more clear, he's on this case. This guy's just doing the work. Okay, so this is David. I was so excited. I thought this guy was a YouTuber. I was all for it. The other guy, I've seen him. Not my style.
If you look at his posts, you see the little signs of that too. Iteration. Things that you see in a song. I mean, because after all...
What's up, lunatic?
You know, a song's catchy, right? It has beat, song, you know, words rhyme. You know, she thinks my tractor's sexy, and, you know, it sticks with you. When we listen to Lemon Pound Cake, you heard the iteration. You heard how it came together as entertainment. So we don't exist in a vacuum, and a reasonable person doesn't exist in a vacuum. As the judge said, you are a reasonable people. You get to decide what's reasonable, which means you get to use your experience. You get to use your understanding of what those are, of your understanding of Joe, of your understanding of rap music, music in general. I'm not going to sit here and say that these 7 people were happy about what happened to them. I'm not going to say that. That'd be stupid. But what I am going to say is they are public officials. We see it on the news all the time.
I would have avoided saying the words, I'm sure they weren't happy about what happened to them. That's kind of an admission of something there. Something happened to them. I would have avoided that. Call me crazy.
Public officials made fun of. Let's go back to voir dire. During my voir dire, we talked about, with the one juror that's gone, we talked about that, yes, I ran for public office.
Voir dire. So that's the jury selection. And thanks, Curious, for telling me how to pronounce it. I know I've seen it. We don't say it very often in my house anyways.
She agreed I put myself out as a public official. She agreed that it was an opinion when someone called me a baby killer. Even our witnesses on the stand, I asked that question. They said a crooked defense attorney is not a vine, it's a matter of opinion. Crooked cops, dirty defense attorneys. Oh wait, one witness did want to say I might not have taken a shower. But those are all opinions, exaggerations, not statements of fact. And we know that. And that's why public officials are held to a higher standard. Because that standard is what is expected of them as subjecting themselves to public scrutiny. They all testified.
There's so much nuance to defamation. Let's say you're a crazy person and you have a brief interaction with your mailman. And somehow in your crazy fucking head, something that the mailman said led you to believe that he was the person that assassinated JFK. So now if you go on a public campaign on social media saying, I found the actual killer of JFK, that's not really defamation. It's really not. Because it has to be some kind of actionable thing, from what I understand. I could have it wrong. It's all dependent on how much money you have and how good your lawyer is, really, at the end of the day. But that's not defamation. That's a crazy person making wild accusations. I mean, could you... I'm not sure how else to explain what I'm trying to say, but it's just...
that people have criticized their work. I mean, after all. We look at the search. There is, even Mr. Newland admitted it wasn't perfect. I think we can see from how the money was handled, the investigation. I would have liked to have seen a more thorough job myself. I mean, we have a chain of custody, the money that just leaves it laying there. Mr. Newland didn't know that. We have an unsealed evidence bag. We have 10% of all evidence, money evidence in the Adams County evidence locker miscounted. And then keep in mind that that miscount on those is less than what is alleged to miss here. We got people saying we had a miscount, yet they can't even bother to notify the court in an official document that they made a mistake. Just let it ride. As far as the public record knows, which they never corrected, Mr. Foreman never got back all of his money. They want to talk about an investigation, but they can't even put in a single piece of paper to correct his mistake.
Ooh, he's starting to cook.
I don't know if I'd call that lazy or what. But I think it goes to what you consider a fact. Because what is a fact? We can't always know what a fact is. A fact is something you can disprove, right? But can we truly disprove that? Looking at all the evidence, there is questions. If there's questions, it's not a fact. Now, people will form opinions based on that. I formed an opinion. I imagine everybody here's formed an opinion. We know that they formed an opinion because they didn't like being called a thief. So that was their opinion. But people are allowed to have opinions. People are allowed to express them. What people are expressing when they call them thief is not a literal statement. It is not a fact. It is a social commentary on the fact that they didn't do things correctly. And they can't even articulate how they could fix it. That is a social commentary if I ever heard one. They don't like it? That's not their choice to like it or not. They're public officials. They're going to be held to a higher standard. Their work's going to be criticized. I mean, that's just what happens when you're a public official. No reasonable person would expect a police officer not to be criticized. They've all been called names before. Has it affected them personally? Yes. Ms. Grooms testified it made no difference in her life. Her kids didn't take it seriously. And she's taught for damn near 30 years. But they seem to take it seriously. And I come back to Mr. Grooms. He's worried about going out on a call and being shot. Now, maybe I'm old-fashioned. But if I'm going out on a call, I'm worried about getting shot. I'm going to call my wife and tell her to be safe. Not sit here and go, I'm worried about me. That's not what you do. You take care of your family.
Damn right.
Mr. Walters wanted to point that out. That just goes to show us he didn't take it seriously. Now, I'm not going to say they're not afraid. Anytime they go on a call, the highway patrol will tell you scariest thing's a traffic stop. You know nothing about the person. You're there by yourself, and things can change in an instant. Is that scary? Fuck yeah. I'd be scared.
Fuck yeah.
But
dropping the F-bomb. Dropping the F-bomb, that's risky. That's risky.
If you're truly scared, you take the steps for it. You start having your family do stuff. You start doing that. If you believe what you're saying, you take the steps towards it. You didn't take the steps. No one else talked about how they took the steps either, did they? And why does that matter? Because a reasonable person is going to look at that. After all, let's go back to me not taking a shower. How would you know I didn't take a shower? Hair clumpy, probably matted, probably got dirt all over me.
Come on, let's face it, Dave. You look like you might skip shower day every once in a while. Come on, let's keep it real, bud.
That's how you would see. That's how you would prove if that's an opinion or fact. Now, even then you might say Dave just fell in the mud. But no reasonable person would take it in a vacuum. And I want you to think about everything in context. What rap is music, how it's entertainment, how the language works on it, how jokes are made. I want you to think back to that, because that colors how you see it. I love picking on Joe. He's a good sport for it. Look at that suit. Does this look like a man who thinks that everybody's going to assume that everything he's saying is fact? I mean, he's like a comedian. He exaggerates for the sake of entertainment. That's who he is. I'm not going to say it's tasteful to everyone, but some people do find it entertaining. I asked an important question about them. I said, do you believe every...
I'm loading up a photograph of the jury pool. So, of course, there'll be people in this photograph that aren't on the jury. Of course, this is a shot from the courtroom from jury selection day. I'll put it up as an overlay just so you guys can have a look and see at who Dave's talking to here. The image that I have is kind of awkward as well. It's the whole courtroom pledging allegiance before court started. I didn't know that happened. But you can see how short Dave is. Well, I guess the afro makes him look much taller. But this is the jury pool. Good Lord. Good Lord in the morning. Yeah. Yep. Okay, now we know.
everything in the newspaper? No. Do you believe everything you read on the internet? No. We all know that to be true. A reasonable person knows that. People can post opinions, social commentary, and hurtful things all over the internet. And it is just to be expected. That's why we are supposed to use our own filter, use our common sense, use our experiences in life. So while hurtful, it was not fact. It was music, entertainment. Stuff that no reasonable person would understand, especially not a public official, because we see it on TV all the time. We see it on the internet. You see it on Facebook. Sometimes people want to turn off Facebook because there's so much political commentary and stuff. But that's expected. Do I expect everything I read is fact? I don't even think most of it's fact. I think it's everybody's opinion, and opinions are like assholes. Everybody has one and it stinks. But that doesn't mean they can't happen. That doesn't mean they can't.
Dave gets it, man. Everyone has an opinion. Everyone has an asshole, and they all stink. You tell him, Dave. This guy's just cutting loose.
Can't express them, and that doesn't mean they can't make a song about it.
I'm in no way an expert in trials or lawyering, or never been on I've never been subpoenaed to take part in a case, nor have I been a juror in anything. But the way he's like taking these little risks, these little aggressive charges with these words that he's using, my guess is that he has somebody he's locked into in the jury that is vibing with what he's doing right now. And remember, you only need one.
Truth is a defense. That's why we talked about the theft. That's why we showed all that. Because I wanted you to see how the money was handled. There's a lot of confusion around it. And for that reason.
Oh, thanks, Burden of Proof. Thanks for being here.
Before I get to another point, I want to address something that's bouncing around my head. Bob says, what does this message send if you find for Mr. Foreman? I rephrase that question a little differently. What does this message send if we find that music and social commentary, while maybe not the most tasteful thing in the world, is silenced because a public official, while hurt by it, yes, unhappy by it, yes, pissed off, yes, emotional, yes. What opinion does that sound? I mean, if you can sue people, music artists, comedians, to shut them down, that's what we're looking at here. I'm sorry they feel the way they do. But there's a certain amount that you have to take as a public official. It's part of the duties as a job. As we talked about during voir dire, as I've talked about them being called a baby killer, there's certain things you take and you move on. It's part of the job. The plaintiffs, or I should say Bob, talks about how they wanted it to stop. Where was the certified cease and desist letter? Where was all this done? None of that was done until after they started the lawsuit. Until after they brought it to court to make it stop. That's what they wanted to make it stop. Yet they asked for money.
I think they were definitely embarrassed, and then they just saw money signs. The richest, probably no question, one of the richest guys in town. a guy that forgets that he has $5,000 just in his suit jacket.
The commentary on them is nebulous at best. You can see that when you look at it. We have Beetle Bailey, Gomer Pyle, Colonel King Kong Bundy. Some of these names are not as bad as others, yes.
He's listing the names that Afroman made up for the sheriff. Captain King Kong Bundy. That's fucking funny, dude. Shout out 80s wrestling. Holy shit.
For artistic purpose. They're all for jokes. They're all for entertainment. This is not to paint them in a real life. No reasonable person would think that.
Yes, of course. The name of this man's name is David Osborne. Also, he works typically out of Hennepin County, St. Paul, Minneapolis, Minnesota. Very interesting guy. And he's working, it seems though he's working in behest to the Bruce Rivers, the big time YouTuber law commentator. They're in business together. It seems like Bruce Rivers is running the show and David here is doing the work.
It's kind of interesting because even Mr. Newland agreed that and he was called a pedophile by Mr. Foreman.
Damn it.
Yes.
Damn it, I was muted. What I was saying is in relation to the jury, there is no diversity. It's just middle class white people. They probably all make the same money. They probably all graduated high school together. They all know each other. This is in a big area. Not one of those people, and this is probably, maybe it's just impossible with the geography there or the demographics there, but it's distinctly possible that it's not possible for somebody like Afroman to get a jury of his peers in such a place. You know, it just may not be possible. And you're supposed to be guaranteed that. So I don't know how that's handled, but I'll put up a picture of the jury pool again. Just so you guys know, this isn't the jury. You're going to be like, wait, there are 20 people on the jury. I know. This is simply the jury pool of which the actual jury was obtained.
Thing to call person. But even he said it was Mr. Foreman's opinion. So he didn't believe it was a fact. If your own witness doesn't believe it's a fact, how can a reasonable person find it's a fact? Bob went to great lengths to say nothing will stop him. Shows us where we're at. We got to stop his expression. We got to stop entertainment. We got to stop exaggeration. That's what Bob's talking about. What chilling effect does that have on the world we live in? Think about it. You don't like.
I am thinking about it, Dave. You know it, man. Yes. Here's the downside to people who listen to my silly ass. I say all the best stuff when I'm muted. You have no idea. Perfect sentences. Jokes, you wouldn't believe it. All the good stuff happens when you can't hear me. It's actually a true thing. I don't know how it happens, but it does.
Like what a commissioner does. You don't like what our prosecutor does. You don't like what any public official does, and you make a joke, and you're drugging the court. It may not have been a tasteful joke. It may have been a bad joke. It may have been the greatest joke ever. But what we're saying is if they don't like it, we're back here. What does that say to you? Freedom of speech.
I mean, there are some real, like, genuine, authentic couch potatoes going on in this jury pool. Look at these guys, man. Let's just have a quick look over. The lady in the turquoise shirt, the first lady you can see on the left, she does not want to be there. She's just like, when is lunch? And is that her son next to her? What is happening? And this is Ohio. Ohio.
What does that say to the world we live in? That's what this case is about. And Bob knows that. That's why he mentions it. That's why when you look at defamation and the jury instructions, you'll see that the first element of it is a statement. Portrayal of fact. Has to be portrayed as fact. No music video portrays as a fact. I don't watch Fuck Those Police and turn around and say, you know what, that's a fact. No. I say that's a song and it's entertainment and move on. Sometimes I try to figure out what the words mean, you know, what kind they're getting at, but I don't expect them to present a fact. Fourth element is the proximate cause. It's an interesting question there, because you'll get the definition of causation in proximate. And we never talked about that really during the trial, and it's going to be something that I want to discuss. They talked about getting phone calls. None of those posts. Joe never said, call them and tell them this. Mr. Cooley testified that they mailed pound cakes to the office. Joe never said send them a lemon pound cake. These are things that other people have done.
They could send me a fucking lemon pound cake any day of the week, buckaroo. Like, what do you mean? That's so menacing. Oh my God, they sent another cake, dude. What are we gonna do?
Joe never directed them to do it. He didn't cause it. He made a joke. He cannot control how people take it. What they do, he's not that. All he can do is make a joke, make a song. So that's something to consider. Was he the proximate cause, or was it someone else? I want you to understand when they get to the question of malice, if you get that far, it has to be actual malice. Public officials, it's a higher standard. Why? Because we hold public officials to a high standard.
You know what? Face of America YouTube. My mind is racing with the credence that artistic expression allows you, separate from, you know, just going behind a podium and speaking. I just a few weeks ago I looked up because I was curious. I saw that there was, for the first time, and I can't cite the exact gallery, but there's a gallery somewhere in France, in Paris, that is being sued. The art gallery is being sued because the exhibit is depicting a local official or a local, I don't know, famous person in bad light. You can't touch that. You simply can't touch that. I think that's unfuckwithable. I don't give a fuck what an art exhibit says. You have every right to express yourself in art any way you want to. So that must include music, right? So I think there's even a double protection for Afroman, because most of this stuff was done in the form of art, in producing art. So I am curious. There's a lot going on in this case, and it seems so cut and dry, but there's actually a lot of subtext here. If I were a sheriff, and of course this is absolutely hypothetical, if I were a sheriff and my coworker got upset that Afroman's people were sending a lemon pound cake, I would tell him, fucking suck it up, dude. Like, what are you whining about? That's what I would say.
Let's talk about the false light. That's their second cause of action. That says that a reasonable person would be justified in the eyes of the community, feeling seriously offended and aggrieved.
Facts. Marijuana is recreationally legal in the state of Ohio for anyone 21 years of older. There are some guidelines to that. You can't have more than like 3 ounces. Don't quote me on any of that, but there's a capacity as to how much one person can be carrying at a time. Above that, it's obvious that you're trafficking, or not trafficking, but distributing the shit. And they want to make sure that they can only, because it's legal, they won't only have it distributed from licensed pot clinics that they can tax the shit out of. Because if you buy it in the street, they make no tax money. They want everybody to go to the dispensaries because it's like they make 40-60% tax off of it. It's crazy. It's enough money to build all new roads and schools. Pennsylvania needs to I think the whole country needs to just get on with it, dude.
I want you to go in on the eyes of the community. They want to say people's humiliating them, calling them names. The reality is a reasonable person in the eyes of the community is going to say, it's a song. It's a joke. I was flabbergasted to hear it myself, that they even thought it was a joke before they brought the lawsuit. Go to a Halloween party and bring a lemon pound cake. That, I almost have no words for that, honestly, because we're hurt, but it's a joke. Which one is it? So a reasonable person in the eyes of the community would understand it's a joke. Mr. Estep testified about the joke of the shirt. We got the pound cake joke. There's various jokes for this. This was not as negative. This has not changed their view in the eyes of the community, because your reputation, which is what they claim is hurt, your reputation is like a shirt. You eat a hot dog, you drop mustard on it, you get stains on your shirt. Nobody's reputation's clean. Everything you do
This guy just went full hot dog reputation shirt, dude. What the fuck?
affects your reputation. The way you perform your job affects your reputation. They all admitted to that on the stand because I asked that question. They all said it does. How they counted that money affects their reputation. People can form opinions based on how they.
Dude, he just sold the jury that your reputation is like a shirt that you just dripped hot dog juice on. I love it. This guy might be my like spirit animal right now.
Their job and criticize them on it. That's a right we have.
He looks like he smoked just enough to get a buzz, but not too much to be stoned the whole day.
You have to forgive me, I have to flip through these, son. We didn't have a lot of time to prepare as things change on the fly. I think as you go back and deliberate, take a look at all the exhibits, analyze it in the context of music, entertainment, opinion, social commentary. It's not a fact. And if you look at it, you can see that.
We
Like
need
I
more.
said, it may not be tasteful, may not be nice.
We need more energy here, Dave. Come on.
But even SNL's not nice. South Park's not nice. These things are social commentaries, jokes, entertainment. And some of them are not nice. But you don't have to like
I just want to hear him read more of the lyrics to WAP. For real, that was my favorite part. I'm gonna clip that and make a short.
everything. You don't have to like everything said about you, and you don't have the right to tell everybody that everything said about you should be sued for, especially if you're a public official. As such, I ask you to deliver a verdict in Joe's favor on all claims. I ask that because when you look at it, no reasonable person could see it as a fact.
Smart move. And he's been doing this the whole trial, referring to Afroman as Joseph, making him folksy, one of us. Oh, it's just Joe. It's savvy, smart move. I mean, of course, he keeps saying Afroman. You're saying Afro to a room full of white people. Joe is going to go over way better. That's just what it is.
A reasonable person could see it as even false light. The community, if people called him, that's because the social commentary resonated with someone, resonated with what people experienced in the world. We've lived through a turbulent year, so we've all seen on the news what people are experiencing all over the country. Social commentary resonates because of that. That doesn't make him the proximate cause. That shows a deeper concern in our country that we should be addressing, not sitting here trying to decide if a music video is a fact or not. That's what's at issue here. And I'm confident as you go back in deliberations, you'll come to that conclusion too. And with that, I thank you again for your service. Because it is not easy, and what you're about to do is not easy. It takes time and deliberation. It takes hard work. And I appreciate that you guys are willing to do it. And I reiterate again, that's what makes us a great country. Thank you very much.
I wanted more. I wanted to, dude, is he going to throw out some glitter dust and say abracadabra? Come on, man. Fuck. Someone get this man a tall glass of testosterone. He just petered out there, man. That's such a bummer. I mean, he didn't harp on money. The other guy looked just like a fucking cash grab maniac. Joe seems like he has to go to the bathroom or something here. I don't know what's happening.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Did I call him Joe? I meant to say Dave.
Nothing Mr. Osborne said about sexually explicit songs out in society refer to specific...
Oh, read the lyrics to WAP for us, please, dude. That'd be clip heaven.
...people in the community like the songs that are at issue here. It's not the same thing. We all know that. These weren't opinions. Mr. Foreman didn't say, in my opinion, Brian Newland is a pedophile. In my opinion, they're all thieves. In my opinion, I fucked his wife doggy style.
Clip that!
He said it like they were facts. And I think Judge Hine is going to instruct you based on everything happened so far, that these were not opinions, they were stated as fact, and your job...
But the thing is, with what he just said about that man's wife, it's true. The woman is one of Joe's ex-girlfriends. He does have carnal knowledge of that sheriff's wife. So, I mean, that's not defamation. It's crude as hell. It's so crude, for sure. And that kind of shit, those are fighting words. You know what I mean? So you see there's a dynamic in this town. They already don't like him. Like, would you like the fucking stone rapper guy that slept with your wife at one point? Of course you wouldn't. Nobody would want that. So there is real animosity here.
To decide whether those facts were true or not. And we know they're not.
Right now, that sheriff is sitting in that room like he's got the reddest face. He's like, did you have to say that? Did he have to say that, for fuck's sake?
The case isn't about lemon pound cake. It's about intentional lies designed to hurt people, and they hurt people. If somebody in the jury room says, well, what about his First Amendment rights? You know, and the law tells you, that doesn't allow lies that hurt people. If someone tells you it's just artistic...
It kind of does, though. That is really misrepresents what freedom of speech is, what our First Amendment is. You are allowed to lie. You are absolutely allowed to lie, dude. There's no law against lying. Trust me, look how many fucking liars there are on YouTube. These YouTube holders, these content creators. They're all a bunch of liars. I mean, it's not against the law to lie. It's just, if you're lying maliciously, knowingly lying about somebody, if you know it's not true and you're still saying it, then you're in murky water. But if you're just saying crazy shit about anything or anyone, you have the right. You can stand on the street corner and rattle on about fucking Queen Elizabeth being connected to a cult or whatever, the earth being flat or so on and so forth. It's really murky. I don't think they have the budget to pin down a defamation case out of this. We'll see.
Expression, he ought to be free to say what he wants. The answer is he's not allowed to wrap up harmful lies into songs, so-called art, put them out there.
This guy's trying to be the hall monitor in the fucking Constitution of the United States. That's hilarious. What's up, Steph B? It's good to see you.
And get away with it. The packaging of the lie doesn't make it okay. The message was clear. And Mr. Foreman doesn't get to wrap himself in the American flag and say, you can't touch me, I can say what I want, no matter how untrue it is. No matter how much pain it causes people, no matter for how long.
No, I did it again. I'm sorry, guys. I lost my thought too. What a fucking bonehead. What a bonehead.
No matter.
No, that's what I was saying. Sorry. He's saying that Joe can't put on a suit and flex his First Amendment right. He's saying he can't do that. Hey, bud, he already did do that. That's already been done. This guy's trying to rewrite history. He's saying that Afroman cannot do something that he's already done. He did that yesterday. He came in, wrapped it in the American flag, and it was so much better said, burden of proof, like when the original thought. But this is ridiculous. This is so manipulative. He's saying he can't wrap himself in an American flag and hide behind the First Amendment. It's not hiding behind the First Amendment. I hate when people say this. It's utilizing a right that you have. It's flexing. It's like going to the gym and working your First Amendment muscle. And if you don't, atrophy sets in. And before you know it, that muscle's not there anymore. That right's gone away because you weren't flexing it enough. That's what it is.
How much pain it causes people, no matter for how long, because I have freedom of speech. He can't do that. I'm confident you'll tell him he can't do that. Thank you.
Can't be a hall monitor of the Constitution of the United States, pal. That lawyer's just the only thing that's in that lawyer's mind is fucking payday, dude.
Let me acknowledge Mr. Osborne.
Your Honor, I didn't mean to interrupt you. One thing is I was going to ask before we read the jury instructions if I could use.
Nettie Sharon, how the fuck are you? Headstones is in the house. Look at that home team up in here.
If we can have a restroom break for that, because I know it's going to take some time to read.
Everybody's going to stand in their seat and stretch. Nobody's going to leave the room but you.
I'm willing to bet that the judge has overalls under that robe. It is a haya after all.
Because you're pretty prompt with that, so go for it.
Thank you.
I'll just stand up. It's blood flowing. Well, you're my team.
This cameraman fucking... I guess we can listen to the hot mic. They're trying not to show the jury, but why did they show the whole jury pool yesterday? Oh, this is a very... okay, so looks like the jury's been being let out, and the judge is going to speak to attorneys. We are just a scotch behind, man. We're about 40 minutes behind the actual real-time live trial. Thanks for sticking with me. I realize you can jump somewhere and watch it live for yourself. But then you don't get to hear my silly ass give it anecdotal jokes and shit. Hit the thumbs up. Thanks for being here. Will Joe be found guilty of defamation?
Often the lawyers start with the jury instructions when the case comes in the door. And then the court refines the instructions to account for the conduct of the trial. So to the extent that they might have gotten the instructions very quickly this morning, It's not that they didn't know it, it's the refinements, the little tweaks along the way. That's what they're talking about. But I want to thank them.
They're giving me no context. I mean, I guess I don't use Twitter in the way that I can monitor this stuff the way that would be potential, I mean, or optimal for the channel. I do apologize. I'm not sure. It seemed to me that the jury was let out. There was emotion there. There was all kinds of emotions. The camera got panned away. So they're discussing jury instructions.
Because they did good work, making it possible for me to get to the point where I can give these instructions to you. The court has the legal duty to prepare the instructions of law. You've heard the attorney's statements, arguments, you've heard the evidence from the witnesses. The court's duty is to instruct you on the law. And then you have a legal obligation to accept the instructions the way they're given to you.
I want someone to prove to me that this guy right here isn't just reading a script, dude. Anybody could do this. If he doesn't have the fucking knowledge in his head already, it makes me so uncomfortable. We've seen these judges that were cooler than the other side of the pillow. They understand what they're speaking. Is he reading from, I mean, bless anybody that needs notes, but also, is he reading? It sounds and looks as though he's reading like verbatim what's on a piece of paper. Like he's giving instructions as he's learning how to give instructions at the same time, dude. Terrifying. Terrifying.
It's your sworn duty to do that. You cannot apply what you think the law ought to be. You're obedient, as I am obedient, to the rules of the law. A person who claims that certain facts exist, in this case the plaintiffs, have to prove them, in this case, by what's called the preponderance of the evidence. You've heard me say this before. I'm going to try to go over things you know, but the obligation is called the burden of proof. Plaintiffs have to prove their facts by a preponderance of the evidence.
Oh, burden of proof.
Preponderance is more evidence in favor of their position than opposed to their position, tilting the scales in their favor. There's one element that has a different burden of proof.
Dude, this is listen, man, this is exactly how I had a history of St. Patrick's Day, like from notes and from Google, like, because I'm not a fucking professional broadcaster and I don't have a team of researchers. So, you know, a lot of ways you just wing it. That's what this fucking judge is doing in the courtroom. He's basically learning how to give these instructions as he tells someone. Does it make sense what I'm saying? Is this guy just what? How much does this man make?
Clear and convincing evidence, a higher amount, a greater weight of evidence has to be proven with regard to the knowledge or the motive for publishing. But generally think, okay, can the plaintiffs prove their case by slightly more evidence in their favor than evidence opposed to them? There's two claims, what we've called defamation, and secondly, false light, invasion of privacy.
This guy last year made $171,982. So $172,000. He's doing defamation trials for dummies, and he makes $172,000. And that's not even, listen, that's take home money. We're not talking about the deals he gets at restaurants, all the clandestine hookups that he gets with. If he wants that fucking rifle that he's not allowed to have, he can go to his sheriff friends and get it, dude. This is a lifestyle of the way America used to be. Somehow it's still happening in Ohio. This is despicable. Of course, that's just my opinion. I promise you'll never turn this YouTube channel on and have me, giving someone else's opinion. That's what I think about it. I can see how maybe there's an argument, but ridiculous. This guy's reading from a script. He should know this fucking shit by heart.
Privacy. In your deliberations, each of those claims is deliberated separately because there's separate rules for each. I'll give you more. But there's separate law for each of those separate claims. There's 7 plaintiffs. each of whom is entitled to their own deliberation. So when I refer to plaintiff or plaintiffs, what I'm saying to you is that side of the room, but you always have to apply these facts individually and separately deliberate each person's claims. If you rule in favor of one plaintiff, it doesn't mean you have to rule for all the rest of them. And if you rule against one plaintiff, it doesn't
Okay, I just got just a tiny bit of interesting information about this situation with the judge. There was originally a separate judge assigned to the case, Judge Gabbert, and he was dismissed of the case or recused. Recuse, is that right? I don't know the right word, but he was asked to step down for obvious conflict of interest because he's the judge that signed the original warrant on the siege and raid of Joe Afroman's house. So this guy came in later. He's a retired judge from nearby Claremont County. Oh my God, he's just a pocket judge, dude. He's a pocket judge that has specific things to do. They just pull him up, send him out to step in as visiting judge, quote unquote. That's why it says presiding after his name there. Geez. Okay, so excuse me. To ensure the trial remained impartial and free from political influence. I mean, what's more political influential than a judge that you have in your fucking pocket that lives down the road, dude? What are we talking about here? Hey, what are we doing? Judge McBride has one of the longest running judicial careers in the region, spanning over 3 decades. Interesting. Let's see here. Judge McBride is generally regarded as a by-the-book conservative judge. He was a longtime member of the Republican Party during his elected years. While he doesn't have, he hasn't even been elected, dude. He's a pocket judge. I'm sure that's not the technical term, but he's like a trick up somebody's sleeve, dude. What the fuck? While he doesn't have a historical or history of personal scandals, his rulings in specific case has been a source of debate. Mixed ruling. Okay, I don't want to get into all that. Conservative cabal. So he's hardline conservative, retired judge. The original judge got dismissed for obvious reasons, and they pulled in a judge that they just had on a shelf waiting for just this special occasion. I hate that. That shouldn't be a thing.
and you have to rule against all of them. So it's not like an all or nothing verdict. It's 7 deliberations. And I'll use plaintiff and plaintiffs interchangeably, just understand the analysis and what I'm trying to communicate to you. So to go back to burden of proof, preponderance is the greater weight of the evidence that you believe outweighs or is overbalanced by the evidence opposed to it. A preponderance of the evidence is evidence which is more probative, more probable, more persuasive. It has greater evidence value to you. Look at the quality of the evidence, not simply the quantity. If it was only about quantity, there would be more plaintiff witnesses than defendant witnesses, so you'd think, oh, just because of the number of witnesses, someone must prevail, when in fact you look at the quality of the evidence. Don't get hung up on which side called the witnesses. Think about the quality of the testimony, what you took from it, regardless of numbers, regardless of where it came from. If it would turn out in your mind that there's an equal balancing, the evidence opposed to it and in favor are equal, then the plaintiffs have not met their burden of proof because they didn't tip the scale slightly in their favor. If
this guy, my friend, Mr. McBride, you are like human NyQuil.
you could decide a fact or an item in 2 different ways, you have to decide it based upon the facts, not guesswork or coin flips or I don't care. So in those areas where it's hard or it's difficult to resolve, you have to resolve it. You can't leave it up to I don't care and I'll just flip a coin or it doesn't matter. Guesswork's not what you're expected to do. The heavy work of sorting out the facts and deciding which side of the scale they go on is the role of the jury. Now, when we talk about preponderance slightly shifting, we also have to talk about clear and convincing evidence, a different standard for that one element of motive to publish. Clear and convincing evidence is a higher or greater amount of evidence. You have to be more convinced. Clear and convincing means the evidence produces in your mind a firm belief or a firm conviction that that item is true. So preponderance might be, by example, slightly tipping the scales. Firmly convinced is more convinced, greater evidence offered by the plaintiff with regard to the motive or the knowledge of publication.
Come on, dude.
What's the evidence?
Fun fact about this guy, he's got 2 hotshot daughters that have followed his footsteps and are also lawyers. Say it along with me, class. Nepotism.
Trial evidence is testimony and exhibits. Evidence is direct and circumstantial. People scratch their heads on this, but it makes sense later. Direct evidence is when a witness has an opportunity to see or
He doesn't even understand what he's saying, dude. He's like, listen what he says.
Direct evidence is substantial. People scratch their heads on this. But
People scratch their heads on this one because they don't understand. As he fucking scratches his head, it's like we're all learning together. You guys in chat, me, the judge, we're all learning together. This is insane.
It makes sense later. Direct evidence is when a witness has an opportunity to see or hear those things about which they testify. I sat here, I watched the jury take their notebooks and write in their notebooks. Direct evidence, an eyewitness. Circumstantial.
Dude, this is terrifying, man. This is like I could do a better job explaining what he's trying to explain than he is. And he's locked on to he's got instructions. His clerk made him, hey, this is what you have to say today. He's talking to his clerk in fucking chambers before he goes out there. And he's like, I have no idea what's going on. Where is my flask? Give me the script. And action. $172 fucking $1,000 a year.
Evidence is different. Circumstantial evidence is when you look at the facts and circumstances surrounding something you saw, and then you make a conclusion that something else actually occurred. I saw the jury box empty, I saw the pencils, I saw the notebooks, I saw the end of the day. The notebooks were all open, there were words.
I'm going to have to kick down some background music, man, just to keep myself entertained. I'm going to pull a fucking Britney Jackson and just face plant to the fucking keyboard. I've been up since 6 o'clock this morning. All right, give me a second. Let me get this. I will need to get another coffee. And I mean, don't go anywhere, guys. We're going to listen to as much fucking Afroman as possible here. And hopefully, I don't know if jury deliberations are going to be today. I mean, it's merely lunchtime. And then we'll be all caught up. Let's see. Where's my music at? This guy's killing me. He's killing me. Please let me know if that music is too loud or if it's stomping on the courtroom audio.
Words written there, so it's circumstantial evidence that the jury took notes. I didn't see you take notes, but from the facts and circumstances that I did see, it's a reasonable conclusion of fact that you did take notes. Why do I tell you that? Most evidence came at you both directly and circumstantially.
I'm going to keep flashing occasionally on the screen the jury pool. Again, just behind Afroman is they're all pledging allegiance to the flag before court started yesterday or Monday. Jury jury selection, as it were. This isn't the jury particularly. It's just the pool of people of which the jury was generated. So some of these people in the photo are not in the jury. I don't know which ones. We'll find out afterwards. I'm certain every single one of them are going to be talking for more for lunch meat money for their refrigerator. I mean, that's just what's going on in Ohio.
Things that I personally saw, and then things that happened as a result of what I saw. Circumstantial evidence is fair game as much as direct evidence. Direct evidence isn't better. You might think it's better when in fact it's not always better, because the witness didn't tell you that they were blind when you thought they saw something. or it was foggy, or the lights were bad. So when you think about the evidence and how to weigh the quality of it,
Dude, if I'm a juror, he's already. I hear wah 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 wah. Just this guy also needs a glass of testosterone.
what a person saw, what they heard, what they personally experienced is good evidence, direct evidence. But so is the circumstances around that testimony. They're both fair game. Often people infer that something exists based upon the circumstances and inferences. I inferred.
I gotta speed this guy up.
Circumstantial evidence that you wrote in your notebooks. That's fair. But I'm not allowed to infer because you took notes, therefore you also did something else. You can't stack an inference that something else occurred on top of something else you thought occurred, on top of something else that could have occurred. The idea here is what we call remoteness. It gets more and more unreliable the more remote you get from the first circumstantial evidence. If you want to say the circumstantial evidence is reliable, great. If you want to infer that that's reasonable, great.
I had to speed this dude up. Am I wrong? Am I looking at this wrong? Does it seem like this guy's fucking learning on the fly right now? I mean, I don't want to discredit the guy. I mean, as far as I can tell, he's got a good reputation. It just, I don't know. It seems like I don't know. Maybe he's just rusty. Like we just learned, he came out of retirement, specifically handpicked for this. So,
but don't stack another. Well, now I suppose something else happened, and if that happened, then something else should happen. It's stacking. It's called remoteness. Then it gets unreliable. With regard to the exhibits, you saw exhibits. There was testimony related to them. Consider whether the exhibits are in fact what they're portrayed to be. You decide what weight, if any, the exhibits have to have when thinking about the testimony involving them. Exhibits in video can speak themselves, but sometimes paper and other exhibits don't. So you have to consider what the witness said in light of how the exhibit was portrayed. Don't make inferences or conclusions based upon the number of exhibits. Remember, I want you to look at the quality, not just simply the number. Like theoretically, the plaintiff had more number of exhibits than the defendant. Don't care, don't count numbers. Look at the quality, make the content important. You'll have like physical, tangible paper exhibits back there. When you get to the video or the data-driven exhibits, you'll have a computer back there so you can use that to look at the exhibits. So it never works that way, so I always offer the bailiff services that he can come back and, as you saw, make the technology work. So if you struggle back there with plugging in the thumb drive and finding the drive and then turning it on, we would expect that. I'll tell you how to communicate with us, but just ask for help. We'll send back a very capable bailiff and he'll save the day.
All right.
Evidence is not what the lawyers say. You heard opening statements, closing arguments. That's not evidence. It's helpful, it's necessary, it's built into the system, but it's not evidence. If a statement was asked and the question was not answered, there's no evidence from the question.
I'm sorry for people to get annoyed with people speeding up videos. I don't like it either. I don't like doing it. It sort of makes it's a dishonest way because you can't really get a vibe. But I think you already got a vibe of this guy. This is for the sake of time.
To show you how it works. Just you might have thought the answer was going to be yes because the witness is shaking their head yes. The witness is yeah, I understand the question, and the answer is no. So you can't use body language to get an answer that wasn't spoken from the record. I don't think that happened too often. But remember where the evidence is. It's the exhibits and the witness statements, not the lawyering side of the case. There was times where I sustained objections and handled the lawyers the way I thought was necessary. I always ask people to apologize or accept my apology if you thought how I handled the lawyers was any kind of a comment upon the quality of the case. Like I try not to do that. But you might misunderstand that in scolding a witness or handling a lawyer, I was expressing an opinion. I love it when you guys show up because I don't have to decide. It's like I always try to make sure I'm neutral in my facial expressions and my voice tone, but sometimes I just don't get that done. An important role for the jurors is to weigh credibility. Credibility is assigning believability, assigning weight to the evidence, assigning weight to the witness testimony, assigning weight to the exhibits. When you weigh evidence, you're basically...
And I was grossly mistaken. He's speaking to the jury. This is the jury instruction.
Deciding truthfulness, and as odd as it sounds, is what we do all the time. We weigh credibility continuously each day. In weighing credibility, you should consider the appearance of the witness on the stand. Consider the manner in which they testify. Did it seem straightforward? Did it seem honest? Did it seem evasive? What did it seem to you? So you're using your eyes and you're using your ears to weigh credibility. Think about how reasonable their testimony was in light of the subject matter of the trial. Consider education, interest, bias. Consider if they were frank with you or not. We use these tests every day to decide whether we want to rely upon or find a person believable or not. As I told you before, every witness took an oath to be honest in their testimony. The oath does not bind you that just because they're talking, I have to believe it. In fact, you have to parse it out, because people could very honestly get up and say, I believe this to be true, when in fact they're misunderstood and wrong, not lying. So recognize you can parse the evidence. You can believe everything a witness said. You can believe nothing a witness said. You can pull out the pieces you think are credible and ignore those that you think are not.
Yeah, I mean, it was expected and projected to last until Friday. So this is super fast.
And then you shuffle that entire deck with every witness along the way. As a rule, we want people only to testify, general rule, about things they heard and experienced and saw, first-hand testimony. So that's the general rule. But then we violate that general rule because we let people express their opinions about what the facts or circumstances mean that they experienced. So in deciding what their opinion means and how you weigh their opinion, you do the same thing. You're allowed to hear their opinion.
This is like Ohio law for dummies right now. I feel like it's sucking my soul. And this goes on for another at least 20 minutes. Okay. Dave comes back. Okay, so this only goes a little longer. About a half an hour. I don't know. How committed are we to listen to this motherfucker give this jury instruction for another half an hour? Time and a half that'll cut into that, but still.
It's evidence. But you have to, again, parse it out.
It's totally up to you guys. I could care less what this man has to say. I know what's going on. He's learning how to give jury instructions as he gives jury instructions. Well, that can't be true. He's got years and years and years of experience. He's rusty. I'm going to say he's rusty.
In terms of the credibility test, a person can give you an opinion, and you might go, I don't believe that because that's not in their subject matter, or they don't have enough knowledge, or their emotions got the better of them, or they have an interest or a bias or whatever. And you might go, no, it's a completely valid opinion because of whatever credibility factors you have. So we give you direct testimony, we give you circumstantial, we give you opinions, and then tell you to weigh out those things you find believable, credible, and otherwise.
Well, yeah, since this guy's sucking the life out of us, I'll just quickly give a summary as to what this is all about. In 2002, sheriffs got a private informant that told them that Afroman was holding women against their will in a dungeon in his basement, forced to defecate in buckets. None of this was true. It was all completely made up. But as a result of the informants, they organized a task force and raided the man's house, broad daylight, bashed in his door, looking for narcotics that were claimed to be there, as well as a dungeon full of women. It was all completely fucking made up by some crazy asshole. Now we're learning through Afroman's social media that he knows who the informant is, and they have a terrible history. I'm not going to drag them here because there's no way for me to confirm that. Not trying to get sued, but that's what that is. His home doesn't even have a basement. I mean, it's just like, it's the most ridiculous shit ever. So he didn't do anything to the cops, even though they stole some cash from him, unplugged his security cameras. They never pursued any further charges. In fact, no charges at all against Afroman. They just busted in his gate and his door. So as a result, he took his home surveillance cameras and he made music videos clowning the sheriff, making fun of them. One of them looked too closely at a pound cake that was on the counter, so he became Sheriff Pound Cake. Merchandise was made. Afroman says he's made the music to recoup his damages that they physically did to his property. I respect that. And now the sheriff, this case that we're looking at, this trial, is the sheriff, 7 of them and a couple of their wives, suing Afroman for defamation for how they were depicted in the surveillance cameras from when they raided his home nefariously. You can't write this shit, and you can write this shit. In fact, Afroman is writing a new song that's supposed to come out tonight at 7 p.m. in fact. So dude is capitalizing on the situation, and I am here for it. This judge sucks, came out of retirement, handpicked to do this. As the first judge that was in line to handle the case was the judge that signed the garbage fucking search warrant to bust down the door to begin with.
The jury sits around as a committee. And it might be that you find a person credible, the other person...
In other words, Ohio
finds somewhat credible, and the other person finds not credible. Expect that to happen. And then resolve those differences back there. There's more about that later, but in this whole deliberation process, that's normal. Somebody said while they were here, yeah, I'd serve on jury. No, it wasn't easy. It's not meant to be easy. It's important. I just have to explain the rules enough until you don't get your feelings hurt when you get back there and begin the discussion. The instructions I gave you so far would be relatively common in most trials, because those are general rules for how to do the job as a juror. The next set of instructions in the middle I call substantive instructions. These are the law that applies, the rules that apply to this set of facts, these claims. You'll have sets of these instructions to go back over, so I have to read them to you in the party's presence, but you're not expected to remember all this. You'll have your opportunities to go back over it and get schooled later. So these are the substantive instructions. Again, two claims. One's called defamation. The other's called invasion of privacy based upon this false light publicity.
False light publicity. Imagine getting invasion of privacy from a video that depicts you in real life and factually invading someone else's privacy. What in Ohio is going on here?
They have separate instructions. I put them right next to each other, but the rules for the one claim are not the same as the other. There's overlap.
I do have to remind everyone who's following that this trial is not for what the sheriff did. This is for what the sheriff are claiming has been done to them. They've been defamed. Oh no, he made money off of us. So now they all want a cool mill off the richest guy in town. It's the most ridiculous cash grab I've ever seen in my life. All predicated on a bad search warrant to begin with that they still were never held accountable for.
They are a separate set of rules, so don't apply the rules for defamation to the false light publicity claim because you went across the line of their two separate causes of action. With regard to defamation, each plaintiff claims the defendant defamed him or her that then caused them damages. To establish defamation, each plaintiff must show that a statement, that could be oral, written, video, was portrayed a fact that was published. So the statement was made, statement of fact was portrayed and published.
Oh my God, dude. I know more about defamation than this fucking judge does, dude. Libel. If it's written, it's libel. If it's in video form or broadcast, then it's defamation. Judge, what's happening, bud? He's thinking about golfing, dude. It's not spring yet, Judge.
Third, that the defendant acted with malice, actual malice, or reckless regard for knowledge of the truthfulness, and that they suffered injury. I'm going to break those four apart. Okay, so again, the statement was portrayed as a fact. It has to be published, so that's all rolls together. That the statement was untrue. The defendant acted with either...
Wouldn't you feel more confident as a juror if you're sitting there and the judge is looking you in the eye instead of reading cliff notes?
Actual malice or reckless regard about the truthfulness of it, and then that caused injury. Plaintiffs are considered public officials. You heard a lot of that. So that's where the clear and convincing evidence standard applies. So what you're doing is taking on the element of the defendant acted with malice or reckless disregard about the truthfulness of it. That's the higher clear and convincing proof. So on that element, it's not just a preponderance. On that third element, it's thoroughly convinced about his motive for publication. Clear and convincing evidence means you're thoroughly convinced about the truthfulness of motive for making or publishing the statement.
Dude.
Actual malice, this knowledge in the publication. Actual malice occurs when the defendant makes a false statement with knowledge it's false. The second part of the test is either published with actual malice or published with a reckless disregard about the truthfulness or not. So reckless disregard means that a defendant acted while aware that the statement was probably false, or that the defendant entertained serious doubts about the truthfulness and didn't inquire. The defendant's failure to investigate may be considered evidence of reckless disregard or evidence of falsity when the defendant had serious doubt about whether it was truthful or not. So actual knowledge of falseness or reckless disregard.
Also, imagine trying to take this information in as a juror, man. You guys are familiar with the term drinking from the fire hose or drinking from the hydrant? Like way too much information being dumped at people that, let's face it, man, on their daily, they're in their daily lives, they're not required to work at such a capacity. Therefore, they're probably not. It's just like riding a bike. The more you do it, the better you get at it, the more confidence you have. This guy just threw him on a bike full speed, or is attempting to. If I'm tuning him out, they're tuning him out because they've been sitting there all day having to take a poop, and one of them has a toothache. Fucking half of them are thinking about their bills. And this guy's like, da 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 da, in the most monotone, boring ass way. He might as well have made a video presentation for them. Dim the lights and just let everyone have a nap.
About something that's probably false. Those elements have to be proven by the higher amount of evidence. A statement is false when it's not substantially true. It's substantially true when the essence of the statement is true, when you think about the statement as a whole. The defendant's statements or portrayals must be given their ordinary meaning in that context, in that circumstance. So you can't just pull a line out You have to look at the whole portrayal of the statement. In deciding whether the statement was false, you're not to consider the defendant's subjective belief. You consider whether it's true or false from an objectively reasonable perspective. So it's your perspective about truthfulness, not what the defendant thought at the time, because we can all think of things that are unreasonably thought. So we apply an outside standard, an objective standard, not the defendant's subjective belief. Well, this idea about the concept of truthfulness is where we find the fact that truth is a defense. So if the statement is true, then there can be no defamation. Plaintiffs also have to prove that the statements were published, portrayed, made. Published means that the statement was read or heard by another person other than the plaintiffs. From the testimony, as a matter of law, the courts has determined that publishing or portrayal is not an issue. But nobody pushed back. It's not anything you have to decide. I'm telling you as a matter of law, that element is uncontroverted, that the defendant published, the defendant portrayed the statement.
This
So
guy's killing me, man.
One's been resolved by the court because there's no contrary evidence.
I don't know what time you guys woke up this morning, but this guy is tearing the ass out of me. Like, come on.
Now you're down to analyzing those three statements, elements, if you will. You need to know how to differentiate between facts and opinion. In a defamation claim, this is important. This is over on this side of the first claim, fact versus opinion. The distinction between portraying a statement of fact and portraying a statement as opinion is crucial. It's an important distinction. Portraying a fact or portraying an opinion. Only statements of fact can be the basis for a defamation claim. Statements of fact could be...
Listen comes in with a comment about turning someone out. What are you even talking about, dude? What are you even talking about over there? Say what? Say, yes, Wise Angel, thank you so much. That video was so cool. Maybe for some comedic relief, I'll show it again. I saw you were like, oh, I think I got a lemon mad at you. No way. That was hilarious. I enjoy being ribbed. Even if people make fun of real things, it's when people make shit up. You know, that's when it gets weird. I love the video. Only a couple more minutes of this shit, dude. I promise.
Untrue, which is the nature of a defamation claim. If I'm expressing an opinion, there's no way to decide whether it's true or untrue, so you can't defame someone in expressing an opinion because there's nothing verifiable about it. It's an opinion. So a defamation claim has to involve an untrue fact. To determine whether a statement is fact or opinion, you apply these four factors in their whole context. Yes. You look at the specific statement, the language in statement. Consider, importantly, whether that statement is verifiable or not. Then apply the general context of the statement, and then think about not only the context of the statement, but then the broader, how the statement could be received or heard. Start with the statement, is it verifiable? Consider the circumstances of the statement in its context, and then go farther out to the statement's circumstances in general.
That's an interesting theory. It should be a regular job with schooling behind it. But then you end up with what? Career jurors? That seems like a fucking nightmare too.
The precise wording, determine whether a reasonable hearer or listener would view the words as portraying fact or portraying opinion. If a statement is made and it's considered an opinion because it's not verifiable, there could be no defamation. If a statement is made and it contains verifiable information, then it can be the subject of a defamation claim if the verifiable statement is untrue. If you find that the statement was portrayed to the public as a fact,
you know what? I think I'm going to do just a fucking something you shouldn't do. I'm just going to skip ahead, dude. I can't do it. I won't go past all of it. Oh my God, I barely made it to the fucking mute button for that sneeze. I just scared the shit out of my cat with his sneeze. Look, see, you can just mute when you have bodily noises. You don't have to just slap them into the microphone. All right, so I'm going to scan ahead. I don't care. I don't care what anyone says. The internet's forever. If you want to listen to what the most boring fucking man in Ohio has to say, then you're welcome to go back. Ain't doing it here. He's still reading.
same 3 pages. So the first 2 pages find in favor of that plaintiff or the defendant, circle 1. Next one in favor of that plaintiff or defendant on the second claim, circle 1 of those options. And then you go to the damages form only if the plaintiff prevailed on one of the first 2. They're all numbered, they all have names on it, it should be easy to follow. You can tell me later.
Hey man, this is the first trial I ever covered, so it's my fucking rules. Fuck this guy. Fuck this guy.
do you do when you go back there? The first thing you officially need to do is pick a foreperson. Now, the foreperson is not the shop foreman.
I thought he said stick a fork in it.
Not the boss. They don't tell you what to do. The foreperson job is to organize the discussion, engage people, keep track of the exhibits, be the committee chairman. But the foreperson doesn't convince you to do what they want. They organize the discussion. There's no way to pick a foreperson. You can arm wrestle, throw fingers, draw names out of a hat. Don't go to the bathroom first, because you very well could come out the foreperson.
Throw fingers. Hold on. Stop the press. That's the first interesting thing this man has said. Dear sir, what does it mean to throw fingers? What the fuck?
Convince you to do what they want. They organize the discussion. There's no way to pick a foreperson. You can arm wrestle, throw fingers, draw names out of a hat. Don't go to the bathroom.
I understand all of that. Don't go to the bathroom and throw fingers. Ohio.
First, because you very well could come out the foreperson. I don't care. I've heard people say that. They pick them because they weren't there. It doesn't matter. I can't tell you how to pick one. Just get one. Throwing fingers is fine. It takes too long. You probably already know who's willing to do it, or maybe you've talked to each other enough, or you just say, sorry, you lose, you're it. But it's just organizing discussion. That's all it is. Just organize the discussion. Make sure nothing leaves.
Breaking news. My production team just informed me I'm getting it in through my earpiece now. Throwing fingers or throwing the finger generally means making deliberate insulting hand gestures. I don't know how that's applicable to this conversation. Flipping the bird. Yeah, throwing hands. We know what throwing hands is. That's what Queen Bee does because she's violent. Throwing fingers is something I've never heard before. And now my city is so close to the Ohio border. Actually, the peninsula, the panhandle of West Virginia is actually in between me and Ohio. So I have to go drive through West Virginia if I go due west. But it's so close. It's so close. And I've never heard throw fingers before. I've heard of flipping somebody off, all of that. Throw finger, it implies more than one. So you're doing the double-fisted fuck you or what? I didn't know there was a term for that. Throw fingers. Now, I have some friends in East LA. Throwing fingers there is just how you communicate what set you claim. So I don't know what throwing fingers means in bumfuck Ohio.
You'll have in your possession the verdict forms, the exhibits. You'll have copies of these instructions. Keep all that back there. When you come out, the only thing left to bring back out here should be all these verdict forms. Leave your notebooks back there. Everything else in the foreperson should make sure that goes on. How do you deliberate? Generally, the advice to you is to go back there and start talking about the case, replay the witnesses, but don't just say, I think something ought to happen. When you come out with your first opinion and then start discussing.
See, now he's rocking from memory instead of fucking reading from a script. He must have just hit like a stride of like the knowledge of what he's speaking on specifically in this moment. So much more confident, making eye contact with the people he's speaking with. Not like a kid at a fucking at a spelling bee. What the fuck?
A lot of people realize their first opinion is not their best opinion. But once you threw it out there, then you got to figure out how do I get my pride back and retool. So generally, don't go back there and just say, here's what we ought to do. What do you think about this witness and how does this one come across? And do you understand the rules? And start into this discussion process, however you can do it. But eventually, then you're going to need to start getting to the point where you see a consensus is being built. If you immediately express an opinion, changing is sometimes hard, so work together to build a consensus. Consult with one another in the jury room, deliberate with a view of reaching an agreement. You can do so as a group, but without surrendering your own conviction. Each of you ultimately has to decide this case for themselves in this deliberation process. You might find somebody leaning on you to change your opinion. That's good, unless you feel pressured against your will to change your opinion. If they come at you with good arguments, maybe you should rethink your position because their arguments really are good. So a certain amount of give and take and tension is usually the sign of a good deliberation. Just don't take it personally. Never surrender your own personal convictions just to get along. Don't be influenced by considerations of sympathy or prejudice. The law does not expect us to be robots and have no sympathy, no emotions, no prejudice, or no biases. That happens all the time. You have to set those aside. You're required to disregard them, to make your verdict carefully, to weigh the evidence, consider disputed questions of
fact. We get it, dude. He's back to fucking read a judge. Hi. Judging for Dummies, Ohio edition. All right, enough of this mother.
Done. So make sure the bailiff has your phone number. If you can be within like 15 minutes of the courthouse, I don't know what that means. If you live farther, just make sure Chris doesn't have to drive far to get you.
You don't have contact information for the fucking...
Way. Right? He's big enough to, you don't want to cross him.
He's got serious vampire teeth going on, too.
Anything you want me to deal with in the instructions, Mr. Klingman?
I had two minor
Okay, we'll talk over there. Mr. Osborne, you got
Look, these are the sheriff back here. I mean, look how fucking comfortable these seats look. What is going on here? What in the plush courtroom is happening? Dude, you got Afroman, and I'm not trying to be funny here, but why? Are there any other black people in his county? What the fuck, dude? And even the pictures on the wall, just more white people. He's over there wearing the American flag. This shit, I get a kick out of this, dude. This is the best of my country right here. This is amazing.
Okay, we're just going to see what I didn't do right. Or close.
Oh, he said a lot more. And I don't give a fuck. This is one of the sheriff over here. I think he is as well. But then I got high. Dude, he is just chilling. This is okay, excuse my crudeness, but the technical term for this is he's letting his balls hang, is what he's doing right there. Full spread, just sucking his teeth at these guys. He doesn't give a fuck. He knows he's not guilty. Well, he won't be found guilty. Whether he is guilty, that has nothing to do with American justice at all. Whether you're found guilty, that has everything to do with it. Their courtroom microphone is muted. He's smiling. Look at him. He's thinking about lunch, dude. So am I. Let's see. Scan ahead.
Next paragraph down. So I got 8 jurors. The vote is 6 out of 8, not 8 out of 8. It's the next paragraph down. So I got 8 jurors. When you go back there, 6 and 2 is a vote in favor or opposed. So you always have to have 3/4. So if you take a vote and it's
Okay. I was mistaken. See, I don't know much about law. I'm not going to pretend to. This is just entertainment for me, just like it is for most of you. So it doesn't have to be unanimous. I suppose that's only true in death sentence cases. I don't know, dude. I'm seeming like the biggest dummy here. I just don't know.
6 this way and 2 that way, that's enough votes. It does not have to be unanimous to prove a case. In a civil case, it's 6 out of 8. That big deal? Yeah. Never forget it. Yes. It's 6 out of 8. So you can have 2 people say, I don't agree, and if 6 people do, that's a verdict.
I have not taken an intermission, no.
And then the emphasis for the 2 alternates is not only not talking is important, but not talking to the media is important. So if you get hounded, it's anybody in the universe. Because you're still in the panel. And then if the jury reached a verdict.
Listen, man, you'll never hear anyone cover a trial and say this motherfucker, dude. I mean, I can't even, like.
Nothing from us, Judge.
Mr. Osborne.
Your Honor, I just renew any objections for the record, but nothing else on that.
David Osborne.
What rule, depending on what it is.
The wizard.
There's a few typos. It'll be like 5-10 minutes before it gets you some sets of instructions. When you look at the instructions, if you have a question about something, read the whole paragraph, not just the one sentence. Like you always think, I want to know more about something. The answer might be 3 words, but read the whole paragraph to do it. So you start your deliberations. We'll get the exhibits back to you to clean up sets of instructions. And thank you for your attention so far.
Thank you, bud. Holy shit. But then I get high. Okay, so because this is a civil trial and not a criminal one, the rules for jury are different than what you might see in a typical guilty versus not guilty criminal case. In the Afroman trial, the jury is not voting on whether he is guilty of a crime since he hasn't been charged with one, but rather whether he is liable for damages. Here's the breakdown of how the voting works. Number of jurors. In Ohio, civil trial is like this one. There are typically 8 jurors compared to 12 in a criminal trial. Okay, so only 8. So that photograph that I was showing you of the jury, not even half of those suckers are in it. Okay, so 8 of these people that are standing there pledging allegiance to the flag as Joe wears the flag. Dude, you can't write this shit. I'm far more excited about this shit than you are. It's fine. This is great. Voting requirement. Unlike criminal trials, which require a unanimous 12-0 vote to convict, Ohio civil trials follow a 3/4 majority rule. 6 out of 8 jurors must agree to reach a conviction or reach a verdict. If at least 6 jurors agree that Afroman is liable for defamation or invasion of privacy, he loses the case. If at least 6 jurors agree that he is not liable, he wins. Well, he doesn't win anything. He just not found guilty. And so it's like it's not really a win. I mean, of course it is a win, but he stands not to gain anything monetarily or anything. He just dunks on them. Liability versus guilt. It is important to note that the jury, and here I am sounding like the fucking judge. It is important to note that the jury won't say Afroman is guilty. Instead, they will decide liability. Okay, so he can't be found guilty, just liable. Did his actions legally harm the deputies? If he is liable, how much money should we have to pay them? Oh, God. Okay. What happens if the jury can't agree? If the jury splits, for example, if it's a 4-4 or 5-3 tie, well, 5-3 is not a tie, but you know what they're saying. You can and cannot reach a 6-person threshold after a reasonable amount of time, Judge McBride will declare a hung jury, resulting in a mistrial. The plaintiffs would then go to decide whether to start a whole new trial with a new jury. And if they do that, we'll fucking be right here, dude, because this is too much fun. I wonder if he has multiple flag suits. I got questions. Let me get this off of here. And we have to listen to
Yeah, are you taking my lunch order?
from after.
Shirley, we get their phone numbers.
Yes, I will.
I will say I saw some interviews with Afroman pertaining to this, and he came off as really smug and arrogant. I guess you can be when you're right. I'll say that. But he's the kind of smart ass that would buy lunch for the whole courtroom just to fucking annoy the judge and not buy the judge anything. He's that kind of guy. All right, so is that a wrap? Yeah, I guess it's over now. Let's see here. WCOP, they're the ones rocking at the local station. Let's see, live. See, they didn't fucking tell us when they're going to be back to do this. I mean, it's got to be this afternoon, right? This is a lunch break. Let's see. Let's ask motherfucking Gemini. Don't go nowhere. There's more to come. I just don't know when. If it is going to be like a full lunch break, I'm going to cut this and come back when it starts so I can go whip up some food and make a few phone calls that I need to make. If it's just the same to you. But let me try to find out for sure. I'm scouring the internet to see what it be. What it do? I guess in the meantime, I can pull up some Afroman stuff. Let's see here. The songs are hilarious. They're all vulgar and pointed, but it's hilarious too. All right. Yes, they will be back this afternoon. They're still considered to be in closing arguments. Jury deliberation expected to receive final instructions, so they got that. What the jury would just be deciding, we know that already. The vibe in the courtroom. Let's see. Reports from the press are saying Afroman made significant visual impressions this morning by appearing in full red, white, and blue. Obviously, interesting. 1 second. I'm pulling up some Afroman music for you guys. Now, this is where it's going to get tricky. Let's see. As of the latest reports from the Adams County Courthouse, the jury is expected back in their seats at 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time. So I'm not going to entertain you for 45 minutes. We should all go eat lunch, and we can reconvene here. I'll just make a new thumbnail, and I'll see you guys in 45 minutes. What do you say? We've got all night to listen to the songs that he made and stuff like that. I think would be good. It would be good for me. Like I'm going on 7 hours already, so I need to eat. You know what I'm saying? How you guys feeling? So we'll meet back here at 1:30. That's 45 minutes from now. I mean, I guess I could be really obnoxious and just throw on an old live stream of mine, but that's going to clash with what I've got cooking here. So I don't want to do that. I'm looking for some guidance from people that are better at this than me or have been doing this longer. Sounds good? Okay, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to kibosh this right here. I'll see you back here in 45 minutes, 1:30 Eastern Standard Time, and then the jury will be back. Who knows, man? We might get a fucking verdict today. That would be cool. The fastest trial in history. All right, guys, I'm going to play you out with my outro. Thanks for being here. Hit the thumbs up. Hey, tell your moms and your aunts about the deliberations and the jury verdict this afternoon. Bring more people. I'm having a lot of fun doing this. The amount of people watching it's really not equating to how much fun I'm having, but that's okay. Word will get out. Enjoy this tune. I'll see you back in 45. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. Sinner out.
You gotta take control. Life's too short. Get out of your head, make a better life instead. You gotta give it all your best. So put your hands up to the sky and live your best life, alright. Don't just let it go by, just try, oh my. Got only one life, got only this time. We gonna get it right. You gotta let go of those who don't belong in your tribe. So cut the bad out of your life. Yeah, do it one time. You gotta work till you're winning. Yeah, take control of the system. When you invest, it's addicting. No time to rest, let's go get it. Not gonna stop till I'm finished. Not gonna drop to my limits. Deep in my chest, I'm inhaling. Believe in testing and failing. You gotta flip everything in your mind. Take the limiting thoughts and turn them into your why. Prove to yourself you're worth it. You deserve it. Push past all the hurt and find your purpose. You gotta take control. Life's too short. Get out of your head, make a better life instead. You gotta give it all your best. So don't let go. Take control. Get out of your head, make a better life instead. You gotta give it all your best. Give it all your best. Hey, yo, never gonna stop, no way, no. Yelling out, hey, yo, headed to the top on our way, yo. You gotta make change, yeah, there's gonna be a little pain, but nothing's worse than staying the same. So light that flame, put the work in, go claim everything you want in this place. It's time to go fast, know that energy is all cash. You could get it all if you never give up, no slack. Headed to the top is a mystery, your own path. Never gonna stop, no, you got this, never go back. I know it gets hard, you gotta love it. You gotta recharge with what you want and think of your dreams. Get that energy to go and get everything. Let's go. You gotta take control. Life's too short. Get out of your head, make a better life instead. You gotta give it all your best. So don't let